Welcome one and all from around the world, and you are tuning into the PCC Fall NA qualifiers. 35 teams have thrown their gauntlets into the ring, but only one can be crowned champion. Over the next 2 days, we'll be whittling down the competition to our top 4 teams who will play in our finals weekend in October. We start our journey here in the winner's bracket round 2 with a matchup of titanic proportions. It's Mythic versus the Professors. I'm HD Philly B, and flanking me on the desk are two fantastic fellows, Falcon and Bengal Mac. Lads, this is a best of one, so anything goes. Bengal, what are you looking for from these teams and just throughout the NA weekend?
Personally, I think with the 1 point amp patch, we're seeing a lot of prio for the objectives, the seedlings, the shapers. There seems like there'd be something always going on. I think that the prio that you need to really look for is a really strong 2v2 in your mid lane and jungle. So really look for some strong picks in that jungle, those rampages, Urays, if she somehow makes it out of the ban phase. And then in that mid lane, Howitzer. I mean, that dude is a damage cannon. So really look for those strong 2v2s in those teams, so that way they can fight over those seedlings, get those early hunts early, get those big smites, and that way they can get those early prios on those objectives.
Yeah, objectives big here in 1.8. Falcon, our analyst from across the pond. What's the big difference here between the NA and EU sides? What should folks be looking for today?
I think it's going to be very obvious once we get into Game Philly, but for those who weren't able to watch last weekend, which had some banger of matches in EU, go and have a check out if you got a little bit of time to watch that. It's a lot more methodical. It's a lot more defensive. You're going to be seeing EU teams that are looking for a pick into an objective, getting something across the map if they can't go in a straight 5v5. And they don't care about that. If they see an enemy, the only thing they see is a health bar and then there's gold next to it. They don't care that he can fight back. They don't care that they might have a chance of dying. That's all maths, and that doesn't mean that it's not explosives. It's not fun. It's not gunpowder and all of that stuff that Americans love. So we're going to see a lot of carnage. We're going to see plenty of matches that are probably going to be 1+ kill a minute. It's going to be carnage. It's going to be glorious, and it's going to be great fun.
We do love a good fight over here in NA. It's about who's the better 1v1. Can you take me on? Let's fight it out. Well, there's only one way to figure that out, and that's to get into the draft. We will have that up here for you. As a reminder, this is Mythic versus Professors. Bengal, there's been some roster mania, especially on the NA side after the LAN. There's some big changes to the Professors. Mainly, it's Appy Picker in the offlane.
Yeah, that's a bit of a weird one. I mean, Appy's historically been known as a mid laner. I mean, we've seen Soul and Appy go at it many a times. So I'm interested to see how he's able to play in that offlane role. We know him traditionally for his Argus play, for his he's got great Gideon gadget, play all those champs, but the offlane is a different story. It's very much an island. Mid lane can be a bit hectic. You typically play it through the mid lane, but with this meta, the offlane's kind of left alone. So he truly is in that 1v1. So we know that he's a great player. So if he's able to really, really shine, it's gonna be very, very strong for profs.
Yeah, that's going to be a lane I'm looking at. And on the other side, Mythic has some changes as well. The big one I'm looking at is Mav, moving over from Primal now as the jungler here for Mythic, really looking to make an impact, Falcon. But as we're making our way through the picks and bans, we're seeing the sisters taken off the board. You're scrunching your face, man. Tell me about this.
There's a lot of interesting things that is going on in this draft. Obviously, Severok and the Yuri are targeted bans to the offlane. Professors don't want Norba to have that. Wraith is also going to be that target ban towards Matty Renner's too strong of a character. But that leaves Grux, that leaves Rampage, that leaves... who else? That leaves so many picks. Krang is available as well if you still want to go for that. Counts is available as well. There's just so many prior picks. Professor's going for the Grux first. I would have expected to see the Rampage most predominantly because he's just got such a strong win rate, especially from EU side of things. If we just have a quick look at the win rate from that side, I think it's like a 68% win rate in 17 wins, 8 losses. So it's insane. And now Mythic haven't even picked it. So all of my talking has just been, doesn't care. I mean, both teams, I think they're just going to murder each other so far.
Yeah, with the Grux, they definitely want to punch people out, but it's this Morn pick, guys. We were talking about this in the green room. Maybe not the best pick in the world. Bengal, give us some insights on that.
I mean, Morn's global is just really strong into team fights. I think he's very, very slept on in terms of the meta. I don't think people talk about Morn enough. He's very disorientating in team fights. I mean, I know in my rank queues, Morn pushes R. I'm like, where is everybody? The lights are off. I'm scared of the dark. Help, please. But it's just very disorientating in team fights. But I like the side of profs. We see the Grux pick. We know that Crazy Fool can pilot that in the support. Howitzer getting taken as well. In my personal opinion, the best mid laner in the game at the moment, and he's going to be able to get that Rampage. So 3 really, really strong picks on the side of profs. They're able to get the Morn and the Gadget on the other side, but I think they need a bit more damage here on the side of Mythic. And as I say that, we see the Revenant come out.
Yeah, this is Falcon. I see you scrunching. I'm scrunching too, because this duo lane was from like the summer series. You feel like that was really strong. Maybe now, not so much. What do you think about that?
Both of these characters have been nerfed since the summer series, but I'm just looking at the trios because we're going to get the next bands in next. And Professors, they just have 3 insanely strong power picks with the Grux, Rampage, and the Howitzer. Mythics, I mean, Gadget is really good at this point in time, especially the Ultimate just has such a strong shred. There's so much AoE team fighting ability. But there's no real cohesion in this group. I don't think Morn Rev is the best lane in the world. I think you just haven't really got too much priority with that, especially considering Morn is that melee pick. And you let through Howitzer, which we've already played today once. You got the Grux, I mean, obviously you've been first picked, but the Rampage as well, they could have picked that as well. And I mean, now they don't still need to pick a jungler. So it's just very interesting. Countess, I don't like Mythic right now. I just don't like it.
This is a best of 1, lad, so, you know, anything could happen, right? Maybe this is your Weapon X, just like your full rush in to see what you got going on. Bangle, the Kwang, and the Richter taken out here. What do you make of that?
Well, I mean, in terms of thoughts on both sides, the Richter definitely has to get taken out because you already have so much set up already with the Grux and the Rampage. If you get hit by a single ounce of CC, you're kind of just dead. We see that the Muriel and the Grim gets picked out. That's a very strong duo lane for props. So we assume that the Grux is going to go into the off lane. So with that being said, with this current meta, Ashbringer Grux is pretty strong right now. I know Countess tends to kind of get away with a lot of things. But we've kind of, I feel like the scene has kind of figured out how to play into that champ a bit more. And we're seeing the Zarus, so that age-old Combus Wombus of the Zarus and the Gadget being picked there. But I really like Prof's draft. I can't say enough. I mean, they have really good counter dive. They have good dive. They have so much damage. They have good early game and great scaling. I mean, they crushed.
It seems like every phase of the game is covered. Falcon, final thoughts here.
Professor's draft is just a million times better. Mythic, if they win, it's not through the draft, it's through individual play. I think Countess has got a lane against Grux that they can play into. Especially get the Countess ahead, they can then deal with the Grim. But that dual lane is just going to be non-existent. Revenant Morn is not going to be able to survive against a Muriel Grim. I think the jungle is just going to be a case of trying to keep up with the Rampage mid lane. It's going to be a case of just mid lane farming. But honestly, Professor's draft here is just, we're going to play dual lane, we're going to get 3 Fangtooths, we're going to then transfer that into the mid game. Countess then can't play into the Muriel shields, and then we win from there. I just don't see a world where Mythics has a chance to fight into that.
And so, yeah, I kind of agree, but that really comes down to the jungle, which for me is still a toss-up. You think, Countess not in the jungle here? You think going in the offlane Bangle?
I mean, especially into the Grux matchup, most people want to play that Countess Master just because that passive, you get some Tainted on there, you get the Noxia, you're kind of able to burst out the Grux a bit more. So she's a bit of a lane bully early, and if she can get a kill, she can start to snowball a bit. So I think you really want a strong solo laner like Countess there. I don't really see it going in the jungle just because that Zarus Gadget is, once again, as we were talking about earlier, we're really looking for the strong 2v2s and 3v3s, and that Zarus Gadget is going to be really need to kind of be synced up with their ultimates to be able to have those strong 2v2s. But, in the early game for those early seedlings and the early contests for those objectives, when you're not really getting big hunt, maybe 6 just came online. I mean, that Rampage howitzer just does so much damage. If you get hit by a rock, hit by a boot, slow mines, you get the R2000 right to the face, and then you got Make It Rain coming down from the sky and just raining down damage, and you either flash or die, and neither option is a good one.
Yeah, for sure. Okay, well, I appreciate some insight there, because we've been seeing Zarus in the offlane a little bit too, but I think in this composition it makes sense to have him in that jungle to help facilitate, get some of those stacks online. So with that being said, guys, we are ready to hop into it. We're going to send it to Lance and Rederific.
A thank you to our desk. My name is Lance. I'm here with my great buddy, Rederific. I like that shirt, Rit. How you doing today, man?
Oh, I'm doing fantastic. Kind of feel like I'm in a dream here, Lance. It's been a while since we've gotten the chance to get back in and commentate on some fantastic action. No better place than have it here rated PCC, rated our home. Love the matchup we have here. Know you're a big Pros fan. They don't got your main player there playing in the off lane. Switched over and took Appy from Mythic. How you feeling about this one, Lance?
I think that this is a banger of a first match for us to come out here. First of all, just because it's probably the two or teams that have like the best matchup into each other for this second round of it, winners bracket round 2 here. And also just the drama. I hate to say it, but I'm a little bit of a drama queen. Appy left Mythic like a couple of hours before signups ended. There might be a little bit of like hey, we got to prove Appy he was wrong for leaving us. Appy might be thinking, hey, I got to prove to these guys I was right for leaving them. Also, Appy might have quite a bit of scouting on this Mythic team. He was with them since the very beginning back in the D-Lab days. So a lot of intel, two teams that know each other very well here, I would say.
Yeah, the good amount of insight has to pan out right, especially with the limited time from the replacement to the remove. You switch over, you come in with a lot of scrim experience leading up to this point. You kind of have a pretty good eye on what's going on to happen there, but I'd expect to see some good change here. You see those changes onto the Mythic team, would expect to see them go ahead and shift things a little bit, maybe get a little bit of surprise so Appy doesn't have all the knowledge. The player change-ups do lead to different player pools, different characters utilized, so I'm not sure it'll be as much to make a change here. We'll love to see these teams stick in on some comfort play. Saw a nice rotation of their champions. As far as compositions, Lance, where we kind of landed on this one?
So I know that our desk was leaning pretty heavily into Prof's comp, and I do think that it is good, but I do not believe that you can sleep on the composition of that Mythic drafted. The Countess absolutely going to Lobber. Lobber has long since been the player that doesn't particularly care about the meta. He kind of cares about what his comforts are. Countess is his second most played hero behind the ban of Severog. So you gotta put Lobber on what he is comfortable on. He believes that he can just outplay Appy here. He does have a lot more experience in comp in offlane specifically, as Appy was a mid laner before, so he's doing a little bit of a role swap. I also, you're always going to hear me talk about how much I like Gadget and Zarus together when they're picked together. You see it all of the time. That's the classic Lance Cecil F6 combo wombo there. So if the game gets rolling and the game gets long, I think it starts to favor Mythic. But early, I think Props has a pretty big advantage.
I'd agree with you on that. I do like the overall composition pick here by Mythic. There's some nice play. They do have some counterplay into the matchup. I don't want to go into this thing's one-sided by any means. I do like what Prof has brought to the board, but as you said, if they're not able to get a nice strong lead in the beginning and roll through this matchup, I think they could struggle into a later portion of the game. And if we could get that good microwave combo, as you said, that's all you need on that one big team fight, that one mid to late game objective to turn this thing completely around in this patch, Lance.
I also want to highlight the Muriel pick here. I'm not a big fan of the Muriel pick in support. However, they have a lot of CC around the rest of their comp to be able to facilitate that. That way you can use this Muriel to try to mitigate some of that damage from the Colosseum Tesla Dome, from that Revenant, from all of the other damage sources that will be coming in towards your team. You've got that Uno reverse card with the Reversal of Fortune to be able to come and try to peel somebody with a little bit of anti-dive if they jump in onto that Grim. Grim has that spell shield to keep himself safe as well. For a little bit of time at least, gives him a little bit of health regen, a little bit of mana regen, a little bit of movement speed if he's able to catch an ability with that bubble as well before those nerfs hit on Tuesday to that augment. So there is a lot of life, and I think that execution, it's kind of silly to say that execution is going to be important because when isn't executing what your composition is doing important? But I think here specifically, it's going to be really important to make sure that you're hitting those important high priority spells and abilities at the right times.
I think our large focus here, as you mentioned, not only is that matchup there in the off lane with Happy being over there versus Slobber, but I want to keep a big focus onto the mid here. That matchup between, having Gadget, as you said, the scalability can hold up versus what Bengal was saying on the desk there. Howitzer absolutely menacing right now in this current setup of the meta, very strong. He can target out targets very quickly, lay down some damage. Interesting to see what augments they'll roll through here on some of these champions. I think that'll be another crucial factor for us and where this matchup will go. See a lot of shifting in the augments since these most recent changes to them, seeing characters actually being utilized instead of just one singular augment throughout all the competitive play, seeing a variety of usage of those, and I think that'd be something we need to keep a keen eye on this one, Lance.
Well, I would imagine this Gadget's going to go the blast radius one. I do personally believe that is the best augment on Gadget right now. I got about 800 games on that hero to test that. I will say that this is a tough lane for Maddie here into Soul Reaper on the Howitzer. Howitzer probably one of Soul Reaper's most played and most comfortable mid laners. Also, just a tough match in general for the Gadget. Howie, one of the only mages that can match the range that Gadget has. You can throw those mines out. You have the R2000. There's lots of ability to kind of trade that poke. And early, like pre-12, 13 minutes, Gadget just straight can't stand up to a Howitzer. If they are in a 1v1, Howitzer out damages, out pokes, out has everything. However, it is time. Game 1 of PCC All Series NA Prelims Day 1. Let's settle this on Sanctuary, Rit.
Let's get in there.
And we do get our answers that we were looking for. It is going to be Lobber on the Countess, just as we had anticipated. Appy over on the Grooks on the opposite side. 4 professors here. We've talked about these comps a lot. Gonna get a look at the Augs as well as they are pulling them up here. Kind of standard, kind of what you would expect. I was wrong about Maddie with a little shout out to Appy and his name with Maddie Picker. He is going the tracing augment on the Seek and Destroy, the RMB for Gadget here. So interesting to see if he's just trying to make sure he can get that poke down on to Soul Reaper here.
Yeah, the big thing we're going to see here, Lance, obviously is most important to me, is the staging of the early game. We've seen lots of changes throughout the patches where the teams were, setting up and taking out busts as a team, where their positioning, where ward placement was. Since the map changes, we've seen a nice shift in ward placement. There's small, minor changes in those locations. Interested to see the vision that the NA teams are going to use here. We already saw the EU setups and how they wanted to play the game, but now interested to see how the NA approach is going to take. Like I said, Falcon mentioned on our aggressiveness. I think that'll be something you need to keep an eye on. If you want to stay aggressive throughout the course of this game, not only do you need to stay on top of those objectives, but you need to make sure you have vision so you can make those plays.
And I'm really interested to see how this off lane plays out. Kind of two heroes that are trying to just out sustain their opponent in every single match, right? Creed is already over on here as he's starting this 3, so we might see a little of attention to Lobber early. But however, whoever gets ahead in this, very likely to just snowball this lane because they're going to out sustain the enemy at that point. Got to get anti-heal on both of those heroes early as well.
So that's a good respect here for Lobber, correct? Appy's coming over the roll. He's a little bit fresh, as we said, in the competitive scene. You go ahead and put Creed on this side. We do see the Zarus over there as well. Could be a nice play to set up for that counter gank if it comes, but it looks like the rotation is not going to happen the way. Rampage simply starting at 3, going to work his way over to the red side, kind of matching what the Zarus is going to do. So maybe a quick focus more towards the duo lane, maybe potentially a mid lane gank to maybe see if they can't release that pressure, try to get a gank here on Appy or Soul versus the solo lane, Lance.
And Mythic does now have the information that Creed started on his blue side. Lobber just peeked in, took a look at that 3. So they do know they are pathing the same direction. Both junglers pathing towards the dual lane right now.
Yeah, we see a slight lead here. Zar's staying a little bit ahead here than Creed is there on the Rampage. Doesn't mean he'll necessarily get a rotation or play better. Sometimes getting in there a little bit later, not rushing into the action is what you need there to have a strategic play. We see Mav here on the Zars rotating in, trying to do a little quick sweep before he tries to make gank. Gotta say, Lance, I love the way Mav plays the jungle early, very aggressive, no takeaway from Creed. He's did very well, and every time we've seen him play, we see action here. Mav coming in active, Lance, force a blink. Action's going to be not enough to get a kill, but a blink, Lance. You'll take those flashes. Those are key. Anytime you can pocket one of those, get that 5-minute disadvantage to lane, especially the duo of Zarus, you'll take that.
And Mav is on this 3 kit now on vision, so they know where they are. Unfortunately, that route from the Revenant doesn't land. The abduct from Toasty also goes a little bit wide, or it might be more than a blink getting blown from Survivor there. However, is vulnerable for the next 5 minutes if Mav decides to come back and hit him with a regain.
We saw a nice rotation here. Creed making his presence has Making sure he keeps Maddie there backed up. There's a chance to almost get a pick here as we see action once again happening on Dooley. You need to proceed with caution if you're professors, though, because you do not want to get yourself caught out without that blink, Lance.
You know, Mav back on this side as well. Gonna sweep this out, see that he is on vision, so I don't believe we're gonna see any of these fireworks, any of this first blood yet. Soul Reaper potentially moving over, doesn't see the kill pressure there as Appy is just going to secure this Scion buff for himself. So we're going to get some resets, start to get some of these first items built up, get an idea of the direction of the build path these people might be trying to elect for.
Want to poke a little joke at Falcon here, Lance. He talked about our constant need for action and intensity and wanting to chase down kills, but here we are, four minutes in. Usually we see something a little active, especially between these junglers to get really initiative early in the game. Not here. Creed going to come up and make a presence known, not going to lay in a rock or anything. Both teams staying very strategically back, playing throughout the course of this matchup. Creed still getting active here in the mid lane, though. Nothing he's going to be able to do, Lance. Nock is going to just simply put Maddie back into position, let himself position more towards the tower, but good rotations over here from this Mythic team, posturing to maybe get a counter gank. Doesn't look like anything's going to happen. You're just going to split an objective here. Mav doing a very good job trying to get this seedling early here, just outside the spawn time.
Ooh, so Reaper going to come try to steal this away. Doesn't look like he's going to get it. Yes, Mav will pick it up. The abduct comes through as well. Hat is on to Soul Reaper. He's going to have to blink out, uses the boop to get one more shot. We'll be able to do it. Creed here to provide a little bit of resistance. No first blood just yet. But I want to talk really quick about why we haven't necessarily seen any risky plays yet. So blinks available on most people, starting to get burned on some. But this is a best of one against two, in my opinion, top 4 teams in this tournament right here. And we're getting them in winner's bracket round 2. There is a lot of pressure to win this game. If you lose this, you can't lose another set or you are eliminated. It gives you a little bit of insurance. As you know, everybody who really knows Lance knows how much he loves insurance to kind of have something in your back pocket here. It gets, honestly, next round is probably easier for either of these teams. And you don't want to take anything too risky and kind of coin flip a game this early with this much on the line.
And I love that added pressure, Lance. That's something you need to have. It keeps you on your toes, keeps you playing at the height of your ability, the maximum you can be. It's not quite the way you feel when you're on the brink of an elimination matchup, but the one that says, like, hey, we're here, we're setting the standard, this is us, this is what we're going to look like in this competitive scene throughout this tournament. May look different than previous ones. So I love that initiative here. These teams being not so much, as you said, passive, but aggressive, but playing very strategic is more the way to look at it.
Mythic has some nice vision set up here. Do have the inside track onto this. Maddie with the Tesla Dome available. Creed's got to be careful if he jumps in. Your Crazy Fool coming in to try to defend as well. Here come the rest of the professors. Creed's going to go in, but it will be Mav who gets it with the objective steal. Creed's going to have to blink out. Tesla Dome comes out, but it is more so just a zone. Now that that is out, they're going to blow some blinks, pushing them out of the pit. So they trade some cooldowns back.
Ooh,
but first Fangtooth goes to Mythic.
Not sure how I feel about it. You do love the fact that you get the objective there. But as you said, Lance, a lot of blinks expended there to simply escape that. You don't want to get in that fight at matchup there. You want to have a hard push out there if you're trying to get a good setup by the professors there to try to stage to get some of those exit kills. But great move there by Mythic. But proceed forward. Make sure you're playing this game very, very, very how you want to. Because if you get overextended at all without those blinks, we saw, I believe, 3 characters expend those, Lance. Mythic got themselves back up against the wall, though they did get that first objective in that first Fangtooth.
Also, no giant AoE armor shredding ultimate from this gadget for a minute and a half here from Maddie. Mav is going to come in towards Soul Reaper. He does not have this blink available. We may get our first blood of it. Rock comes through with some peel, but the security gate going to catch him as well. The poop, the extra distance, but the spear of Nier will poke him down. Put him on the board, Rant.
There it is, Lance. We finally got it 7 minutes in. I know it just set the, my skin on fire there. I was waiting for that action to happen. I wanted to see who got that kill. Love the start here by Mythic. Aggressive play on the objective. We said they expended out the blinks. This is a cautionary move for them. They need to move forward there, being a little bit more backed up against the wall, but moved well. Secured a kill there in the mid lane. Now moved their way over here to the mini prime. Should be able to secure this in time before Creed gets there. Would have to do so and get out of there pretty quick. Mav going to be limited on the health bar there. Appy not able to rotate over. Simply going to push his lane through. Get as much pressure as he can. Get your farm up. You know that the play into Lobber is going to be a little intense as we see it happen. Ooh, Lance, it could be Creed jumping right back out of there. He did have a chance for a fight, maybe if Soul and Appy rotate over, but like I said, Appy a little bit down, low on mana there, half a health bar, not a chance to rotate in. Another good objective here by Mythic. Off to a hot start, Lance. Composition was in favor of professors if you're on the side of the desk, but Mythic playing it very well to start.
They are playing this pretty well to start, and I think that they've got a little bit of a scaling advantage in this game overall as well. So up these 2 neutral objectives, up that first blood, feeling pretty decent if you're a fan of Mythic.
And as you should, even though these teams rotate, Lance, as people said, the NA team's constantly shifting emotion with the characters, or the players and the characters. The thing is, at the end of the day, these are all elite tier players, Lance. These are the best of the best. They know how to play the game. Maybe the chemistry isn't quite what you want it to be. So we see Lobber getting a little active, gets his way out. Going to take those exchanges. You're okay with those pools, especially if you have the ability to just, slip out of there as the Countess. So good exchanges here. Lobber playing very well in this Appy matchup. But I will say, hats off to Appy so far, playing very well into Lobber, who's known to play in the offlane as the main. See aggression here happening in the duo lane. This age-old Professor's also making active.
He's coming in. Rock comes down, Behemoth pops out, or not, Behemoth not quite popped yet, but Toasty gonna get put down. That's a kill for Survivor. Well, not the kill score up. Mav is looking to potentially make an appearance, but realizes they're at a numbers disadvantage and turns himself around. Can't risk losing that mini prime.
Yeah, if Mav goes in there, that's a very bad exchange for him, Lance. He walks essentially right into the Behemoth, as you said, momentarily after that, the Rock, and then a lot of damage coming out there from Professor. It's not going to happen. Mav, once again, getting aggressive on the Soul Reaper, so we see the focus here, Lance, is the mid lane if you're on the side of Mythic. Try to do anything you can to get that push through, let Gadget get into that scalability, keep Soul Reaper as far as you can behind. Miss little R2000 here. Maddie might be in danger, though. Appy on his way. Mav clearing it out, letting his mid laner get back to lane safely.
And it looks like they are trying to put a decent amount of pressure towards this mid lane, but Gadget, very hard to gank. Yes, doesn't have a direct mobility, but that security gate, hard to walk into, especially when you have Azaris standing there keeping you safe. Both these guys well past the point of having their ultimates. Maddie level 9, Mav level 7, so that wombo combo, that Coliseum Tesla Dome, always available and something you have to be aware of if you're looking to press those 2 heroes.
One thing I want to say here, Lance, is the utilization of the mini prime here. I've not seen a nice, effective use of it going into the lane here in the early person this matchup. This first mini prime, just to secure the jet to get some global gold, get yourself a little bit of stronger posture to go through these lanes, clear out this jungle a little quicker. Would have loved to have seen them make a strong push towards one of these lanes. Maybe if you had that focus on the mid lane, maybe they secure kill there on Soul. They can push that mid tower in. Not going to utilize it in that effect. Going to go ahead and just clear out the jungle, posture himself up. Maybe if his next objective, we now see Fangtooth has spawned. This will be the one. Professor's not going to surrender over this second Fangtooth so easily. They were there in rotation on time, had a chance for the kills. Blinks were expended. I don't expect to see the same thing here. This will be our big first team fight, Lance, if you ask me.
And they did get a reset off on the side of Professor. So Survivor coming in here with his pockets as full as he can have them. Mav looking towards them. He's going to walk in, but Creed's going to find him first. Mav starting to go low. Obliterate is going to come out. Prizepool going pretty low. Behemoth pops out. Mav so low. Does he have the GTFO? He's going to put it on him. Will the damage be enough? It's not, but Mav going to be forced out of this fight, so that's a small advantage for them. Creed is wearing a hat, but once again, the junglers almost on the brink of death, but not quite. We're probably going to get a reset, and we're probably going to do the traditional fight over this Fang 2 again in about 15-20 seconds.
Yeah, Lance, but this time looks like this posture will be more in favor of Professors, right? Mav's going to come back in here. They've utilized some abilities. Don't believe we saw the Coliseum come out there, so there is an opportunity. Behemoth was down. Did not see a Tesla Dome. Saw quite a bit of damage come out. Both teams exchanging. Junglers walking out with one scratch the life bar left on him. Exchange here. Lobber playing strong into Appy, Lance. This is where we set in to keep our eyes. If that objective play is going to happen, you're going to have that large team fight. You need Lobber or Appy to secure this win here in the solo lane to get that advantage to start rolling, as we see Mav very aggressive on these seedlings early, playing well as he's getting caught out here by Creed and the Professors. He needs to back himself up, but his team's here to save him, Lance. The posture has now began, and now we're going to see this first major team fight.
And Appy's first on this rotation. If Professors takes this fight, they'll have a small period of time before Lobber shows up. Don't know how wise this is, but they are aware of it. Creed going to start this Fangtooth up. Maddie on one side, the rest of Mythic onto the other. Appy has joined this fight as well, and here it comes out. There's the Coliseum. There's the Tesla Dome on top of it. The health bar starting to go low. Make it rain. Comes out of Soul Reaper from up high in the sky. Creed, 1 HP and a dream, but it's going to be 2 members of Mythic falling early. Mav also very, very low health out here on the outside of it, but Creed needs to be careful. He's taking the aggro of the Fangtooth. That is now 3 members down. They only lost Soul Reaper on the side of it. Is Lobber going to come in here and try to get silly with him? He may be able to take a couple of them down. There's the even tide, but he needs to be careful. Appy has his eyes set towards him, going to hit him with the pole, trying to bring him back. If they can get Lobber here, it would be pretty big for them. They will pick the Fangtooth up for themselves, and they'll also blow the blink of Lobber. That team fight went great for Professors, Rit.
Hey, that was how you wanted to have it. They had a better posture. They were able to stay there. Creed was able to sustain out, was able to hold on until he was able to get that behemoth back one more time, utilizes that ultimate, gets himself back in, almost lays the rock there to even secure that kill there on Lobber at the end there, Lance. As I said, that was our fight. That's what we were looking for. They weren't going to surrender over that second Fang Tooth so freely. Had a good posture on it, worked their way out of it, fought it very well, sustained the buff while they were fighting the team fight. Saw the microwave. Wasn't up to cook him up yet, Lance, but beware, later in the game, that Gadget Kazara's combo is going to be a lot more potent, and that's going to be the one to fear. Don't want to fall into that with 3 or 4 members like they did that time.
It does be amping up as the game goes on, as we know. Soul Reaper seems to be the target for them. Crazy Fool is right behind that fog wall to be able to help them. And the utilization of this extended blink range, hold on, we got to stop with that. There is no blink onto Lobber here. He's going to use that feast right away, but Appy getting the better side of that trade may just try to push him out. But Appy, aware of the fact that Mav over in that riverside, that Toasty's on this side of the map as well, he's going to disengage. But looking pretty decent. This game is tight. I think that we are going to probably go pretty far into this. Professors will start this mini prime up.
And now we're seeing the shift, Lance. We saw some early objectives falling quickly in the favor of Mythic, but now that Professors has kind of caught their feet, got their grounding, they've shifted control of these things. They've got a little bit better team fight going on. They got to the Fang Tooth. Now they're going to do themselves a mini prime. Interested to see how they will utilize it. They headed over here to Crazy Fool. Probably not exactly where they wanted to go. The good rotations around mobility will work. Matt got himself caught out. Needs to rush himself back to the tower because I think Lobber will come in, but I don't think it'll be enough to sustain and save him. Team's just going to back up. Professor's playing this one very strategic, very smart, not overextending in any fashion. This is a much slower paced game than what we're used to seeing from our NA component. Our American players do play a little bit more aggressive over here, but we're seeing a lot more slowed down here, Lance. Not that high kill ratio stuff we saw at the LAN. A lot more passive, but yet aggressive play with more strategic value.
Creed, Coliseum comes down on top of him. He is going to be able to use that pounce to just get himself out of this. So a little bit of a cooldown exchange window here where they know Coliseum's not available for about a minute and a half, 2 minutes here. We'll see if they try to get aggro while they have this mini prime. Definitely probably didn't want that on the Crazy Fool, but you'll take it on your team no matter who is on.
Absolutely. You want to have that ability to get someone to be able to say, well, it worked here, Lance. If you can
here
secure the kill on the Lobber, this is the play you want. Now you have the mini prime, and now you just push it in. So they got to get you at your words, Lance. They were waiting for you to say it. Bait's on you. They got you on this one, Creed. A little aggressive here. Not going to get any of those jungles backed out. However, nice win here from Professors. Your dual lane's not in danger. Muriel rotates over. Crazy Fool comes in with that mini prime. You push this tower through, and now we're seeing advantage to Happy here. But not completely, Lance. There's a lot of mobility on the Lobber with the Countess. Can be able to rotate around, but the chance here that they can secure T2 would be the biggest fear if I was on Team Mythic.
And I mean, they have the pushing power. Appy's going to knock these down pretty quick, especially with the enhanced attack speed and damage from the Muriel shields. T2 going down at 16 minutes. That's a massive influx of gold into the pockets of Dr. Appy.
So, Lance turns around. We find out that the Muriel is carrying the Orb Prime up. Not bad. Nice play there. Good engagement by Appy more so. Nice recognition from Crazy to realize that there was a chance to secure the win on that fight. Comes over. Alt lands at the perfect time, preventing that shadow slip away to be able to secure some safety. And then, in talks to that, you lose 2 towers. So now Appy, nice strong lead. A lot of mobility, ability to move around the map. Doesn't have to really sit back on the lane quite as hard. So I like to see him be able to get active into these team fights. Maybe he puts some of the pressure back onto Mythic in the mid lane, hold back and stop Maddie from being able to do what he wants, give Soul a little bit more of his advantage, and then work that effectively across the map, eventually into the duo lane as well.
But just to play a little bit of devil's advocate here, yes, Lobber not quite as safe over here in the off lane. However, that's going to encourage him to roam, but he's taking the 1v1. He's actually dicing Appy up. This is going to be a single dingle if he can just get a little bit more shutdown. Lobber wins the 1v1. Who needs towers, bro?
You don't need those towers there. Eventide, I take it back. I'm sorry, Lobber must have heard me, got a little offended with the way I was talking. Now, Professors onto a Shaper. So now, as I said, Lance, they've shifted their play, got into some good team fights, focused on these objectives, got complete control of them since they've shifted that direction. Gonna secure this one, get these map changes in, but we see the handoff here. So now Mythic going to get that second Fang Tooth. That additional movement speed.
They're rushing over.
Love that a lot, Lance. But will they be able to secure it? And if they do, will they be able to make
on the
it out?
backside. He's able to come in here. Behemoth is available for him. Reversal of Fortune comes through, knocks them up. Tesla comes down, but it's wide on top of him. Toasty is running towards Survivor, who's going to have to blink away, gets put into the Reckoning, make it rain from the top. Mav health bar so low, Creed's going to pick that one up for himself. He's low too, but he's pretty tanky on the rampage. It will be Jay winning the 1v1 into Survivor, but action still happening over on the opposite side. Looks like we've got a 1-for-1 trade so far. Mythic does get away with stealing and getting away with securing that Fangtooth in that exchange, though.
It was a very good exchange there. I like the way it played there. I like the way Professors moved effectively. Once they get to these objectives, I like the way they're fighting around them and through them. We see a lot of plays where teams would surrender over an objective, then proceed to fight out. We're seeing a lot of play here in this setup since this one-phase match, especially in this matchup, where they are fighting through the objective and during the objective, which is something we're not quite accustomed to. I do like the way it's played out so far. Professor's playing very good as a team. You talked about the shift up at last minute, bringing over Appy. There has to be some slight discomfort in that, right? A little bit at least, but playing well so far to start this one. Here at 18 minutes, a little 4 to 6 kill, not this high kill volume that everybody talked about, but I do like the way they are playing. It's a very strategic way to play the game, try to get themselves an advantage without trying to push the envelope and try to secure a lot of kills.
They are down one neutral objective. They've each gotten a mini prime, but they are up one Fangtooth. However, Mythic down their outer tier 1 towers in their side lanes here. I believe that the mid T1s are by far the most important T1s in this game right now. Neither one of these have really taken too much damage. Creed needs to be a little bit careful, but here comes Professors trying to knock the third T1 tower down, which would have a massive impact on Creed's ability to play this map and kind of work his way around, especially these closer jungle camps that right now belong to Mav that would not belong to them if they knock this T1 down in mid.
I'm glad you mentioned that, Lance. I do believe that is the most important tower as well. And if you're on the side of Mythic here, you have to secure some towers at this point. You need some global gold, but you need the ability to be able to roam a little bit more. Right now, you're kind of secluded back to that midline. You can't really push too far into the opposing jungle comfortably. So right now, we're seeing a slowed down pace from Mythic. We used to see this team who does start off slow, builds into the later game. That's what they've kind of been known for. Had early aggression here. Looks like they reverted back to a little bit more, pacing it down a little bit. We see Jay, well, probably once this exchange here, doesn't notice that Survivor is there. Survivor probably going to try to come and get a kill here. But this is a matchup I do want to see, Lance. How does this true 1v1 go? Is there another single dingle here, or does he win this one?
I don't know if Survivor wants this. The Reckoning comes out, and it will be Jay in retreat for start. The GTFO comes through. The damage not quite there. Jay's going to survive with a slapper. Not a lob as the Seek and Destroy comes out. Oh, it goes sideways. Run him down, Survivor. Okay, he's going to give up. That is a good play by Survivor not to get too aggressive and in there. Not super aware of where the jungler is at, but it will force a reset out of Jay and give a little bit of pushing pressure to Survivor over here in the dual lane for Professors.
Great play there by Survivor. I love that. I really wish he'd have landed that lob. Had me on the edge of my chair there, Lance. I was excited for it. I thought he was going to secure that kill, little single dingle. Love the play, though. The aggression was there. Love the confidence that Survivor had. Jay, though, able to escape just barely without any losses across the extents of the map. Creed making themselves present here. Feels it a little bit. They really want to get this mid tower here. The Professors know that if they get this leaves them for all the roam ability, all the great setups to extend to that jungle, do some counter jungling, get some really solid ganks. Professors here, in my opinion, Lance, off to the better start. Started off a little scratchy and slow. They picked it back up. They've got things under control. Now they're in pace to keep this one and keep rolling throughout the entirety of this matchup.
They are right now, but I think we do need to keep in mind something that we mentioned beforehand. I believe Mythic wins the late game pretty handedly into this composition. Yeah, Soul Reaper is going to do a bunch of damage late game. Grim's going to do a bunch of damage late game, but you've got a Countess, you've got a Revenant, you've got a Gadget. Like, the damage coming through Mythic as this game continues to press forward may start to be a little much for these guys to deal with. Got to keep Crazy Fool nice and inflated so that he's able to provide the shields to try to mitigate some of this damage. I do like the Muriel pick into Gadget. You can put the concentrated ground down to try to mitigate some of that damage from the Tesla Dome. But these big late game team fights, it feels like they're going to go into favor of Mythic if Professors doesn't play them almost perfectly.
And I think that's one thing we need to focus on here is the Muriel play. You talked about how you're not a huge fan of Muriel. She does have her place here and there, but you're not big on it unless there's a lot of CC on the team. They do happen to have the CC here in that case. However, I think that'll be the play we need to watch. If they can get a play where Crazy maybe uses that ult a little prematurely and then get a pick, that'd be what they want here.
Oh, this is going to be massive. If they can catch Lobber here, it's going to be a massive swing for them, especially with Primal Fang up. Mav is over here to try to provide some assistance. Soul Reaper coming in from the side, and it will just be an exchange, but the reversal of fortune is down. Creed also going to have to use this behemoth to escape. Rock comes out, but the Seek and Destroy going to be good to zone them out, and nobody dies just quite yet. But but it feels like more ults were used on the side of Professors there, and that may be very impactful with this Primal Fangtooth now up on the map, or Prime up as well.
Yes, these major neutral objectives are now up. That'll be the focus. But as we've seen before, there's no real chance here, Lance, we saw before. You're not going to start that objective, kind of juggle the objective and take a team fight here. You have to secure a pick in this case. You won't want to take that chance to take extra damage in a fight, especially as crucial as this matchup, as you said, being a best of one. Cannot afford to make those kind of simplistic mistakes. So I expect to see these teams set up here, get a pick, maybe keep that focus on a lobber, which we've seen so far. Maybe get a little more action in the mid lane. If you could take out the gadget, you eliminate a lot of the damage that's going to come out from this Mythic roster. So let's just see how Professors will pursue into this one and how Mythic will counter it. Don't want to see any kind of early aggressive start to an objective unless you know you have at least one player off the board from the opposing team.
I agree with that, and I believe we'll just continue to see a little bit of vision sweeping, a little bit of looking for somebody to cross that line that they're not allowed to cross. But the second a pick comes out, like you are saying, that will be the go button for either of these teams to knock this Primal Fangtooth down, get that massive influx for their fight. And Professors really does not want to give this up. You do not want to give the roster that we have on the side of Mythic here, that 8% boost to all of their damages, all of their mitigation and protections. That's going to be pretty difficult for them to deal with. You do have a little bit of a fight popping out. Toasty going to turn the lights off on it, but Lobber so low. The smash and grab going to pull him in. Toasty low as well. That's already one member down. That's going to be two members down for the side of Mythic, and that should be the go button, like we previously stated, for Professors to rip this Orb Prime.
That is the go button, Lance. You can come in here, you can try to lay a microwave. Maybe Rev can try to attempt to go ahead and send the jungler into the nether. You know, maybe get a fight there, but that's not what you're going to be able to do here. Now, if you do that, there's a chance for a smite, but there's still so much damage coming out of Professors. I don't think that's a move. Mav getting himself in danger already, and he pulled back in, Lance. Oh no, Testadome comes out. Is it going to be enough?
But Mav's going to die on the back side of this, even with that Testadome coming out to try to provide some zoning for them. So no jungler around, no support around, no offlaner around. This is just a free or Prime. Maddie going to try to poke some down with some Seek and Destroy, but they will be able to just walk this off. It is a massive swing for Professors. They will try to trade this T1 back in mid, which feels like okay, but not what you're looking for. That's great for Professors.
It feels okay, Lance, but the thing I want to point out here a little bit more is the shift there and the offset death of Mav. So now essentially Professors can try to get another pick right here. As we see the chance come down, Jay might get himself exposed here, but even more importantly, force him to back, and then you even have a chance here to stage and posture. Maybe get yourself this Primal Fangtooth as well. Double buffed up is a great way to start here in a best of one, Lance, if you ask me.
And with the Shaper too, the lane pressure that comes from the Orb Prime Shaper combo can be a lot. Mythic will have to respond to it, will have to answer it. And you know they have to be feeling the pressure to get this third Fangtooth. Smash and grab going to land onto Maddie. This is a lot of damage coming through, but not quite enough. Reversal of Fortune comes out as well. They are smashing. They are grabbing. They're doing what they can. Toasty going to be the first one to fall. Make it rain from the sky. Looking onto Jay. Not quite enough damage to kill the ADC, but there goes the jungler. Behemoth pops out. Creed going in, but still not quite enough to take down Jay. Double kill for Soul Reaper in that exchange. They've got their eyes on this mid-tier 2. May also be able to siege this inhib if they want and roll that directly into the Primal Fangtooth as well.
Lance, to be honest, go ahead and roll this one in for the win here. You don't even have to go for the Fangtooth. 30 to 40 seconds down as a team. You're 5'd up. Jay can't really do a lot here. Ooh,
has to turn himself out of this fight. Lobber, the only defense at this point is Jay has to walk himself back into this base. Core at 9%. That's game for Professors. And things just got a lot harder for Team Mythic as they move down into the losers bracket. Day's not over yet. Tournament's not over yet for them. But this was a very important one. Congratulations to Professors for picking that one up.
That was a great play there, Professors. Overall, low kill game, as we said. Everybody was used to sparks flying, lots of damage come out, lots of kills. Not that the case there. However, effective jungle play, good play by both teams. Focused on those neutral objectives, you said, a little bit more. We saw them head into the hands of Mythic early on. Shifted over to the Professors. They then capitalized on that, rolled that through. Nice play there in a team fight. Very good aggression. Nice ult in once again from Crazy. Want to say, Muriel could play that game. S tier. Came in at the perfect time, set up another set of kills. They will just run that down the mid. No Primal Fangtooth necessary to win this one. That Orb Prime, team just slammed it straight down to the face of the Mythic roster. Nice hit on the chin there, but like you said, not knocked out. Just a long fight. Got to rebuild your composure, fight through that loser's bracket, get your way up into that winning setup. This possibility is still there. Not going to take any away from Mythic. They are a very good roster, Lance, as you'd said.
And what an exciting way to start the day off. That means we've got so much more action coming towards you. I'm going to kick it back to our desk. HD Philly B, Bengal Mac Falcon. Tell us what you thought about that one.
Thank you, Lance and Rit. And we have a lot of thoughts on that. We were chattering basically that entire game. Bengal, I know you said you wanted to hit on this Appy Picker Grux. Tell us a little bit more about that.
I mean, he was Gruxin in the offlane. I mean, yeah, he kind of got single-dingled there for a minute, but that Ashbringer Grux is just so strong. And to pair perfectly with Crazy Fool on that Muriel, I know, Falcon, I know you wanted to talk about the Muriel pick yourself.
Yeah, for me, Crazy Fool was the MVP of that game quite easily. Just every single Virtual Fortune was used perfectly. It was just every single time that Muriel came into a team fight, so much damage was blocked, there was so much utility used, and I don't think there was a fight where Crazy Fool was part of that Professor's actually lost. I mean, just look at the one going on right now. Crazy Fool coming in at a perfect time, knocks up Lorber, allows Appy Picker to reset on his cooldowns and get the kill. Another time here, Survivor, yeah, he goes down low, but Crazy Fool just trying to do as much as he can to shield, and I think that was the main target that Professors played around, and I mean, they got the wins.
And speaking of the Muriel, I mean, Bengal, you were talking about throughout that match of how that changes your mentality in terms of items. We were seeing some awkward things like Astral Catalyst and Dread and things of that nature. I mean, is that really what the Muriel can do? It just shifts your thinking?
Muriel, it kind of mind controls you a bit on terms of builds, because you're like, man, the shielding is insane, and we need some type of, some way to counter it. I mean, we saw Zaras try to pull out a Demon's Edge, which very underused item, very not used item. I mean, there's a reason for it. We saw that the Astral Catalyst was built third on the gadget. It mind controls it because it's just like, now we have to be able to counter this Muriel. How am I going to fit that into my build path? So it forces you to build these items earlier, which makes you have a way less stronger power spike in that mid to late game. So it's such a good pick because you want to counter it, but by countering it, you set yourself back. So it's just such a strong pick in that duo lane.
And we kind of felt that on the gadget. Maybe the damage that she was putting out with those Tesla domes, they were just kind of fighting through it. They didn't really feel as impactful as we've seen that ultimate, and that's because of the build path that you're choosing, because that Muriel is in the mix. So a lot of interesting things. Falcon, we were watching some of those pit fights. Mav just didn't seem to be able to navigate into the back line, do what he needed to do on that Zaris.
I think there's just a bit too much CC with Appy Picker and with Creed on that rampage. Just wasn't able to get onto the backline at all, even with Contagion. And obviously, Contagion, if anyone has ever played against Morn, which I imagine most people have, it's just a nightmare to just coordinate with a team, even with comms. So the fact that he couldn't actually get to that, or the fact that he had to focus on the Fang Tooth, get that secure, which fair play to Mav, they did get 2 Fang Tooths compared to Professor's 1. But it just meant that the Tesla Dome and the microwave combo wasn't used to the highest opportunity that it could have. And at that point, it didn't really matter because Grim is just going to be absolutely chunking. Howitz is just going to be absolutely chunking. Jay just could not play the game at all in basically any situation. I think he had one good team fight overall, and that was about it. And even we saw in the 1v1 the Grim versus the Rev, where basically Jay still died. He was an entire item down, survived through the skin of his teeth. So overall, I don't mind the pick, but it just wasn't able to be played.
For sure. And Bengal, it was close until it wasn't. Seemed like there was that one, final push at the prime. They won it quickly there. The Professors rolled that in the shaper and then just ran it all the way home.
Yeah, I mean, it was close in the early bit, but man, it just felt like with that Muriel pick, they couldn't match the damage. I mean, Howitzer's pumping out all the damage. Grim just so much damage, and then you think, we have Tesla Dome, we could drop all this damage. We have the Revenant, but the Muriel shields just keep coming, stacking on, and then not only, and what this is people a lot of forget about. Not only do the mirror shields, you get the shielding, but it also pretty much stacks on the armor too. It gets the armor with the shield as well. So when you're throwing shields onto people like Grux that have that inherent armor in that kit, or on that rampage when you're building something like Gaia Greaves and those other items, they're getting armor stacked onto the shield. So it's like, yeah, we have the Tesla Dome, we have the Revenant, but it's just shield. Everybody gets a shield. Just Oprah Winfrey shields over here, and you can't do anything about it.
Yeah, very tough to chunk through, and because of their item builds, didn't have the damage to do it. Well, there's still more damage to be laid out here, folks, as more Predecessor action is on the docket. We're going to get to a short break. We'll be back in a few.
Another day, another demon in need of retribution. Demonkind now knows its place.
You were my master, my teacher. But all you really taught me was what it feels like to be betrayed.
Your insolence dishonors us all. Wukong! I told you to stay away.
Haven't you figured it out yet? I never listen. Not all bonds are physical, but in the end, they all break.
Welcome back, Predecessor people. It's HD Philly B and Falcon and Bengal Mac. We are here with you for our losers round 2. It's another best of 1, so anything can happen. I love a good best of 1. Bengal Mac, you know these teams well, Space Cadet and Midnight Anthem. There's a couple of players you're looking to highlight.
Man, I'm gonna do my best to not be biased, but I'm gonna be biased. All right, Midnight Anthem. Those are my boys. I play with these guys on the regular. The person I want to highlight, if you've probably seen him in your matches, you probably have heard him in your matches. The jungler, his name is Denim. He's been climbing up that rank leaderboard. You probably see him. I think he's in top 50 right now in the world. He is so good at the game. If Midnight Anthem can figure out a way to play through Denim or get Denim activated in the game, get him escalated, get him gold, I think they could really put a dent in this losers bracket. And as far as the duo lane Cursor, we know he's a bit of a chef. Sometimes he burns it, sometimes he cooks up something great. And then Wamba in the off lane, that dude just pushes W. He wants to fight. He loves the aggression in the off lane. Sometimes it bites him, but sometimes it's the reason why he wins the game. So Midnight Anthem is a bit of a smorgasbord as far as the team goes, but I love this team. Falcon, how much do you know about Space Cadets?
Then NA team. I do know some of them. I know it's Seeknix, I know Pacifist, I know B-Craze. B-Craze, in the past, I have been pretty impressed with how he has played. They've never really been able to... I don't know if they've come under Space Cadets before, but I know individually they have had breakout performances, but not really been able to push that far into those tournaments. And obviously they are in the lowest bracket now, so both of these teams, they are playing for their lives right now, best of 1 to try and get to that third round where we switch to that best of 3 format. In terms of who I think is going to be ahead in just terms of players, I can't really gauge it. I don't know these players as well as you do, Bengalback, or anyone else who plays on NA, but I think it's going to be interesting to see what we go with.
Yeah. Interesting indeed. Just to kind of set the stage, Midnight Anthem did play Nightshade NA in the first round. That was pretty close until it wasn't, and then they lost. They find themselves in the losers. Space Cadet played Chimney Smoke, lost that one in a best of 1, find themselves in the losers. We do have the draft, which we know can win or like make or break the game. I see Falcon, you're rubbing your hands together. Are we seeing more of the same here in terms of the bans?
Even with the first game we watched, though, there was actually a lot of targeted bans compared to what we saw last week, so it's kind of hard to say. I would still expect the big UA bans, the Renner bans, the Rampage bans, maybe the Krang as well. I still expect those 4 to be the main bans you see over the tournament. And if they have done their scouting on specific targets, there might be specific bans as well. Richter is not one I would expect, especially in the first half. I think Richter's good. I don't think he's ban worthy.
Yeah, definitely interesting. The Grux, the Rhino, we see that taken out. Denim played that pretty effectively across a number of games throughout the week. So just get that off the board. And we're seeing the Ure as well. They're just, I think, taking everybody that you would assume here, Bangle.
Yeah, I think that Richter pick is really targeted at Denim. He loves to play that in the jungle. Spotted's really not known for the jungle for the Richter. He likes to kind of play his casters, his enchanters. But Wamba, I mean, Grux is really kind of a good counter pick into what Wamba likes to do. He likes to kind of play his Kwang, he likes to play the Ure, which was targeted ban out of him. But we see that the Howie is going to get taken away from Midnight Anthem. I know Big Z in the mid lane, he's not a big fan of playing into that, but with that ban, that leaves Rena on the board for Space Cadets.
Yeah, and I want to talk about this matchup a little bit because we might see this more often than not. Is that Rena versus Howitzer Falcon? Who do you think usually wins that out when they're battling in the mid?
It's there's stages to it. I think level 1 Renner does win it. I think they have better push overall, but between that level 2 to level probably 6, 7, Howitzer does embody Renner pretty well if everything goes well, just because of the fact that every time Renner steps up to collect those souls, Howitzer has a lot of poke to deal with it, so you kind of have to play as the Renner of, do I want to collect souls, do I want to keep reserve my HP, and it does leave you on the back foot, but obviously Renner has that infinite scaling passive, so once we get to those late games, I think Renner's damage overall is stronger than Howitzer's. Saying that though, Howitzer still has plenty of damage, so neither of them are slouches. Also, not going to see that match up anyway, as we get plenty of picks coming through.
Oh, and I love this. So some beefy boys on the side of Midnight Anthem. You talked about the Kwong there, Bangle Mac. Who is that going to go on to?
I have a feeling that's going to be piloted by Denim. Such a strong jungler. His tether has such a big AoE, especially with the Skylar on the other team. Is able to kind of, even though she's in the air, able to kind of root her in place and get a lot of damage. Champ does a lot of true damage. And kind of with the meta right now and with the items that Kwong is building, he can go build pretty much full damage and tank a lot of it as well. We see here that Big Z is going to get his gadget pick. It's a kind of a staple for him. He likes that pick in the mid lane. It's safe, it's scaling, and they're going to be drafting for that kind of double AP, so that way Quag is able to be activated in those team fights as well. And we're going to see the Fang Mao being banned for the side of Midnight Anthem.
For sure. And Falcon, what do you think this final ban is going to be before it gets in? Let's see if you can make a prediction.
It's probably going to be an ADC. I would like to see the Grim ban here personally. I think it probably is going to be Twin Blast more likely, as I say it. There you go.
Let's go.
They've already picked their ADC. That was going to be the main 2 picks. The only reason I said Grim is because you already have the gadget shred. With that, Krangers might build a Flux Matrix as well, so there's a lot of coincidence you can build into the Grim, but obviously you're going to be very magically damage heavy with Midnight Anthem if they do go for that. Instead, they're going to go for the Revenant. And I want to go back to the Morn quickly as well, because we kind of glossed it over because obviously we had one in the previous game, but it's interesting to me how different the supports in NA play compared to the side of EU. They love the likes of the Morn. They like the tankier heroes a lot of the time, and I think Morn had a fine showing last game. I think they had a very interesting, we'll get to that pick in a second, but to me, I don't think the augment is as strong as the passive one. I think just having those extra slaps in the lane, in those team fights, just gives you so much more healing, gives you so much more damage, and I would like to see that. Let's go a bit more selfish as well, just have that tanky Morn instead of the healer Morn. But with an Aurora, I don't think you need that anymore.
Yeah, very interesting, because on the other side, I know, Bangle, you said Kwong might be on Denim in the jungle, but Rampage could be in the jungle, could also be the support. This last pick could really kind of knit the whole draft together, but you and I both raised our eyebrows on this Kalari pick. I do want to hit on that.
Yeah, so the Kalari pick, I'm assuming, is going to be piloted. I believe the jungler for Space Cadets is Indo, but I want to talk about something on Midnight Anthem's draft, just because I have a little bit of that insider knowledge. I think it's just that Rampage support with the I think that Rampage is going to be going to support, and I think the Zarus might be going into the mid lane with that Kwong going off lane. I was hoping for a second that the gadget was going to be going to support, because I know Spotted likes to play that a bit. But as far as the jungler goes, for the side of Space Cadets, Kalari, very kind of OP pick right now, very slept on. I know Ape, he likes to play that champ a lot. He's very strong on it. And right now, if that champ is able to kind of snowball a bit, especially being able to pick on some of these teams that maybe haven't been in the comp scene a lot, that lack of communication, that Kalari could really, really get under your skin and kind of get to you.
I just want to clarify.
Come back to that, Philly, sorry.
Yeah.
With the Kalari pick, I do think it's stronger than people think. I think that it's pretty good in a competitive play, especially against teams that are probably not as good of communication. But then when you look at the side of Midnight Anthem, who are you actually diving on? Because you can go into Revenant, but he's going to instantly reach you. Same with the gadgets. You can't dive on any of the 3 front lines. So I think Kalari's kind of in, unless they're 8-0 or something like that within the first 15 minutes, I think it's kind of in an unplayable situation in a team fight, unless you get very lucky. You have got a contagion to help with that, but I think there's going to be easier picks than this Kalari to go for with Space Cadets.
Yeah, a different jungler might have been more helpful for him, but you never know. It could be a pocket pick. This is a best of one after all, folks. So you got to put, maybe that's your best character. You have 1,000 games on it. You just got to be like, all right, we're running it. We're going to try to make it work. Bangle, I thought I heard you say, now correct me if I'm wrong, you said Zarus in the mid lane, or was that just a slip?
I think I might have misspoke. I think the
He
Zarus
definitely did say that.
Okay, all right.
I did not mean to say that. So I was thinking, the reason why it was a Freudian slip, I swear. I was thinking about Gadget in the mid lane.
There you go.
I was thinking that maybe we might see the Gadget support come out. Spotted likes to play the Gadget support into a Morn. That's just something that I've seen him be playing a lot. But he's going to run the traditional support. So he's going to run that Rampage support. So that's why I was like, wait, hold up. I think I might be cooking. I burnt it. So shout out Cursor. But with that being said, I really like the side of Midnight Anthem's draft. The biggest thing is they have to win the game in 25 minutes. This game has a timer on it. The scaling of Space Cadets is very strong. That Skylar can be very oppressive. Rena, if she gets her passive stacks. Kalari, if she starts getting those items, she can be very oppressive. Aurora, I mean, just a team fight champion. So Midnight Anthem, they have a clock set on them. If this game gets to 30, 35 minutes, it's not going to look good for them. They have to hit this. They have to use their early aggression. They have to play team fights well, snowball, and get the win. Get that first orb prime and push the W, get the core, and win the game.
Falcon, what's the win condition here for the Space Cadets then?
I think it's just playing around this Rena, let them scale up, give them support in that mid lane to allow them to look for something. I think you can do something in that mid lane with Kalari and the Rena that mesmerize into just a Kalari should be enough damage to get a kill in the early game, especially if you use a blink early on. I think you kind of just leave the Aurora to do their own thing, and Scarlet should be pretty safe in the dual lane as well. And saying that, obviously Kalari needs to get ahead in this game, and again, I think that's just going through the mid lane.
There you have it, folks. Each team, their win cons are set, and we are going to send it one more time to Lance and Ritterific.
A thank you to our desk. I'm still Lance. This is still Rit. A very interesting one here. I know we were both very excited to get this matchup specifically. Mac mentioned how he is boys with the Midnight Anthem team. We're also boys with this Midnight Anthem team. I do think that this draft is looking a little scary for them. I like what Space Cadets put together.
I mean, I love both sides there, right? They have a good front line, a good set of play here. They can play very well into this team. But like I said before, in the previous game, matchup I really want to focus on is the mid lane. I mean, you had talked about it previously before this match started. Matchup of Gadget and Rena. So the thing is, Gadget is going to scale regardless, right? She's going to continue to scale up, get those stacks so that she says to kill minions and get takedowns. However, Rena, a little bit more RNG, not guaranteed. She's going to be able to scale up, but it's not every time she kills a minion. It's going to be here and there, so a little bit more picky. So if you can get a focus in the mid lane, Big Z can get a good strong advantage, keep pushing, shoving down that lane, securing his stacks, trying to prevent anything he can from the Rena would be a good focus here. I do love the microwave combo. As you said, you and F6's favorite here. That'll be a focal point in this matchup. They can utilize that to secure down, hold down that Kalari, kill her, which we know did him very, very familiar with Kalari. Big Kalari enjoyer, very good with the character. So he knows his ways around it, knows how to counter it, generally knows how she wants to navigate and play the game, Lance. So I think that'll actually be the focus of my entire matchup, is how these junglers will split this one out. Will Denim be able to effectively play into the Kalari the way that he plays her and counter out?
And hold on a second, we need to bring some attention to something. This is a Morn offlane. This is an Aurora support. This isn't exactly what I was expecting to see overall here. I actually thought this was going to be a Zara's offlane and Denim on the Kwang here, which is an awful matchup for Zara's if they were into the Aurora. So everybody's flopping things around here. I do want to come back to this Kalari that you were talking about, however, though. I do believe Ape intentionally picks that to deny it from Denim. It is his most played hero, the person that he has the most success with when he plays rank. I also want to highlight the fact Denim very, 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 very used to playing with a Gadget in the mid lane and playing around that because his duo partner is a Gadget one trick. So we will have to see how this goes out, but Wumba, given the hands to Seeknik early as he gets the level 2 advantage and will push that Morn out of that lane early, it looks like.
And I have to ask, Lance, do you think maybe even the switch on support was maybe a little bit on the fly? Once they realized that the Rampage was locked in there, do you think the chance to shift over Aurora was maybe a last-minute decision to say, hey, we know the Rampage is going there, this is going to be our direct counter to it? Or do you think it was still intended?
Big Z getting hit early in this. I'll answer that in just a second. Here comes it. The big blink comes out, but put him on the board. Ape gonna put a dagger through the back as Big Z's head. Okay, so back really quick, just back to what you're saying. I think this is probably a comfort thing for Beat Christ. He is typically a jungler, so getting him on a hero that can play jungle probably pretty big. Ape very active early. Wumba's gonna die here too. Oh no, you've got a 2-0 Kalari at 2 minutes and 40 seconds. Falcon was saying if he gets to 8-0 super early, it might be very tough, and the only way that Kalari can play, it may be coming true.
It does look to be coming to us. We see active on the dual lane here as well. Beat Christ on a wall to try to get Cursor. Get some damage. I'm just going to back up. So far, as you said, Ape off to a great start. Lands the gank that Falcon had talked about. Choreographed it pretty much exactly as it happened. Laid down a Mez, was able to secure kill even through the chase. Then the beautiful rotation directly over to the solo lane. Another kill from Ape. A little bit behind on the kills here, but I do not count him out. Like you said, Kalari's still a squishy character, can still blow her up, but you cannot let her continue to roll. Cannot let her get into that mid lane, get another kill again on the same kind of trick. So maybe Z gonna have to play a little bit more cautious in this one. Slows things down, because if he extends up like that repeatedly, especially past that river line, he's just one Mez and a blow up away from Kalari getting another kill.
Audit pulls the rock out, but doesn't find the trigger. The dual lane for Space Cadets does have Denim warded out here on the Zarya, so they knew to put that into retreat. And if you're a Midnight Anthem here, you have to, calm the nerves down. This is an elimination game. Don't get too bent out of shape. Got to keep those mentals in check. It's early. It's only 2 kills. It's only on the Kalari. You can blow her up like you said before, Rhett. We got to take a big, deep breath and remember there's a lot of game left to be played.
There's plenty of game. There's a lot of scalability. And like I said, if the front line comes online here for Midnight Anthem, they can get beefy. I would expect that Kalari's pacing to slow down a little bit. All they really need to do is lay down one nice CC chain, and she's easy to eliminate. But are they going to be able to do that effectively in those teamfight scenarios or on those gank situations when those come over? I think the focus will be if the dual lane can stop that. There's going to be a point here where Ape's going to want to focus onto that, especially prior to these Fang Teeth objectives being on that left side of the map there. So if they're able to protect Cursor, maybe lay down that stun, get that kill, keep Kalari out of the way, that would be the play that they'd want to do. Denim can get a nice advantage there. Say he's not winning those fights per se, but if he can keep on top the objective play, that'd be crucial. As we see a split here, looks like teams are going to split Seedlings. Denim might not be able to secure it quick enough to where they can't rotate over and try to get the second one as well, but looks like they're just going to back up. Actually, looks like Abe's going to go to his jungler. There's not going to be a rotation over, so even split on those Seedlings, Lance. So then the next focus will be how they'll play around this first Fang Tooth objective.
Oh, AGT does have his eyes set on the Den, and the Stupor is not going to land. The coil will come through, but not anything close to the execute range. So he'll pick that river buff up for himself. Ape will look to invade this side jungle here. The 2 camp is down for Denim, though. Is he going to get caught shopping? Oh, no, Ape's on him. He will just come back to this T2. I think you got to be a little cautious here, Denim. Z is around the corner, but the Rena there as well, and they should just let these guys retreat. I do not believe it's wise to be aggressive into a 2-0 Kalari at 5 minutes.
It was a nice attempt there by Denim to try to get the kill. Maybe if Z had rotated over, laid down a speed gate to get some damage. But they still have to be aware of the fact that Rena is there. The ultimate was online, so she would have been able to come in and utilize that ult. Would have laid down a lot of damage, probably taking out Denim there. So good play there. Like the aggression to try to push back and show them that you're still willing to fight, but also more knowledgeable. Better the approach to back up, play that one safe. Is nice exchange here. Wumba not having the best handoff in the offlane right out into the Morn, but the Morn, that sustained Lance, that's going to be a focal point. If they can keep Wumba away from everything, away from objectives and team fights, I think that'll be beneficial because you do have that Morn ult being global, limit out that range, so he does still have an effect even if he's held down into that solo lane, has more overall value to the team. As we see the game
going
coming here
in, damage down onto Cursor, but he's going to get stunned out right away, loses about half the health bar on the Kalari here. I do want to shift back to what you are talking about on the opposite side, unless we get a team fight that pops off here. But that early gank out of Abe into the off lane makes a massive difference. Wumba starting to put a little bit of damage down to counter the things that I am trying to say. One more sword may be able to poke him down, but it will knock him out of it. Beakrace going to put a wall up to keep OC safe here.
Nice play there by Wumba. I was really hoping he'd be able to lay down and tether secure kill, but we gotta prepare. AGT rotating over. Cursor and Spot need to be watching out as the ult can come out here and lay down some damage on top of this mess.
Oh, Cursor gonna have to use that blink to get away, but Ape there to get the last hit of damage onto it. That's an ADC down for Midnight Anthem 3-0 early, and they've probably got their eyes set towards this Fangtooth now.
They should be rotating directly into that thing to still have some ultimates up. Kalari off to a 3-0 start, strong for them AP here. You have 4 members. Denim not going to be able to rotate in. If he is, it's a chance to him to just be able to hunt and steal that objective, which I do not believe he'll be able to do. It would not be the move I'd want to make, but there is some damage and a potential chance for some exit kills here, Lance.
Now, Denim is screaming that they can play this on the exits, I promise. But the Stupor comes down. Big Z going to get caught in the Horfrost as well. Tessadome comes down, but it's too late, and nobody's in it outside of AGT. Coliseum comes down, but they're stuck, or he's stuck in there with them. Instead of the opposite way still, they do get one trade back. It will be the Scholar that falls, but 5-1 right now in favor of Space Cadets, and they get the first Fangtooth of the game.
I like to say that this puts a nice highlight onto what Kalari can do. People often are misjudged by the character, believe that she's not strong or she's too squishy. I think that's just the ability of people to not understand how the kid is utilized. Ape doing a very strong showing of what it is and how to effectively use the character to play more so for those early ganks, then continue to use that snowball effect rolling throughout the matchup. It was a nice rotation, and I will say there for Midnight, though, they had a chance to secure some X kills. Unfortunately, when able to lay down their abilities into quite the succession, they needed to blow up more characters than just the Skylar. But as the scalability happens, Lance, I think we will see some more of those exchanges fall into the hands of Midnight Anthem. They just need to make sure that they can eliminate that Kalari to any attempts that they see her show up on the map.
Yeah, that's, has to be pretty much the only plan that they have. They did the support roam over here, trying to target Wumba. Really good walls from B-Craze. So far early in this game, Wumba does find the little bit of a hole. Double tether will also keep him safe here, but very likely going to have to get a reset Ape on this side as well. So hopefully Wumba doesn't just W key back at this 2v1 here.
And he's going to have to watch out as he does, as we see Ape starting this mini prime here, which is good because with this duo lane, his support coming over, we'll be able to lay down some damage. You get a reset for the solo laner, and he's actually going to reset. It's going to move over to that mini prime as well. If they hand this off to the Morn here, it does help them a little bit more into that lane, but I would expect to see it go on to, as we do, the Kalari here or the Sports Sis. We saw both them being very mobile and moving throughout this map in the beginning course of this match. That'd be the way to hand it. You want to hand to one of those characters that's going to have a presence across more of the map than a single lane. So good hand here. If you're on the Space Cadets, off to a very strong start. Good display. 8 needs to keep this thing rolling, as we'd mentioned, if he wants to have the true effect he needs to have. But I will say, there's a strong chance that there could be a counterplay here out of Midnight Anthem to say, hey, Kalari's going to be aggressive. We know she's going to try to get a pick and go for a tower. How can we put her on the exposure, get a kill on her, eliminate that buff off the team, and try to get things more leveled out? I think that'll be the focal play here from Midnight Anthem as we see them kind of skewing through here. Make sure he's getting some vision. Maybe try to get a kill here in the mid lane, but Rena, that mobility is going to be able to hold on, get her way out of there. Floats right up. Never mind. Skylar, excuse me, as I was wrong there, Lance. Going to back right up. No usage of Blink, so thing is here is I'm seeing a lot of the abilities not being exposed. We see Wumba now running down Seeknix here onto the Morn, and will it be enough? See a flash come out, and once again, Lance, he's going to escape by the hair on his head that is very thin at this one, I'd imagine, but Denim going to try to get a Spear Mirror here for a kill.
You thinking about me, Rit, with that thin hair joke? Here comes the Coliseum. Seeknix now under the tower. Denim will be able to get that. That's a Coliseum stack. Uses the blink to get himself out, and hopefully he can utilize the short blink or short recall timer to get out before the Rena can get there. Yes, he will be able to. Seeknix now losing a minion's worth or a wave's worth of experience under that tower. However, the Rena will be able to pick this up. So a little bit of life comes out. Denim gets that first Coliseum stack, try to get that ball rolling a little bit. But to me, no flame here, but it really feels like Midnight Anthem is not on the same page with each other. These guys have to sync up. They have to try to get in line with what they are trying to accomplish. They're losing their 3 camp to the support, which just feels absolutely terrible if you're the jungler for Midnight Anthem. But these guys got to get on the same page. They got to get aligned. First, are getting engaged on without spotted loss around. Reckoning is going to come out. He should be able to walk this back into it, but he gets soloed by the support here. It would feel very bad. He does not, is still going in towards this fight. Behemoth comes out. Denim comes in as well, but walks directly into the Horfrost. Coliseum not available to stop B-Craze as it was just used over onto this Morn. So no deaths going to come out, but a lot of ultimates and cooldowns expended.
Denim going to walk his way across the ward here as he comes to mid lane, so his vision is known, so Clark knows where he is this time as he's rotating, so always nice to know where the opposing jungler is. As you said, would have loved to have had a Coliseum there. Not saying it's going to for sure be your chance to secure a kill. Maybe a rock sets up a better play into a shield stun to maybe blow up the Aurora there and get Krace out of the way. However, so far, great play by the teams, but I will say, you said, there seems like there's a little bit something off here with this Midnight Anthem team, whether it's the mindset or just a general communication. Things moving very fluid for Space Cadets as they're already here onto this next objective. Looks like they'll be able to secure this one freely. 3 members from Midnight Anthem now coming that direction. Once again, it's the chance for him to do anything here is going to be on X kills. Is it going to be a microwave? Is it going to be a good CC stun? It's going to be none of those things, Lance. Denim's going to take this 4 camp knowing that he has to surrender that buff. His team isn't postured to do much there. Wamba going to simply take a reset here as well. Probably get himself back to lane. There is an attempt for a gank, but we're looking at the Space Cadets roster simply backing here outside of that Fangtooth pit. Nice second objective there for them so far. Neutral objectives going in the favor of the Space Cadets, and Midnight Anthem just off rotation a little bit. Something is missing, Lance. I'm not sure if it's a communication, if it's a right big play to build up some momentum, but whatever it is, they need to get it back in gear and get it under control.
And I believe in the boys on both sides of this here. This game definitely not completely out of control yet for this Midnight Anthem. They do have that reliability. We've talked about this a little bit. Big Z does have reliable, dependable scaling on this gadget. It's a little bit more RNG on the Rena as she has to rely on the essence to drop with that 50-50-ish chance on all of the minions. However, Big Z sitting at 0-3-1, gonna be well behind this Rena for the rest of this game.
It was a nice rotation here. So we see good communication definitely has to be coming out here as Space Cadets. The rotation up from Kalari coming well. Not going to get the abduct there, but however, Ape is there to try to lay a kill.
And Denim trying to do what he can, but he is down 2 levels to Ape here in this jungle. They need to try to slow this game down. Going to try to sit in their lanes, get this farm. There comes the Cryosism. Reckoning comes out in response, immediately spotted. Has his eyes set on to OC here, but a wall actually going to stop the Skylar from getting out. They're going to drop that down, and Skylar will flash away here. Also want to shout out OC here. Stepped in very last minute to replace Pacifist on this team. So although he is coming in late, is technically a sub for them. Looking like there's a lot of coordination and a lot of familiarity between B, Crace, and OC over here in this lane.
I think that dual lane's playing very phenomenal in my opinion, Lance. The play into the kill lane that is what you want to do with Revenant, get those explosive kills. Craig's doing a very good job of zoning him out, utilizing that ultimate to the Horror Frost, forcing out the ultimate from the Revenant, and then at that point, not able to do the damage and kill down that they want to do onto the Skylar. So OC, as you said, stepping in, playing as effective as he can. Communication on that team has to be at this point S tier. We had talked about what it was and how we thought they were effectively moving together as an overall team better than what Midnight Anthem is. And so far, looks like things are working out exactly as they had planned it. We saw some good plays there out of Midnight Anthem, but unable to secure any kills right now. And that's going to be what they need to do. It's either needs to be a large kill or a large team wipe out with these objectives to take things and shift it fully into their favor, because right now another mini prime going into the hands of this Space Cadets roster has to feel very demoralizing if you're on the side of Midnight Anthem.
And Wumba does not know that they are on that. Is going to find out as soon as they kill this here. However, he's between a rock and a hard spot. There are 4 people over here on this side. Actually, Ape going to go the opposite direction, but there is nowhere for Wumba to escape. You're going to use this blink right away. Stupor lands onto him. That Mez may be crucial. Big Z once again going to fall here in the mid lane. Wumba will escape over here, so gets a lot of attention here. Do have 3 people on Wumba somehow able to make his way out, but look at Ape, the MVP of this game so far, 6-0-1, 158 CS. He's maintaining 10 CS a minute, and he is ganking every opportunity that he gets. That's what you want out of your jungler.
Going to get him the mid tower as well here with that mini prime lance, and a chance to do a little bit of potential damage to the second tower as well. Wamba playing well, secured, gets his way out of there, even though he has the large gank. However, on the other hand, not the same for Z. Z a little bit overexposed there, extends out across that mid lane line, trying to get some tower damage because he knows they got the objective and they're rotating towards Wamba. However, as you'd mentioned, didn't realize that Ape had snuck his way on in and was able to blow him up with the Kalari, as we see him now once again making a move over. However, Midnight Anthem going to get out of this one. Should see a chase come down as Morn postured to take some damage here and set up a kill for his team.
Behemoth starts right away. We'll have to see if they decide to follow or not. Yes, the TP does come out. Going to use this pounce to get out. Reckoning comes through, but they're using these defensively instead of offensively. It will stop a bit of the Abyssal Rift damage. Coliseum now 2 pops out. The stasis will not be enough to save AGT's life so early. Starting to look okay within this trade for the side of Midnight Anthem. Denim still pressing forward here onto them. Big Z around. No Touch the Dome available as he used it as he got popped there in that last little engagement. Ape over here on the side, they do see him. So the first little bit of life, I would say, that we've seen out of Midnight Anthem, the first exchange goes well for them, and they were at a man at disadvantage within that.
And now we're seeing this 3 camp once again be taken by Space Cadets. Good play by them overall to try to slow down and mitigate Denim. They know that he's probably one of the larger threats of this team. He's going to be a part of the large fighting of this team that they need to have to be able to set up large kill potential onto all their members. But any way they can, they've been able to hold him down, whether it's forcing him to rotate to places he doesn't want to be at that exact timing, or just taking out his jungles, or in this case, Lance, the large port, taking those neutral objectives. So we see these teams posturing around this third Fangtooth. Midnight Anthem does not want to surrender this one over freely, but I think it might come at a cost, Lance.
They can't give this up. They have to fight for this. It's going to be so tough for them if they give this out. Seeknix does not have the Eclipse quite available yet. Denim is going to turn off of this. They've got their eyes set onto Ape. If they're able to pick this off, get this shutdown, it's going to be massive, but it'll be Denim who falls first in this fight. Ape able to escape out the back with that mobility. Tesla Dome comes down and is burning through them, but not quite enough. That's going to be 3 members already of Midnight Anthem down. They have traded 2 back the opposite way, but now that's for Cursor, the only one remaining. A triple kill for AGT early in this. No T1 tower for Cursor to fall back to. Does use this blink. Gonna have to keep himself safe. Ape gets the reset off. That should be third Fangtooth, and a great team fight for the Renna here. It feels like Space Cadets is squeezing the necks of Midnight Anthem.
Yeah, so we're seeing that advantage we talked about, the guarantee of stacks for the gadget not quite panning out here for the Big Z. Seems to be getting himself slightly out postured into some of these fights and being exposed, and then they're utilizing that to maximum effect. Ape has used that, killed him many times before these objectives, or just between and before those team fights, and that, I believe, is what's holding back Midnight Anthem here. The ability to expose that mid laner and take out a large amount of that team damage, or the team play that is that microwave between the Coliseum to the Tesla Dome, and it's been working effectively for them at this time. If they can continue to do that, keep Z out of the fight, or just eliminate him before those fights begin, I believe this one should fall quickly into the hands of the Space Cadets, Lance.
I think that it's looking that direction as well. 5 kill lead, 3 Fangtooth up. Coliseum comes down onto Ape right away, but he should be able to just jump over the ledge of this here. A little bit of peel from the Renna, also going to thwart the attempts from Denim, but it's still maybe on here. Good sword going to land, but the Fury of the Heavens not going to be enough to take Ape out, as he had just walked out of the range of that tether, and they will lose the T1 tower over in the off lane in response to this.
Oh no, Lance, I saw a great rotation over there from Midnight Anthem, and I thought that was their chance to secure the kill onto Ape, get a little bit of kills onto the team, maybe 1 or 2 more, get an objective, and now we're seeing the handover back over to the Space Cadets as we see Ape coming in to get active, and he's going to try to steal this objective and get some kills, Lance.
B-Cray splits that fight early, gets Cursor isolated. The Abyssal Rift comes out as well, followed immediately up by the Stasis, which will mitigate the damage from that Tesla Dome. Wumba going to be the first one to fall, but then he'll be joined by 2 other members of Midnight Anthem. Cursor once again having to use this Reckoning defensively to run away, but they're still going to pursue him. The root will come out, which will stop the abduct. Stupor also going to go wide, but they are just harassing Cursor here, doing everything they can to get towards him. They also lose the Shaper in the situation. Big Z gonna have to try to play a little bit of defense, but yes, Space Cadets flying through the stratosphere, flying through the cosmos, looking like they're going to advance in this tournament so far.
And it's just a great overall play by the team. It's not one specific champ, though. We are seeing the great start here by Ape, the 8-0-4 start with the Kalari, which is what they needed to roll to really show a dominant performance. But it's not just that, Lance. It's the overall team rotation and communication and overall play and utilization of their abilities that has had this one in the favor of the Space Cadets versus the Midnight Anthem.
And the 20-minute orb prime surely about to be secured by them. Yes, they get it spotted coming to try to maybe take a peek at it, but there was no way to get in here onto this. Denim finding that the majority of his blue side also down. Not a lot of farm left for this Zarus to pick up, as Ape has done a fantastic job of invading and kind of choking him down well above the 10 CS a minute mark right now on that. Falcon kind of called it on desk here. He said, you know, it might be tough for this Kalari to play the game unless they can get to the 8-0 mark around the 15-20 minute mark. Well, here we are at 21 minutes. Ape is 8-0 and like 5 right now, and in control of this game and kind of setting the pace for Space Cadets.
Couldn't have foreshadowed that one any better there from Falcon, to be honest. I mean, Lance, that's as good as it gets. I mean, the depth number exactly accurate. But it's the overall play, not just by Ape, but by his teammates as well, to take those 3 camps, to take those 5 camps when they can. Any invading by the jungle that they can do, Space Cadets is doing, and they're doing it very effectively. They have Denim in out of place in his placement, but in their place, he's in the right place at the wrong time, getting themselves very well set up into these objectives and these team fights. As long as they continue to proceed to steal all those jungles and continue to suffocate this Midnight Anthem team, I expect these Space Cadets to take this one straight to the top.
And they do have decent wave clear here on the side of Midnight Anthem. It's going to be tough 20 minutes in to stop the Orb Prime minions, but Gadget very hard to push into just kind of in general. However, Space Cadets does not have to commit 5 men to a lane at any point within this match. They've got an advantage even in a 4v5 situation with the gold lead that they have generated and with this third Fangtooth that they have up. So they can take their most powerful member like Ape, they can put him in a side lane, make sure that they're securing and netting that T2. It'll also be trivial for them to get this mid one as well. Denim and Spotted Lost looking to try to get an engagement on here. Billy OC is low in the backside. Coliseum comes down, but a little bit of separation from the teams here. Denim now behind enemy lines, gonna have to try to turn around and run away from B-Cray. Seeknix has a nice Mesmer that comes down. Snooper comes up, does land onto Cursor. What a Rift Walkers out of that Aurora. Tesla Dome going to answer to peel the ADC for Midnight Anthem away. So it's a 1-for-1 trade, but you'll take that if you're in Midnight Anthem shoes right now with the Orb Prime on the side of Space Cadet still.
You will take that support for carry kill. However, Lance, the overall exchange is not what you want. Not only do you lose that fight, or you do take that fight, get that 1-for-1, but you lose some T2 towers, and we're seeing a nice rotation over here once again from Ape trying to get a kill on the Den. Will he be able to escape this one or not?
Yeah, shout out to the guys that are going to start to try to potentially get him out. No tier 2 tower comes down here. There's the Cryosystem. Denim surely going to be the next member to spend some time. Oh, I lied to you. Denim survives. That Snooper comes out. I lied to you again. It looks like Denim will. Oh, no, who cares? Okay, he does fall. There it is. Boom. Thanks for not making me look totally stupid there. And that is not great. Primal Fangtooth is up. The jungler for Midnight Anthem down for the next 40 seconds.
Down for 40 seconds and the lane prio is in your favor. This should be a chance for your team to rotate directly in, get that Primal Fangtooth. Even if they rotate in at this point with the Midnight Anthem, I don't think there's enough potential for them to lay a lot of kills, or at this point, Lance, the most important part, still that objective. Without your jungler that they smite, now we're going to see them try to take the Shaper, keep that prio even better in their favor. However, during this time while they're taking it, the lanes are going to shift back a little bit into Midnight Anthem's chance to try to rotate over and get a play onto the Fangtooth. This is more of a benefit for them. There's a chance for them to make it back, but it's not going to be quick enough because this damage is going to come down fast. They will melt this objective. So now, Primal Fangtooth in their hands. They've had complete control of the neutral objectives. Lance, I couldn't see a way that this one doesn't end in favor of the Space Cadets.
I can't either. And all of that wave prio that Midnight Anthem had started to try to kind of collect, completely mitigated by these seedlings now marching down all 3 of their lanes. They are already down 2 tier 2 towers. They still have the mid T1 up on the side of Space Cadets here. Ape looking to be aggressive as he should be. Double buff no longer on them as the Orb Prime has expired. However, Primal Fangtooth, much more important of a buff at this point. Mid inhib is going to fall. Ape gonna go in and look at the damage onto Cursor. Just instantly deleted. Coliseum comes down, but with no ADC, the damage not necessarily there to be able to follow it up. Tesla Dome will chunk them out a tiny little bit, but not really what you would be looking for. Seeknix should be able to heal the majority of them up. Rock will land onto B-Crates, but the support, not the person you're looking to poke down here. And we have a wave crashing over on the left side of this map. They may look to try to get a second inhib here, Rit.
And there's a good chance they get it here. If it's not this first push, it could be the next one. If this team gets aggressive, the Space Cadets will be able to take advantage. One kill coming out there, another one in the pocket, take out Wumba, one of their crucial players. This is what you needed if you're on the side of Space Cadets.
And Spotted Loss going to take a bunch of damage. Good security gate will land onto 2 of them. Seeknix tanking the inhib. The hat should kill Seeknix here. Not quite enough damage. The tree gonna be able to walk himself back into the forest. And Space Cadets looking to potentially siege this core here. They may hit a reset. I think that may be smart of them. They are pretty low. Denim has his eyes set onto Ape, but with the rest of the members of the Space Cadets around, it would not be wise for him to continue to go forward here, and he recognizes that. So, big swing. I don't know if swing's the right word, but big play for Space Cadets. They get 2 inhibs here with the exchanging of the buffs. They are in complete control of the neutral objectives of this game. They got the Shaper. They've gotten 2 mini primes or 1 mini prime. They've got the Orb Prime now. They're 4-0 in Fangteeth. They just have to keep the spaceship pointed in the right direction, and they should be cruising to the next round, like I said earlier.
Hey, they should be cruising. They're going to start this objective right away. You have 2 inhibitors down. If you do anything, you either posture around it, stall, let those lanes keep pressure, and then force a fight, or you have them come in and force a fight they don't want to have. And during that time, if you land those kills, you simply walk this one in for the win, Lance. You get your chance to say, hey, you're going to come in here, try to get a steal. We kill out your jungler, maybe a few additional pieces, and then we move ourselves into a quick win with these lanes pushing. We see that left lane is already nearly at the core now. Might get a spawn minion wave there to stall that one, but not the next. It does stall that one as we see the team fight break out here with your Prime Denim going down, Lance.
Denim going down. Tesla Dome comes out as well. Abyssal Rift out of AGT. Going to start pumping this damage down. Or Prime also picked up on the side of Space Cadets. Reckoning comes through. AGT has his eyes set on the cursor. What a stupor max range. Able to pick that kill up, get himself a double early within this. And now with only 2 members as Wumba will fall as well, it does not look fantastic for Midnight Anthem. 1 super minion wave already crashing down towards the core. They're going to try to get spotted here if they're able to. That's a triple kill for Ace. Why not? He's been the MVP of this game so far. Might as well be the MVP of the last fight as well. Space Cadets should be able to just march towards this core.
And Lance, this one, they might as well take, Space Cadets might have loaded up the Midnight Anthem team and put him in the spaceship and took him up and dropped him out there because they've suffocated him. There's no room to breathe here. A very dominating performance here by the Space Cadets. Z, the only remaining member to try to defend something with that Prime buff, not able to do enough. Nice play here in this round by the Space Cadets and phenomenal performance there from Ape on the Kalari.
And in space, nobody can hear you scream. Nobody could hear Midnight Anthem and what they were trying to accomplish there because Ape was in control of that game from that jungle roll. From the 3-minute mark on, it was completely in that Kalari's hands. They were able to utilize, do the things that they were looking to do. They played that perfectly. Space Cadets looking very sharp.
I mean, great overall play there. I think it was just communication by the team and just comp in general. The rotations were some of the best I've seen in a while, Lance. They were at every place at the right time, whether it was those early ganks you said from the Kalari to the placement of B-Crace with the walls or in the lanes where he was properly placed when he moved over to that solo lane, was able to help with that mini Prime. There was just an overall communication that happened to seem to exist more effectively for the Space Cadets than what we saw at Midnight Anthem. I don't know if that was just a stalled gap in the mental or if that was just overall strategic play that was better by one team than the other.
Who knows, but they controlled the neutral pits, objectives wins games. We say it all of the time. Congratulations to Space Cadets, but I am interested to hear what our desk has to say. Take it away, Philly.
Thank you, lads. Always good to hear from you. HD Philly B back on the desk with Falcon and Bangle Mac. Falcon, in our desk segment, you mentioned if this Kalari gets, 8 kills by the 15-minute mark, it's going to be GG's. And by our calculations, had 6 by that time point.
6, yeah, had a few assists, so it depends on how you count it. But I was pessimistic about the Kalari at the start. There was not many targets for it to go on. I think that you really need to get ahead. And fair play to Ape. He played brilliantly well. He did exactly what I said was needed to do, which was focus down the mid lane, get AGT ahead in that mid lane, allow him to stack up and get to those easy kills on the gadget, especially if they blink. They blinked in the first blood as well, so you could then re-gank that mid lane once again, get enough kills to then be able to be in a position to kill the tankier members of Midnight Anthem. And the rest of the team, they facilitated the Kalari brilliantly. HDT as well had a great game on the Renner, which probably helps the fact that Renner is just busted at the moment, and the rest of Space Cadets proved their worth.
I do want to talk about that Demon Witch. Bangle, you're kind of our mid lane extraordinaire right now. I mean, this Renner just so strong, getting doubles and triple kills throughout this match.
All right, let this be a lesson to everyone out there, whether you're gold or silver. Shout out Rizzy, all my silver pals. If Rena's on the board, don't ban Howie. Okay, don't do that. That's not good. Not a great execution. Not sure what our pick spans were there. We kind of threw draft from off rip by taking out the counter pick of Rena to be able to bully her early, preventing her from getting her stacks, taking her out of her game, and then you're going to ban it, allow it to get first pick, and then we're going to pick Gadget, who really doesn't really punish her a whole lot, and then we catch ourselves being overextended in the mid lane. Kalari is able to kind of pick on Wumba, who wants to push that W key and was able to take advantage of that, is able to take advantage of Gadget in the mid lane. Like, I'm surprised that we went Gadget in the mid lane. I would have liked to see more of a Gideon there, especially, you know, a big AoE ult to go with the Tesla Dome. Plus, you give yourself some mobility against that Kalari. I wish I would have seen something different in the mid lane, and maybe the game would have gone a hair differently. But man, I hate to see it. Denim, you're my boy. Put some respect on the dude's name. He was gaming to the best of his ability. I would have loved to see him on the Kalari pick instead of Ape. But man, Space Cadets wins it. They go on to the next round. They played extremely well. Lance touched on it. Their ADC kind of stepped in as a sub and played extremely well. So I'm excited to see what they continue to do on for the rest of this tournament.
Falcon, you said you looked like you had something you wanted to say. I saw the pen rise up.
No, I was writing down what Bengal Matt said. He said write it down. I wrote it down. That's how we all do. I'm not a mid player, so you know everything that we learn is very useful, especially on the desk. But I mean, I think there's a few things that Space Cadets Midnight even could have targeted Space Cadets more. I think they could have focused down that off lane a bit more. The Morn going the Fist of Azure instead of the Catalytic into the Krang probably gave a opportunity for that Krang to get ahead if they so wanted, having rotate then into the mid lane, use that tether on the Judgment of the Heavens to bring Renna back down from the sky. So there was opportunities I think that Midnight Iron can take in that game, but it's just obviously that is not what happened. Space Cadets did take the game, especially with the objectives, and they're still alive in the tournament.
They sure are. They'll be moving on to the lower bracket round 3. My friends, we still have a lot of action up ahead. We've got, I think, 2 or 3 more matches we are going to be streaming for you in the PCC NA qualifiers for our fall series. These guys, they've been fighting it out all morning long as we head into the afternoon. I'm excited for it. Bangle, one final question for you here, Frank, 'cause I know you'll be casting something a little bit later, which I'm excited for. Is there a team that you're looking to see out? I know we have a lot of teams like Professors and Flow State, etc. Is there one team you're looking at the most?
I mean, you kind of already mentioned them a bit, and we've already seen them on this. I'm a bit biased. I love Profs. When we were at LAN, I went and had Korea barbecue with them. I learned how to use chopsticks with Soul Reaper. One-on-one. We hang out. We had a good time. I got to meet all of them personally. I saw them at LAN. I saw what their capabilities of, and I think they're on a really another level than what we've seen previously. So personally, they're my pick to win the whole thing. I think they're super fun to watch. I think they're a fun team in comms wise. Great mentals all around, and I think the meta also benefits them a lot. Creed is not afraid of picking kind of those bruisery tank players as we saw with the Rampage. Soul Reaper, I mean, we see that dude's got literally everything in the bag in the mid lane, so that 2v2 they can always draft is really strong. So that's just my team that I'm looking forward to seeing for the rest of this tournament.
And Falcon, I know you're the EU specialist, but on the NA side, I know you know these top teams as well. Anybody you have your eye on?
Well, if Bengalman gets to be biased, so am I. And that is going to be, like saying, EU. They're the only EU team that we have in the tournament for the NA side. We saw them last week. They are going to do me proud, I hope. They're playing against Mac 10 right now in the upper bracket round 3. So that is going to be an absolute bang on the match that we unfortunately did not get to see today. But if anyone wants to go and watch that match, I imagine that there'll be on Meta City links and you can watch it yourself. But that's who I'm hoping for. Again, ping exists, unfortunately. Just spam the memes stretched out. You know what to do with that. But for me, that's who I'm looking forward to.
For sure. I think I'm looking at Mach 10. They've had a couple of roster changes that I think benefit them in the long run. So definitely a strong team. And they've always been a strong team, but just gotten that much more strength in their roster. So, folks, that'll be it for us on the desk. It's been a pleasure rocking with you, gents. We'll see y'all on the other side.
The battlefield has changed forever with update 1.8 as Predecessor enters a new era. Welcome to World Shift. World Shift Cataclysm transforms the battlefield mid-match, unleashing pure chaos and raw destruction while opening up entirely new strategic opportunities. Before the destruction begins, a new enemy stirs. Seedlings are new creatures that spawn in the river, growing stronger as the battle goes on. Destroying a seedling grants gold and experience to those who hunt them before they transform into the Shaper, a powerful new foe that when defeated, triggers the world shift, sending powerful seedlings down each lane while the battlefield collapses into chaos as a cataclysm tears the sky apart, unleashing a storm of meteors while reshaping the whole landscape around you. Paths crack open where none existed before. Meteor strikes scatter jagged rocks to block familiar sightlines. Gold plants sprout up, rewarding those bold enough to claim their bounty, and geysers erupt to launch heroes into new heights of battle. Cataclysm is only the first of several world shifts to come, each designed to rewrite the battlefield and spark new strategies in the heart of battle. World Shift marks the dawn of a new era. Experience it today in Predecessor on PlayStation, Xbox, and PC.
Hello and welcome back to the PCC. We're over here in North America this time around, and I've got Lance and Falcon this time around to jump into our best of threes. We're getting into the nitty-gritty. We've got the Wailing Whales in front of us, as well as Zolo. And Lance, you've always got your pulse right on, you've always got your finger right on the pulse of the community. And when we talk about culture, we got to talk about Zolo, maybe vice versa. Controller Squad, that's a whole new can of worms to jump into.
So it's Wailing Whales, actually, that is the controller squad here. They've won the controller-only tournaments a few times, sticking together through playing those controller-only ones together. It'll be interesting to see if they, like, kind of change the way that the bans work within here. Me, personally, if I know that the enemy ADC is a controller player, Skylar's off the board every single time. They're going to start with a Quang ban here. I also expect to see a Ure. We just got it whispered into our ears. Ure 100% picked and banned so far through this tournament. I don't expect that trend to change at all. And there's the Skylar.
There's the Skylar for sure. The Quang Falcon taking off the board as well. Last week we saw some of the European stuff. A lot of continued looks in Europe, but a large difference as we jump over here. We got two best of ones in our pocket already. And so as far as our picks and bans are concerned, Skylar more particular here. Ure, though, everybody hates Ure.
Hates is a strong word. I think a lot of people love playing Ure, but I think
really
a lot
don't
more.
like her.
A lot of people don't like playing into Ure, so that's just going to be removed from the board. No one wants to deal with that. Redder, I expect to be the last ban. It might be a Grux as well. Grux has been seen quite a lot. This is the big change that I found with NA and EU. It's just the priority on this Morn. Both games we've seen so far today have had the Morn in play. You see the Morn ban here, obviously, and compared to EU, I don't know the exact specifics of how many times Morn was picked, but we barely saw it on stream. So to me, that is a crazy ban, but I guess the NA teams just have had scrims in it, and it's just been too oppressive.
Yeah, definitely something that we did not see. I mean, I don't think we saw any on stream at very least. Off stream, maybe one. So kind of a wild thought over there. As far as the Rampage is concerned, now the last time around, last month or last over at LAN, Rampage not so spicy over in North America, now picking up steam, seeing him picked up first here overall. And then there's that Grux you were talking about being so powerful. The Muriel along for the ride here, Lance. Kind of a vanilla draft at the moment. There's anything that's really piquing my interest.
It's definitely what you're kind of used to seeing at this point. I would expect Zolo to go incredibly CC heavy here outside of this Muriel, though. I kind of talked about this with the first game of the day. Muriel can be incredibly strong. However, you have to pair it with a lot of CC because she doesn't really provide that for herself. I got to go back to Wailing Whales here. Shinbi incredibly strong right now, in a very good spot within this meta, can really take games over. Also able to play either that jungle role or that offlane role. This Rampage here also pretty flexible, can be support, can be offlane, can be in the jungle. Howitzer definitely going to go to the mid. That's the strongest mid laner in the game right now. Don't at me about it. And Wailing Whales, I like the comp they're putting together so far early within this, just like based off the strength of the heroes specifically.
I want to go. I want to
add one thing.
Go ahead, Falcon.
Yeah. I just talk about the Renner, because something that we talked about at the start of this, where we talked about bans, but it hasn't been picked at all. This Wraith here is highly likely that it's going to be mid lane. I feel like I just don't see Team Zolo. I'm just looking at the picks so far for Foe in the mid lane. Has picked Simbi once, has picked Howitzer once. Wailing Whales have picked up both of those picked up already. And if you're going to go to Renner, you would have picked it here, because Wailing Whales most likely will ban it away anyway here. So I think this is going to be a mid lane in the Wraith.
Yeah, Wraith can deal with the Howie in a way by he can just outrange, and Howie wants to be aggressive, and you can just say, hey, I'm not going to really engage with that over there. So good look over there. Minor note, I might rustle some jimmies here, but I want to bring up the idea of the controller, how big of a difference it is. Shinbi, I like that pick specifically for the controller squad. Lance, am I speaking nonsense, or does that make sense?
I mean, I like the pick, but I don't think it necessarily matters if you're on controller or not for it. I do think that this Wraith does make a big difference if you're on controller or not. So picking that away from Wailing Whales, I think, makes a pretty big difference. Also, fantastic into Howitzer. Howitzer is about this big on the screen, so very easy to land those snipes onto it. Also going to pick this Twin Blast up, so most of the staple ADC controller picks kind of taken away here with the Wraith, the Skylar, and the Twin Blast already taken away. Wailing Whale's now going to get Jay Heffel onto the Sparrow. I like that there's a lot of ability to protect it. The Richter also going to complement that very well. There is still a lot of flexibility out of this Wailing Whales comp as well. Not super sure where all of these picks are exactly going to end up.
Yeah, in general, I feel like the Howie and the Sparrow, we've got kind of a little bit locked down, but some ambiguity there on the big boy side for sure. And so, Falcon, we've got our 4 out of 5 locked in here on the Zolo side, largely understood where our Twin Blast is going to go and our mid laner. And we've got the Seraph Angel coming through, which doesn't really answer any questions as to where people are going to go on this one either.
It definitely doesn't. I'm looking at what they have played in the past, and that doesn't help at all, because neither of them have played Seraph or the Grux. If I was in Team Zolo right now, I would believe you're probably going to have that Grux in the offlane. You're going to have Seraph in the jungle, allow Seraph to snowball their mind out. Another thing I do want to point out is I have a sneaking feeling this is going to be a Richter jungle and a Rampage support. I think that makes more sense with the Sparrow, just have that long range CC, which is a bit easier to hit than the Rip Blast, especially on a controller, and allows you to just get those sniped with that Sparrow. But we got to talk about DSF for a little bit longer, I feel like, because it's something that we haven't really seen. It used to be really, really strong about 1.6, about 2 patches ago, around the summer series. We saw some monstrous carry games on that in the jungle, but this tournament just kind of not really been a thing. Just carry junglers themselves haven't really been a thing.
Was there a specific change to the game, or was this more just like a meta game, like player adjustment here?
It was just a general nerf to Scarlet. She had that quite long stun as well, or she had the augment where she picked up a soul. She had like a draconium effect where she had extra HP, so she allowed to get resets really easily. Those have both been nerfed, and general sort of stats have been nerfed as well, especially the fact that there is more tanky targets nowadays as well. So I don't mind the pick. I think that your front line is suffering quite a lot, but you have got a Muriel to pair with Seraph, so the dive is very, very strong. And it's going to be interesting to see if Wailing Whales can actually deal with that in any sense.
Lance, any hits on the Seraph?
I'm really glad that Falcon mentioned the sort of lack of frontline here at a Team Zolo. Yeah, the Muriel can add to it, like Falcon is saying, but it is going to be a little bit tough for them to find some of these engages. They got like the rewind. They've got potentially that. I would assume that the Seraph is going to run that stun augment to try to get a little bit of extra CC and damage into it. I can't pick against Zolo because Boinks will beat me up if I do it. However, I think I like Wailing Whales comp.
Interesting. I mean, the Wailing Whales comp, definitely cool to see. Listen, this is where my bias comes out. I like Seraph. I think that she's a lot of fun to play. But the big deal for me here is what Falcon said, is that we've just, not just Seraph, but a move away from carry jungles in general. Like, the whole vibe in that jungle has been largely changed. And so Seraph here, I think, is an all-in strat for Zolo. They've got to get it moving early on. Falcon, if Seraph doesn't really start getting off to a lift, is there a secondary win con? Like, where do we go if Seraph doesn't start to do it?
You still have double ADC, you still have a Muriel, so you have those extra seals. You can go Marshall as well with the Muriel, so just add even more stats to that back line. The Grux is going to be a question mark. If Grux is ahead into these team fights, he can survive into the Simbi, into the Howitzer. The problem is Simbi's a pretty good counter into the Grux. Coming that mid game to allow you to split push means that the Grux can't go over there, and realistically, it's probably going to be the Muriel for Team Zolo trying to deal with the Simbi, because they can reverse your fortune into a team fight if necessary. But if the Seraph doesn't get ahead, I don't see this double ADC being able to survive a Simbi, Howitzer, Sparrow, because that's so much old damage coming out.
You in agreement there, Lance?
I definitely agree. Falcon's been on the point with pretty much everything he's been saying so far today, and I'm not going to turn my back on him now.
No reason to at all whatsoever. Of course, a best of 3 in front of us. So we've got a number of games here ready to go. So that's exactly what we're going to do. We're going to jump on into match number 1 of a possible 3. Let's see the Wailing Whales versus Zolo.
As always, thank you to the desk for being so incredibly handsome. Spooky and Philly. At least one of us is handsome here. Philly, we got 2 very interesting teams coming up in our first best of 3 here in the NA losers bracket of the weekend. It's looking alright, like it's going to be a pretty spicy one, but hey, that's NA for you, right? Bloody, bloody, bloody.
Absolutely. And I love this draft from Jolo if it was a best of 1, because this is something that's a weird look. You're pulling this out of your playbook. If this is the back page, you're like, this is what we're doing. We need to win 1 game. But this is a best of 3. So I guess if it's the first game of the series, you're okay if you lose it, as long as you feel like you can have a good mental and then run it back. I mean, there are some fantastic players on this squad. Boinks, she's amazing. Mr. Guru, he was at LAN. Fox was at LAN as well. So they've been on that main stage. They know what it's like to be under pressure. And in the losers bracket, it's win or go home. And neither team wants to be eliminated at this point. So I like this dive composition. The Muriel, that's going to be Boinks, is going to have to facilitate her squad to perfection in each and every one of these engagements. And then it's also in these larger fights, how is she going to keep her team alive, especially this double ADC, very squishy. So it's one to watch. On the other side, though, my friend, it's that pick composition with the Richter and the Rampage. Is this Richter going to be in the jungle or the support? We're seeing it now. It's going to be the support.
I think I prefer that for this composition as well, because looking over at Jolo, a lot of the survivability is coming from Boinks here, right? We talked about needing to facilitate, but I wonder how much this Muriel can facilitate in this team composition. It almost feels like they have to play a little bit reactionary, wait for the aggression to come through from the Wailing Whales, and be ready to answer those Richter hooks, because if this Richter finds somebody, there's not a lot to get them back out of dodge. Fox on this Wraith, very immobile. Joe obviously does have the little dash he can do, but that's not going to take you super far, especially when there's a silence. So how important do you feel this duo lane is?
I think it's super important, because if they can get Prio in the lane, that allows Boinks to then leave and go and facilitate the other lanes, which is, I believe, going to be their win condition, especially if Seraph is like, hey, I'm diving here. Okay, you need to follow up with me. Does have the augment that provides a little bit of the mini stun, so that will help lock somebody down for just a spec. So, but then it's like, okay, the TB has to be able to survive on their own, which they can. They have the rollout. They can toss a couple of grenades, get the attack speed, but just one hook, I mean, that's going to do it, especially in this Muriel lane, because she doesn't have a stun or a cage or something to follow up. It's just, here's a shield. Well, early on, not going to do too much. So Dro has to be extremely fancy in his footwork here in the duo.
This feels like such an odd composition from Jolo, because you got this duo backline, right? 2 ADCs that really want to get some items online, scale up, and they can start putting out some really good damage. But then you got the Grux, you've got the Seraph as well, and they want to be in there. They want to be in the middle of the fights, and that seems fine at first glance for this team. The problem I'm looking at is that this Seraph typically likes to get active very early. If you're getting active early, your double ADC backline really isn't going to be online just yet. I mean, I hold that thought. I think you might not care if there's an online backline or not. Brings a lot of damage over to Entropy.
Yeah, that is a good blink expended there, my friend. And it had to be, because the Seraph plays kind of like the Kalari. She needs to be ahead to be effective. Otherwise, she's just too squishy to get anything done. Speaking of someone who's squishy, Wooly is under duress. He's running for his life.
Oh, and who's here? Is Vichy right here? Ooh. Not going to be able to find the kill. Slivers of health. And this is what I'm talking about here, Philly, right? You don't have the extra damage to back you up. Sure, you're getting active. You're forcing these resets. But what are you getting out of it? If you don't have enough in the tank, can you call it a success?
It depends on what your team will do. Like the Cyan buff is now grabbed up here for the Grux. You can stay in lane a little bit longer, get some of that gold experience, etc. So if you can get those micro advantages in the lane, even if you're not finding the kill, you're taking a plate, you're getting a buff on the side, whatever it is, then that's just as helpful. So yeah, Vici didn't get the elimination, but you're facilitating the rest of your squad, which is just as well. It's going to be tough, though, because as this game goes on, a nice rip flash.
Bro, be okay. He's dashing his way on back. Not going to fall just yet. Points doesn't have to expend too much on that one. Good damage, though. And now we see the other foot drop, right? Sure, you force a couple members back of the Wailing Whales. Well, that means we know where your jungler is. Let's go ahead and pay a trip over to this left side. Don't find the hook, or the boulder. The hook does connect from Stefan. Excellent work on that. And forces another reset out. 4 minutes in, no first blood has come through, but you see both these teams playing aggressive and trying to find their first foothold.
Absolutely, and that was a good highlight there in terms of what we were talking about. Just one hook, and there's nothing Boinks can do to really peel for Dro in this lane. He took a ton of damage, had to back. They were able to crash the lane into the tower, which means they can back here the Dawn side and prepare for this first Fangtooth that's going to come up in about 40 seconds. Right now, though, we're looking at the Seedlings, one taken on either side. No mid laner really contesting it here just for now. It's about, can this Seraph, claim the Seedling as being converged upon here in the mid.
Joshi and Entropy both looking, but Boinks has made the rotation. Seedling gonna get secured. Now looking for the stun. Can you find a fight afterwards? Looking. Not finding, though. Joshi takes a bunch of damage. Ooh. Nice shot! Not enough to bring the target down. Instead, Fox, who finds a nice snipe. Knock, death is calling. Jolo finally gets on the board.
Oh, but you know what's big about that is I believe the Rampage used the hunt to secure this second Seedling there because they didn't need to utilize it in their first one because the Entropy rotated and put in a couple R2000 rockets for help. Still, we're getting active here in the mid lane, though, my friend. Stefan's here to yoink somebody.
Stefan looking to yoink Boinks. Not going to find that, though. Boinks gets a step back. Fox still wrapping around, looking for another shot. If you just get it off before entry back's not going to happen. Entropy. I'm not sure he knows how close to death he was there, but certainly a sigh of relief from the Wailing Whales.
Absolutely, you cannot lose your mid laner, and I like this rotation here, following the Muriel. If Muriel's leaving, I need to leave too as the Richter and make sure that I'm maintaining that player advantage as we transition across the map. And you're okay with leaving your carry over there. Boinks in trouble once again.
Yeah, I don't think there's anywhere to go. No ultimate available, and Boinks gonna get dropped by 3 members of the Whales. I don't know if they thought that Boinks was a whale themselves, but they certainly converged and they found what they were looking for.
The pod moving in unison here so far in the early game, and they, using their echolocation, my friend, to find that kill on the rotating support, which is exactly what you want to do to open up this Fangtooth. They're on it all, but 4 members are here to secure it.
It's gonna be tough to fight this one. Jolo doesn't get the choice. Fangtooth will be taken by the Wailing Whales. Now it's a matter of finding kills on the exit. Dro in the middle of things. Take the skies and make it rain. Pull back in, and Dro finds an early grave. Now find the Seraph. Has to jump out. Does have the space, and Vichy be able to walk out of this one unless Stefan finds something crazy. Meanwhile, Fox just in the river. Blast Entropy, says I couldn't do it before you went back. Let's see if we can find some more. Does tag Jeff. I don't think there's much more to be done here.
That was Fox being ever so clever, jumping over the backside of that fight and being invis and just popping a few knocks right there into Entropy. Didn't know what hit him before he was eliminated, but I think it's a mispositioning there at the Fangtooth. You know you're behind, you know your jungler's on the other side of the map. Just back off, go do something else, take a camp, find gold buff. You didn't need, as the carry, you shouldn't be the one face checking that, okay? And then from there, the rest of the team kind of fell. Some blinks expended, my friend. So a little bit of that resources just being sucked away here from the side of Jolo. And they need every resource in the tank to get this one done.
Sometimes, someone's got to get the job done. And hey, if he's got 2 guns, surely that means he could take 2 guys down with him. Apparently not. Just falls in exchange. But still, 2-2 on the kill board. Either team fully finds a lead here. Objectives do still favor Wailing Whales. Been very active, not just around the Fangtooth, but the Seedlings as well. If you take a look at that right side, see, the mini prime has also been started up. Should be able to get this without too much trouble. But Jolo, they look to be coming in.
No support ultimates right now, folks. Muriel and the Richter, so no skewer, no reversal. This will go for free here. A nice pickup from the side of the Whales. Didn't see who got that, though. But that will just determine, okay, what is their strategy moving forward? Are we trying to put pressure on this off lane? Are we trying to facilitate more in the jungle? Looks like they're going on Mr. Guru now.
Vichy has come to join the fight. Try to take down Will. If you can find it, that's the mini prime down, but here comes the help. Jump out. Shashi not looking to find too much here. Mr. Stefan does get pulled, but the rock will create enough space. Vichy says, no, we're not done with this just yet. Skewer for the counter engage, and Boinks finds the kill. But now you're under the tower with 2, and 2 will fall. Shashi with the kill credit. Dro and Boinks now have to find an escape. But Boinks will get a boulder right to the face. Joe still blasted, but the Behemoth has been saved for just this occasion. Looking for a kill. Can they make it 3? Ring around the rosy. But here at the other end, it's Mr. Stefan, and a rock drops. Boinks, no longer of the world.
Oh my word, what a turnaround there from the Whales. A good ebb and flow in that engagement, but it is Stefan with a skewer under tower to lock down the Fallen Angel, and then a rip flash onto the Grux to keep the tower shots pumping. That guy with 5 assists for his team doing absolute work so far in the early game.
Good news is they did secure the kill onto Shinbi, so Mini Prime, actually no, I think the Mini Prime went on to Shashi, so not even a Mini Prime gone. They find themselves a kill, give up 3, and you have to wonder, is that really the best decision you can make right now? Jolo feels like a team that wants to take a couple steps back and allow, like we said at the beginning, Wraith and Twin Blast to scale up. This is your main damage here. Sure, you look for some aggression, but it doesn't feel like Vichy needs to be under the towers against a Richter Rampage, because that's just asking for trouble.
Yeah, the fight was a little bit botched from the start. The Reversal Fortune came in a little bit late after Vici already used the Heaven's Fury to try to lock somebody down, and it just, the coordination, it has to be pinpoint. This is a very difficult composition to execute, and if you're not layering those CCs to the microsecond, you're not going to find the kills that you need. Spooky, to your point, you're scaling up, but on the other side, so are the Whales. I mean, the Howitzer can burst any one of these targets down easily.
Whales are mammals. They don't have scales.
Okay, they're leathering it up, or they're getting their blubber going. Yeah, they're blubbering for the winter. Let's go with that. So as they get more of that blubber, right, they get all those items, they're going to be very hard to tank down, and that R ultimate from the side of Spare, that inner fire, is just going to shred through people. The desk alluded to this as well, and these objectives. So right now, the Whales, they are moving as a unit, and they are succeeding.
Pod, as you put it, coming together. Looking for a big smash and grab. Does find 3, but Jeffy's just on the back with the inner fire ripping through health bars. Mr. Guru cannot stand the heat, and Shashi jumps in. One by one, Team Jolo falling like flies. Fox on the back end trying to find something, but a triple kill for Jeff comes through, and just like that, everything is turned around and ace for the Wailing Whales. They did not secure the Fang Tooth. That was stolen, but I think they're happy.
Is the call in the chat for the Whales as they just turned to that fight, and it was the inner fire like we talked about, friend, just shredding through. But in that engagement, that was the proper initiation that Team Jolo wanted. It's the jump in with the Grux, Warlords challenge people in, Reversal Fortune to knock people up. The damage just isn't there. The Wraith is a single target. You're hitting a knock or whatever. Same with the Twin Blast. A Ventilate is a terrible ultimate in my opinion. Just doesn't do enough. So it's like, okay, if that was your initiation, if you had a Tesla Dome on top of that, holy smokes, that would have cooked people. So that was their time to do it. Their just damage numbers are just not there yet. Where on the flip side, that Sparrow ultimate just cut through everybody. A triple kill for them. I mean, a great team fight overall.
Yeah, Ventilate is very much the, oh man, they're out of range. Guess I'll just press my last ability and secure the kill since they're at 2 health anyway ability. Doesn't bring a lot to the team fights, and frankly, Jolo in general doesn't feel like they bring a lot to the team fights. Joshi and Will, though, they will certainly bring some damage over to Mr. Guru, force him off the camp and back to his tower. I just have to wonder, where do they find success on this map, right? Because it feels like Jolo really has to look for those picks. They have a great composition designed to deal single target damage in high numbers. But once the grouping happens, they really can't spread it out, whereas the Wailing Whales, that's kind of what they're built for here.
Yeah, and in this meta, everybody's looking to fight, so it's really difficult. I like the Heaven's Fury here, buddy. The Make It Rain being expended as an escape tool. Vici's all in.
Big smash and grab, but Entropy has so much space, he just rain damage back for the backline, and they're gonna feel the pain.
Rewind.
Vici gets dropped. Now Lex looking for a little bit more. Fox gonna try to take Entropy down. He's got his back up, and just like that, Shashi the last one standing in this fight. Moving forward,
Ventilate.
the Ventilate, you said it, we hate it, and Fox hates it too, because he's taking it.
He stole that kill right out from under him. It's a double for the mid laner. That is just why this Wraith has been banned and picked so much. Just an incredible amount of damage. That was a good fight there because it was scrappy, it was disorganized, it wasn't in a choke point, it was free flowing out there in the off lane where Fox couldn't be found. He was in his little hidey hole right in his dugout. He popped up, got a couple shots. If you lose track of this Wraith for an instant, game over. So much damage. So that, for me, if you're the Whales, you have to use your echolocation. You have to prioritize that character. Look for him. Everybody else is just a distraction. The Grux and the Seraph, that's what they're there to do. Just be like, hey, look at me, I can really kill you. But that's not the priority target. It's this Wraith. Right now, a good fight for them. They're rolling it into the mini Prime.
Great fight for Jolo, but take a look at that left side as well. Jeffo the Sparrow is 5-0 and did not leave the lane. Just got so much farm for free. Sure, you've secured yourself a mini Prime, but at some point, this Sparrow is going to leave that left side. We already saw him in one fight. Big problem. Are you going to have the tools necessary to deal with him if he gets too much free farm? Answer may surprise you. Focus up on Will here, though. Vichy wants to put some damage out. Be able to find some space, though. Nothing going to happen there. Entropy instead says, hey, pay some attention to your support, boinks. Not going to be in this one any further. Out of the equation. Wailing Whales looking for another hunt. Fox can find one more knock-knock is all he needs. Vichy left too low on the health. That's a smash and grab, but you grabbed him. Where are you gonna go now? They're in your face, and your face is a crater. Dro gonna be leaving this fight soon as well. Too many Whales, too many hunters. These ones take control of the sea.
Yeah, make them looking more like orcas here. Oh my word, a Rift Blast of epic proportions forces out the blink, and Fox is looking like he's a snack. Yikes. Oh my word. The Whales, they are cooking now, friend.
Well, hopefully they are cooking instead of being cooked. I hear Whale Blubber is definitely in season. Well, Jeff just doesn't join the fight. And again, the Wailing Whales don't even need him. Like, what is the win con here, Philly? Things look like they're falling apart slowly but surely. Wailing Whales have a 10-kill lead. Looking at their second Fangtooth now, marking the primal for the next spawn. Zolo's got to find an answer. They got to find it quick here, because the Shaper is up next.
Oh, yeah, and how are you going to deal with these seedlings once they're in lane? You don't have the best wave clear right now, so it's going to be... Yeah, it's going to be very challenging. Okay, what is the win con here for Sholo? What are they going to do? As the map gets choked away from them, the other team has to step up. They have to play more aggressive to try to win it out. That is when you have to look for a mistake, and that is where you need your vision to be excellent. They have some wards over there on the left side, but they need more vision out here to get some dumb Dro, and another heap of trouble. He gets got on Boinks. A spec too late again. Can't find the trade.
Yeah, I'm sorry. That damage was just disgusting. Blew through the entire shield that Boinks put down. Didn't even see the rest of Dro's health bar at that point. And gets out alive. It's not a great look. It's a big ultimate expended at a critical time in the game. That inhibitor on the left side, that's exposed right now, Philly. Jeff has been making sure this lane is getting no mercy at all. And it's really putting Zolo into a bad spot here.
Yeah, it always forces a member to be over there, especially with the seedlings. You can see the disparity, about 9k gold in terms of the economic advantage, and it's coming off the back of these assists. It's a 40 assist, 13 on the Richter. This guy is everywhere. That Frosted Lure just is exploding onto people, doing a lot of damage. So this Richter is the MVP for me, setting up kill after kill and then allowing the burst to come through from the rest of the squad. Absolutely immaculate. But in terms of Sholo, how do they get back in? It has to be a mistake. Somebody stepping up a little too far forward. Just almost like that. The foul, once again, just not there to secure the kill. They're getting the damage. It's that one final shot, that one extra micro hit that needs to happen to get some of these players off the board.
Entropy stays very far up here, unconcerned with the fact that Jolo is kind of just wrapping around him. Mr. Guru doesn't feel confident in stepping forward. So somehow, Wailing Whales just get the freest, riskiest positioning I've ever seen in my life. I want to shout something out here. We talked about Mr. Seven having those 13 assists. Entropy and Shashi both have 15 kill participation out of the 18 kills they have. They are roaming across this map and just not allowing anything to be done by their opposition. Jolo is feeling choked out by this jungle duo. I'm struggling to figure out what they can do to try to slow that down, because this Howie is so safe, and it takes so much to kill Shashi on this rampage. I don't know that they have the tools to bring them back down to earth. Do they just have to try to focus this left side?
That's really difficult, especially looking at the items from Guru and from the Seraph. They're both a Sky Splitter, Ashbringer. We've talked about how that makes you inherently squishy because they don't have those HP stats built into their items. So how can you frontline? How can you sustain through some of this burst damage coming at you? Really difficult to do. Wailing Whales just beating Jolo at their own game, pressing the issue here, and they're doing it again.
Vici tries to go in deep to help out, but he's going to find an inner fire and make it rain. Both ultimates come down. Oh, wait, Vici is still alive. No, Jeff says, buddy, you're not getting away from this one. And you know who else isn't getting away? We're going to pull Dro in as well. A nice Riplash, and now Wailing Whales get to group together and roll into their next objective. Could look for this Orb Primes, few seconds away, or they could look for an inhibitor.
Yeah, I think Prime is definitely the call here, and then you get your creeps buffed up, you move them on into some of those objectives. Yeah, it really tough. Like right before that engagement came out, the Whales, their tempo is just so much faster than what Jolo was doing, but that was Jolo's game. They wanted to be the ones always taking the fights. They wanted to be on the initiative, and each and every time they've come up a little bit short and then retaliated on, and that is just compounded here in this game. They're down 13 kills in pretty much every objective. They're trying to contest this one, but it doesn't come through. Prime for the Whales.
Something I love from Wailing Whales, the way Shashi plays that objective. I might be playing a fight afterwards. Mr. Guru, I don't know if you want this fight. Smash and grab onto two, but that's too many people for him to handle. Jeff takes him down. Now all the Whales move on forward. Boinks finds a way out. Wait, why are we going in? Vici, that's a 1v3. You can't handle it. Jeff takes him out, says, no, sir, you don't step to me. Fox White want to try something. Oh my God, taken out. What is Jeff doing? A quadra kill for the Sparrow.
Holy, and it was a martyrdom, piercing shots to secure it. It's an RGS ace for the Orcas. They are stamping through this one. Dude, these team fights for Jolo, it's like one step away from being absolute perfection, just beauty incarnate, but they're not layering effectively. They're just diving in one at a time, which can work because you have Fox who's putting in the shots and that's your win con. But if they have to layer those kind of lemming, deaths in such a way to allow Fox to get in there, oh man, it's so close. Guru just dove in too deep to start that. The rest of the team was backed off around the corner, so they couldn't follow up on his good engage. Once again, this is Mr. Jack with 10 kills. Ooh-wee.
No, Philly, I'm going to argue that they are 5 steps away from a good fight every single time.
Fair.
Because it's Mr. Guru in front of Vici, who's in front of Fox, who's in front of Boinks, who's in front of Dro. And they all just go in one after the other, never together, never at the same time. And that's what their team composition is designed to do. They have to be together if you want to find these kills. Oh, Vici just finds a landmine. Does dive towards Fox, which is good. Forces HP into the stasis. Make it rain. Not going to find too much value. And Jolo should get to pull back, but that does expose a Fang Tooth. Wait, what? Wait, what's going on back here? Mr. Guru, what are you doing over there? Very low health bars. Boinks comes in for the save. Shashi from downrange! A boulder will seal the deal.
Oof, and that was so challenging because the Grux didn't have the ultimate online. Mr. Guru, it wasn't your time to engage, and Boinks just got the reversal of fortune, then had to expend it to try to save Mr. Guru, even though the fight was already lost. So this is where they're falling behind in their tempo. These ultimate timers, they have to sync them up to get that engage off in time to secure the kills. And when you're using them for defensive abilities or in a mismatched opportunity, then you don't have them when it really matters. And right now, the Whales, they are dominating the Sanctuary. They're running this all the way to the core, Spooky.
Fox is alive, but he has no way back to base. Entropy keeping him busy, just like that. The Wailing Whales find themselves on the precipice of taking game 1. Just a little bit more, and no one's going to be able to spawn. Wailing Whales take it. Philly, it just feels like a lack of communication from Jolo here.
We talked about it. This is a very challenging composition to execute. I see it. I understand the theory and the vision, but you have to be perfect. Like, there cannot be a single frame out of line here for that composition to work. So for game number 1, if you want to risk it for the biscuit, maybe get something a little unorthodox to try to secure one of those matches, that's fine. I'm okay with it.
Yeah.
What they need to do now, though, is level set and go with a more traditional draft for this game. Find a regular mid laner, etc. And I think we talked about it in the green room, Spooky. This could go all the way to 3. These are 2 closely matched teams. It didn't look like it there because of the compositional issues and what they were trying to do. But both of these squads, I mean, this is a tick for tack kind of match.
There comes a time in the match where if someone's out of position, sometimes you gotta just let them die. I think we saw a few of those instances here in game 1. But like you said, closely matched teams, they can make a comeback still. Just need to find something a little bit more level. What that might look like, well, Philly, let's not speculate. Let's let the desk handle that.
Hey everybody, welcome back in. That was quite an interesting game. It looks like we got F. Dot not necessarily having his ears in here. There he is. There's a salute. What's up, F. Dot?
Hello. My bad. Completely out of it. That is what one team looked like, I guess. Rough stuff for Zolo and the friends this time around, but big stuff on the side of WW. Damn, look at that.
Yeah, the Sparrow went ballistic. J. Heffel kind of carrying that game. Fox doing what he could for the side of Zolo to try to get himself in there, but I feel like, much like what our casters were saying, that lack of frontline kind of made it pretty tough for them to be able to play this game and protect Fox. Yeah, there's a lot of escapability on the Wraith. He can go invisible. He's got the super jump. He's got the rewind. But eventually, a 12-1 Sparrow is going to find you, brother.
Just a little bit. Yeah, I mean, that was insane. It got a little out of control early on and then continued to just spiral out of control later. We saw one of the biggest plays, I think, not just of today, but I mean even of last week with the quadra kill right after that Fang. So, like, insane stuff. But was it all the Sparrow play?
Absolutely not. I mean, the Sparrow got ahead from this play here at the second Fangtooth, but then from this period on till God knows how long, the Sparrow was in the dual lane. It took the tier 1 to tier 2, nearly took the inhibitor of how far it pushed up, and the rest of Wailing Rails were fighting as a 4-man unit, and they weren't falling behind whatsoever. They were getting offensive kills apart from this fight here. They were doing such a good job. I don't know how much he's learned to dance in real life, because he had his dancing shoes on in these team fights, surviving on, I mean, what HP even is that, I don't know, probably about 10, and just doing such a good job. And then by the time the Sparrow had farmed up, had like 4,000 gold on the back, just came back as an absolute monster. The front line was unkillable, and Wailing Rails, there was nothing stopping them from that point onwards.
Yeah, no Seraph to stop them for sure. That was also one of the things that we focused on early on in the draft, and watching this one was the Seraph here. And we had said that got to get off to a good start, a lot of momentum. Lance, I don't think we really saw much of that.
So we did, and then it kind of like hit a brick wall, right? So early in it, they get the flashes out of the mid laner, they get them out of the off laner, Vitchy just not able to quite return and get the purchase out of those. However, he does burn the cooldowns early. It's a razor's edge where if he would have come back, maybe started to get a couple of those reganks off and found the success with them, maybe then we see that Seraph having a bigger impact. They did have characters that would have been able to kill this Sparrow, but there was really no way to lock her down, which is the struggles that they were finding, because you run the Grux at it, she just pushes R in the Grux like we saw in that one Fangtooth fight. That Grux is no longer able to lock that Sparrow down because he's watching his team play at that point, and it just kind of feels like they were missing that key point to be able to jump on to, the controller Sparrow, which you have to respect.
Yeah, absolutely. And a big deal there was, you had mentioned, Lance, specifically that on the that Zolo's draft was a little squishy. It wasn't so tanky. Well, one of the things that tanks usually have more so than squishies is CC, is setup, is displacement. And so by going with a squishy lineup, the squishy lineup and the Seraph were kind of in the same vein, where it was like, all right, we got aggression. That's what we're doing. We got to get off to a lift. We saw it, but then it kind of petered out, and the rest was Sparrow. So kind of a rough one for Zolo. WW has one in the bucket. We'll see if they can swim their way to a second victory or not. Either way, best of three. You're watching the PCC. We'll be right back after this.
The battle.
Moving on to game 2 here, we've got the Wailing Whales versus Zolo. Welcome back to the desk. It's PCC, it's Lance, and it's Falcon on either side. So what we saw on map 1 was honestly not really to do with the winning draft. I think it was more to do with the losing draft we came to the assertion of. And one of the bigger things was the overwhelming high kill count, I think, for the Wailing Whales here, Falcon. A lot of that might have had to do with the opposing draft, sure, but either way, the dam was broken and the water was flowing. How does Zolo put the wall back up?
They pick a different composition is the main thing. I think outside of the Grux and the Wraith, everything else kind of needs to change. Seraph especially had to change. Muriel, it needs a front line. It needs something to give shields to give a survivability for your team, because doing it to your backline is okay, especially with the electricity, give the attack speed, but it doesn't give the same value with the armor stats, with the total HP. Your backline shouldn't really be getting hit if everything is going correctly, so that is probably going to be the biggest issue. I mean, immediately we see that Zolo's banned away the Rampage from last game, not allowing Stefan to play that again. So I think that is going to be a very good change. That Rampage was an absolute monster in that game. I don't like this first pick.
First pick Decker off rip. Okay, so Lance, where are we going?
I mean, Boinks is my MVP of Team Zolo. You got to put a strong player on a strong hero here. However, I also straight just don't love this as a first pick, right? You're playing into a straight controller team. Skylar completely open right now. They're going to lock Zaris in with their first pick. Pick Howitzer up. I've said this before. Don't at me. I know I'm a gadget lover. Howitzer, by far the most dominant mid laner in this current patch. There is nobody that can match the early game pressure that Howitzer can put on. He scales incredibly well into the late game. He'll one-shot your ADC. I got to see what these next 2 picks are by Zolo before I overreact, though.
Falcon, I want you to pretend you like it. Why do you like it?
Hang up. So I think with Decker, there's a lot of CC it gives, especially compared to the last composition. You have a lot of disengagement, so that is going to be already a big change for Team Zolo, and I think that's going to allow your backline to have a bit more space in these team fights, especially now that you got the Severog as well. With that front line, it's going to give you a great sort of a front to back to play around, and with the gadget as well, just going to add on to that. It gives you also quite a lot of utility in lane as well, with long range stuns or decades if you do need to run away.
Yeah, that's all why we like Decker, but the first selection is usually when we go first pick, we look at raw power, we look at ambiguity. I don't know what makes me want to go this first overall.
Decker's pretty strong. There are a lot of things you can do. Also, it doesn't necessarily reveal the entirety of your hand and what you're looking to do. I do like the second 2 picks that came through here from Zolo, though. The Severog and the Gadget means if you stall a game out, eventually you just have more tank. You have more magical damage than the enemies. However, it takes a minute to get to that point. Hopefully Mr. Guru can kind of sit on an island here on the Severog, get to the point where he can just soak up all of the damage, because I'm telling you now, get ready for it. This Skylar isn't going to miss.
Well, I mean that's the whale in the room, so to speak, right? Like the controller and the Skylar. So is that a huge deal? Is it a big deal? Is that, scale of 1 to 10, Falcon? Does this win the game because they've got Skylar? Absolutely not. But it is a boon. How real of a boon is it?
So there's a lot of people have different opinions on the controller, aim lock, and all of that things. What I will say about it is that Skylar is the predominant bully of that user. With that laser, just allows you to track so much easier with the soft lock onto it. So long as you have it roughly around the character, it will lock on, compared to a keyboard and mouse where you have to manually track it yourself, and obviously that is going to be a lot harder, and which is why Skylar is played in that carry role. I think it's going to be, I don't know if it's going to be stronger than the Sparrow last game, because that Sparrow was insane, but I think the ease of use and the accessibility the Skylar's going to have is going to be a lot easier to come online. I think Wailing Whales don't have to put as much stock into the Skylar as so much as they want. with a Zinx that does give quite a lot of survivability as well with that res. But looking at the last 2 picks from Zolo, there's another carry jungler.
But really quick, Yin, very acceptable into the composition here. Can reflect the R2000, can reflect some of the Make It Rain. You can also catch the Make It Rain with the Windstorm from the Yin here. So I kind of like it. I kind of want to focus really quick towards this Terra here. That is specifically picked to try to shut down Sevarog, a natural counter. You can't come out to blow it away. Am I lagging here? Can you guys hear
a little bit.
me?
You're fine. Keep going.
Perfect.
Don't worry about it.
Sound
That's
beautiful.
what matters. That's what matters.
Yeah, we'll reboot you soon.
Well, either way, I mean, we've got a lot to look at with the draft. We've got the Skylar on the controller team that's definitely gonna stoke the fires of discourse. I know it. And then across the way, just respectfully, a bunch of weirdos, and I'm absolutely here for it. I'm rooting for a Game 3. I want to see how Zolo answers the Whales. Game 2.
Once again, thank you to our beautiful, beautiful desk. Philly, I'm looking at these drafts here, right? And right now, I kind of want to make like a fish and go to school. Let's talk about what we're looking at here. I'm focused in on this Yin very specifically. Great against one of these picks. Not so great against the other pick from the Wailing Whales. I think you know which two I'm talking about here.
Yeah, it's gonna be spicy. We'll put it that way. This Yin is gonna have to put the team on their back, though. Like, this is where it's do or die, right? You lost game 1, you have to win the game 2 to bring you forward. This Yin, who are you gonna go on? That's gonna be my question. Maybe it's the Terra. It can't be the Skylar. She's gonna run away from you, though. You can like deflect things back, which is nice. No, this Yin. This is gonna be a big question mark for me.
I mean, I've got to imagine she's going to be living in this mid lane, right? Put up the wins. Now the Howie ult doesn't do anything to you. You can bounce them back. But, like, what other options does she have for this game, right? I'm looking across the board. You're not really going to be finding too much success, I feel, against the Terra. Maybe since Yin's not super reliant on CC, she has a better gank over there than I'm expecting. But I don't know. I'm really going to need to see it in action to become a believer on this Yin pick.
Yeah, I know she's strong. We saw it banned out in the previous game, right? Vici, they can play it. It's just, okay, how do you build your team around it? That's the question. Right. I'm looking at Boinks. Boinks and the Decker, like PB&J. She plays this character extremely well. You're going to have to facilitate your squad once again, because there's not too much CC on the other side. Decker has that in troves, so you have to be able to layer those abilities effectively to allow their Yin to get in there. The other thing that we were talking about in the Green Room too, Spooky, is this timing on the Sevarog. In this burst meta that we found ourselves in, he's kind of fallen out because he doesn't really come online until those later portions of the match. So when it's all this burst, you don't have time to scale. He's still squishy in the beginning. So I'm curious to see how that pick scales. What's that, friend?
Yeah, some of us never get Sev online.
Me.
It takes me like 45 minutes to get those stacks up. I don't know how some of you guys do this. But yeah, there's a lot of potential concerns. At the same time, there's some good things going for Jolo as well, right? If the Sevarog does come online, that front line was something that they were really missing, and you could tell how much it was affecting the team fights in game number 1. So if they can get Guru facilitated and get him online, that remedies a lot. But I'm also looking at this Drongo, which was banned in game number 1, now in Dro's hands. And frankly, Shrapnel Cannon, much better ultimate than Ventilate.
Oh, absolutely. It's a good kill secure. It's a good escape option. I know you're a big fan of just Drongo in general, so we'll see. The big thing with Drongo is, how do you scale your abilities? Do you go Boomerang? Do you go Rad Rounds? And I think because you have Boinks in this lane that has good lane pressure, you don't have to scale your Boomerang. You can go Rad Rounds first, and that allows your kill potential to ramp up just that much more quickly. So I like the way these two are comboing here. The Stasis Bomb Mips, the Ricochet is good.
Wow, I actually cannot believe J Heffel managed to dodge that, but keep your eyes out. Shashi coming on in. Dro secures the first blood with those rad rounds you were talking about. Nice little explosion and gets himself back out of dodge as well. Shashi has nothing to offer here. Only walk away and go to his 3 camp.
But he does get the blink out, which is good. So that means you'll probably linger around this area a little bit longer and then maybe come back into this lane. But for me, Zaris, you got to get level 6 first. You have to get that Coliseum online to really secure some of those kills. If he can do that before the 8-minute mark, you'll definitely see him return to lane here, especially as, the Fang spawns in at the 5-minute mark. So a good cooldown expended. You trade your carry for it. Entropy back on this hamster in the mech. He was doing a lot of work in game number 1. I'm expecting a similar performance here in game number 2.
Just, are we sure he's a hamster? I'm not entirely.
I think it's like a cat.
I've never seen a cat smoke a cigar.
Not yet. Yo, chat, you let me know. What do you think? What do you think he is? Is he a hamster? Is he a cat? Is he a gerbil or a chinchilla? Maybe he's a chinchilla, Spooky.
Could be a chinchilla. That's a lot of fools, though, so we'll come back to that one. I do like seeing him back on this Howie. Obviously, he had a very good performance in game number 1. Competition's a little bit different now, going up against this Gadget. Gadget scales a little bit more effectively, a little bit faster. Does have that AoE damage that was so severely lacking from Zolo's first composition. In fact, I do really feel like a lot of problems have been shored up. And they survive the rotation coming out from Entropy. That's going to be the next question here. Dro, low on health. Blink comes through. For the mines, for the slow, but the Stasis Bomb comes in clutch. And you find even more. Here comes Vici. Said, hey, there were some questions about my pick. Well, here's your answer. Dro managed to secure the kill for himself. Health bars low for the whales. Not enough left in the tank for Jolo to keep pushing forward. They're happy with what they got.
A perplexing rotation there because you give the Gadget some of that priority in the mid lane, which we know is so, and the Fang is just about to come up here as well. So and you don't have your ultimate. That's your main burst potential. You don't have your first. I don't know. Entropy. That was silly maneuvering, and you get yourself got because of it. But he does return to lane here. Has the Dusk Staff online to get himself a little extra power. It's about now, how do these teams rotate to this objectives? Boink is looking like Zihi, really, as she is just rotating, but could she get caught again? No, Fox is here.
Fox is here to help out. Put some damage onto Entropy. That's going to push all the aggression away. Vici, moving on forward. Nice little blast cone. And make sure Entropy stays alive. I tell you, Philly. Wailing Whales, looking for some aggression, but nothing ever feels quite as bad as when your play is called perplexing by caster.
That's true. I'll have to talk to him about that one later. We'll see. And I think I saw both of the seedlings secured here for the Zaris, because they are level 6, where the Yin is only level 4, and that to me tells that the seedlings were taken by the Gladiator, which is big. You need that Coliseum online. You can see him rotating here to the dual lane again. The Coliseum drop.
There it is. You wanted it. You got it. And Boink's going to jump right over, but right into the shot from Jay Heffel. Dro going to make his way back into the tower. As now a first kill on the board for Wailing Whales, all on the back of that Coliseum that you were looking for.
Yeah, 1 stack, 1 kill, or however it goes in the sniper core. He gets it done there. And it wasn't even on the target he was necessarily going for, right? You want to go for that Drongo, doesn't have the blink, he's the carry, etc. But, Boinks, she knows I'm the person that's got to go first to make sure the carry stays alive, and they'll take that. 1,500 gold here for Schwashi. Gonna look to finish his first item on the board. Probably the Berserker's Axe is what he's looking for. That's what we've seen a lot of players go for, but knowing he's backed up, Jolo, they're going for the Fang.
This is something they were dearly missing in game 1, was objective priority. Sure, they got 1, but it was a steal. Now they're the first ones to the pit. Get it in a very nice timing. First on the board. Zolo certainly looking to have a lot more momentum than, honestly, I think anyone would have thought coming off the back of that first game. But that's the thing about these competitive teams, right? A bad game like that can just happen. The true mark of a competitive player is being able to let go of those bad moments and move on to the places where you can succeed. Zolo certainly doing well here. Wailing Whales showing just as much initiative within this mini prime.
And they're going to get it. The Yin is on the other side of the map, so no Hunt Steal coming in here. That's going to be a good recognition from them. And the Atomizer in to throw the Plasma Grenade as well. Boom goes the Dynamite.
Yeah, Jay Heffel gonna be falling right next to him as Vici cleans things up on the back end. 1 for 1. Oh, wait, Dro gets the credit for that. Sorry, Vici. You get nothing.
It's those rad rounds. He was able to scale that ability first, and that's just doing so much damage. I didn't necessarily see the augment, so Bengal Mac, who's our observer for this series, we thank you as always, friend. If you could tab for us when you get the chance, I do want to revisit those augments. We do have Entropy, though. He's making the gank as Yin is under the tower.
Won't be able to get the kill. Make it rain. He's going to drop a lot of damage, but he used the mine to get himself over the wall, so not a lot of kill potential, although still looking for the chase down.
Nice deflect.
Very nice deflect on that one, honestly. Dro comes back to lane.
Yeah, I mean, and the Quelling Gale was not expended in that fight either. You think it would be, but Jay Heffel is in again here, friend.
Yikes! Jay Heffel, lots of damage goes out. Plasma doesn't connect, but the next couple shots sure will. Jay Heffel feeling good. 3 kills on the board, all in the hands of Jay Heffel. Now, this is a problem child, just in general here, Philly. Quadra kill in the last game. Honestly, moving around this map a lot more than he did in game 1. Showing just as much risk to the enemy team.
Okay, that is the Bring the Boom augment. Thank you, Bengal. I appreciate it. And very close are these the economic advantage between these two squads. But yeah, Jay Heffel rotating a lot here in this one, and I think you have to. I think you have to make those moves across the map. Try to put the pressure in the lane and then scale up quickly, because you know your timing is much shorter than the side of Jolos, because they are scaling. If you get that Sevrog and the gadget online with all their stacks, etc., they're going to be hard pressed to defeat. So you have to press the issue now, and they're doing it over the seed.
And pressing all the aggression onto Boinks and pressed right into the dirt. Not a whole lot Boinks could do on that one. Seedling not going to be taken by Zolo. Instead, Wailing Whales can make their way back to it. Give themselves a little bit more farm on this map. Keep your eyes on Vici. Making their way over, looking to follow this rotation. Bro has to blink. Atomizer not going to connect with what they're looking for. And Vici just playing space for Dro. Uh-oh.
Yeah, it has to. Oh, the Quelling Gale used to slow everybody up. The blink as well. Oh, my word. Okay, now the Whales, they are moving as a pod this time. Now it's been a tempo battle between these two squads. Who is the one taking the initiative? Who's the one taking the advantage? And it's the Wailing Whales now. As we're moving closer to the early onset of the mid game, they know that's where their timings are at. We're going to press the gas pedal. We're moving forward.
Certainly where they're starting to hit their stride. Not late enough that Fox on this gadget is fully scaled up. Certainly late enough that they've got some damage to bring. Aces Bomb not going to connect. Jay Heffel, you know, a big target for Team Zolo, but it's just a matter of getting to him. It's so difficult. Vici instead says, you know what? Can't get to the ADC. Let's try for the mid laner. Equally difficult to reach, it would appear. Shashi runs a little bit of interference there. There's enough space. Zolo just can't seem to get their hands on any of these targets that they're looking for.
And that was what we were talking about. One of their big issues is that lockdown. Yes, I understand the security gate and the lash kick. They do, stun people up a little bit, but there are difficult abilities to land when things push come to shove, especially with this flying mammal, as we'll call him, I guess, for now, Spooky. With the landmines, the Make It Rain. Okay, how are those going to bring him back down to earth? It's very challenging. So if the Decker is not there to lock people up, securing those kills is difficult right now. They're looking to secure the second Fang. They have some ultimates online to do it.
Lots of grouping here. Wailing Whales gonna be looking to clean things up. Fang 2 is secured, but a big play comes in. Drop Boinks down. Shashi wants a little bit more fight, but a big Tesla Dome comes through. The Grave Breaker knocks them all around. For more, trying to find the distance onto Jay Heffel, but Shashi finds himself a double kill. Brings one more down. Vici not in the fight. Jay Heffel not in the fight. Mr. Guru, last man, trying to bring a little bit more back around for Team Zolo. Lots of damage put out. Shashi still alive. Fox still alive as well somehow.
No way.
Will he find it? Yes! The axe is on point. Triple kills for triple kills. And at the end of the day, it's Team Zolo who gets to walk away. Mr. Guru puts in a lot of work.
just absolute bedlam over there on the pit. It was just tick for tack, punch for punch, kill for kill. It was a fantastic security gate into Tesla Dome combination. Then the Sevarog was able to get in there, really absorb some of that damage last throughout the fight, but not putting out too much damage. And I think that is where they got stopped up a little bit. But it's Swashi who has scaled significantly throughout this game. I think has 4 or 5 stacks from the Coliseum so far, and he went with the scaling augment, so he can't be understated about how much damage he'll be doing in this fight. He split it perfectly with the Coliseum, took out 2 of the squishier targets, and eliminated them quickly. So well done there for the Zars in the jungle.
Honestly, Zars really saved that fight for the Wailing Whales in general. Zolo had a beautiful collapse in, or actually it was Wailing Whales trying to collapse in, but Zolo simply split up so effectively. Dro get dropped by Stefan. Put a lot of the Whales on the back foot here. Will pulling back away from the mini prime, getting looked at. They've been on a roll here, Philly. Objective after objective. Looking to add one more to their pockets here. Good jump gets Will out of the containment fence. It's gonna be the mini prime get secured.
Yeah, and they're in the flowchart right now here, and as the battle rages forward, the Quelling Gale expended here from Vici. He's got to find something. It's Boix who draws first blood.
Fox gets dropped. A missile to the face does the work. Wailing Whales surging on forward. Coliseum comes down, but a stasis bomb right to his face as he lands because he doesn't get to play the game. Vici still in this one, but it's not him who's going to do the work. Dro has come over, and he's found himself some activity in a fight.
Oh, and this is on the back of Boinks. We told you she had to be the keystone player in this matchup. Locked down the Zars with the Ion Strike in that one, allowed the Yin to just whip him into submission, and then found some of those exit frags as well. Fantastic play here from the support. She's been really getting active early and often in this one. But what I want to state here, Spooky, is the fact that Jolo has now pressed the issue on every neutral objective. Like you mentioned in game number 1, they didn't have really the comp to do that. In game 2, they feel like they do with the Tesla Dome and with the CC suppression that Boinks offers on the Decker. And so they're taking that initiative, and I love it for them. And then they're finding some exit kills on the back end, which is just the cherries on top. So right now, they're not in the driver's seat. This is still anybody's game, but I like that aggression coming out from the Dust side.
You know, I could argue that they are in the driver's seat. Sure, it's a very even game right now. Zolo is the ones deciding where this game is going to be played at. They're the ones saying, all right, it's Fangtooth. All right, it's Mini Prime. You know what? Let's fight in the mid lane. And Wailing Whales are really just kind of trailing after them like some kind of scavenger, what are the whales that eat krill?
I think a lot of like blue
filter
whales
feeders,
or
filter feeders.
Yeah, whale sharks. You know, I think they eat some krill too, right?
Yeah, probably. They don't have teeth. Pretty bad sharks, honestly. Back to the game. Wailing Whales just cannot find the momentum to set the pace and be the ones calling the shots on where this game is played. As this third Fangtooth comes up, it's got to change for him.
Yeah, and look at all the vision they've set down here, Team Jolo. And you can see Mr. Guru, he took the teleporter the quick way back to the lane. They're setting up for this third one, and that will be the third, Skull and Crossbones form, that extra boon to offense and defense. So they know they want to burn it quickly. It's about, can they get it done? Look for Boinks and Mr. Guru to play bodyguard and Yin to just be putting in the damage. Let's see if they can secure it.
Coming on forward, and Entropy takes to the skies. Welling Gale comes up to protect him. Dro cannot get protected by those winds. Tesla Dome will open up. Fangtooth is secured by Zolo, and now they're just looking to clean everything up. They got the numbers, they got the damage, and they're getting the kills on top. Team Zolo taking it all the way on the fight. Containment fence makes sure you can't back it up. And Mr. Guru finds himself a double.
Oh, and I love to see it. This Sevarog doing ungodly work there in that fight, separating people, pushing them back and forth, really being a menace there, doing the tick damage with the Fire Blossom. it was also on the Quelling Gale, put right on top of that Fangtooth. People didn't want to jump into it until it was too late. Then they were slowed up. Some of the projectiles were stopped. And then with all your abilities bursted away, all right, let's just turn. Swashy on this Gladiator was trying to finagle a way into it, but just couldn't do it, was just poked out before they could really get anything done. So just fantastic work there for Sholo. They secured the third Fang.
Vici trying to secure a 3 camp as well. Health bar pretty low. But Plasma Ball is going to hit the pillar, and that'll be the end of that. You know, Philly, you talk about the flow chart quite often, right?
Yeah.
If this, then do this. If not, then go over here. But I feel like sometimes we get a little too caught up in that flow chart, right?
Sure.
Because right now, we're looking for objectives. We want to go to the Fangtooth, contest the enemy there, and try to get it for ourselves or pick up as many kills as we can. But there's a key question I think is not being looked at. And it's, does Vici have the ultimate? If so, it has to be pulled. You have to get rid of that ultimate before they show up to the Fangtooth. Otherwise, you don't have a window to be there. Entropy. What were you doing there, my friend? I don't even know what to say.
The Ion Strike from Boinks, it was perfectly placed, knowing where the mine was going to come and just stopped him in his tracks. All the momentum
just away from his team.
Yeah, just gone. But now the fight in earnest again, Spooky.
Oh no, so much damage onto J. Heffel, has to blink away. Such good placement coming out from Fox, and Mr. Guru is not gonna let you have any space. Dashes on in and drops 2. That is a double for Mr. Guru. He's just gonna walk on back to his team, who get 3 free kills.
Oof, yeah, that was an awkward fight there in that choke point, but the former Hive player, Mr. Guru, doing some cleanup duty there. The Sevrog reaping some souls.
He's online.
He is online. I'm looking at this Zinx, and I think in the next big fight, that is who we should be spying on if we can. What is her role here? How is she setting up people with the Ricochet? Because what she does best is kind of in that laning phase. You want to win that lane phase outright with your passive, your bad medicine, Ricochet to set up your kills for your carry, etc. But now that we're in this team fight brawly situation, what are you getting done? And the fact that these fights have been so split, so spread out, the Ricochet not hitting as many members as we would like, and going full support here. I mean, you've got the Wind Caller and the Crystal tier, so, and the Divine Wreath here is your tier 2. So full on support, no damage, no prophecy or anything like that on Stefan. So really trying to facilitate and keep their teammates alive. That is who my eye is going to be on in this next fight. If we get their Entropy slashed to smithereens.
Entropy cannot be in these positions. That's going to lead to Stefan. Oh my god, taking the entire health bar of damage. Nova Genesis will be used but not utilized. Stefan stays alive. All across the map, the wailing whales getting wailed themselves, just beaten back.
Okay, Spooky, now Team Jolo is in the driver's seat. Now they have hit their power spikes. They are feeling very strong. You can see how much damage this Yin is putting out. The Tainted Rounds, the Lightning Hawk, the Terminus just chunking through kids. I mean, that Zinx lost her health bar in, what, 3 whip slashes? Like, that was insane. So, now how do you close it out? And it starts here with this 4 Prime. You get that buff going, put it on your creeps. I think if they secure the Shaper here and have those seedlings start pushing in, that will be, you know, an extra boon for them to really put the pressure on. I'll be looking to see how they will split their siege. Do they go for a 4-1-0? Do they go for a 2-3-1? Like, you know, how are they going to siege the base here after they get this Shaper?
We were really talking about this Yin right at the start. A couple of us, namely you, weren't entirely sold on it. Had a lot of questions about whether it would be good or not.
Yeah.
But I've always said many a times, comfort can outvalue traditional wisdom.
Sure.
So very frequently. If you are comfortable, if this is your best character, it doesn't matter if it doesn't play well into the Skylar, because you're still going to put up some numbers. Now they're looking to put up the Primal, and Mr. Guru is looking to put down Shashi. You can't fight any longer. You got to get out of there, and Dro's going to escort you out the hard way. Primal Fangtooth, secured by Zolo, and all the whales are sent packing. Ion Strike going to come in, and Vici's going to whip him back into place.
And we've got ourselves a double bubble buff here for the side of Team Jolo. Love to see it. And Mr. Guru, peeling so effectively for his team that time. Yes, what?
Why are we on the right side, Will? Look at the mid lane.
We're ending. We are ending. I think they recognize the game is forfeit after that final engage, and it will be so spooky. We're going to game number 3.
Game number 3 after a very convincing win from the Whales in 1. I don't know, like the Whales simply didn't have that same mentality, it felt like, from game 1. But at the same time, Philly, it's very clear that Zolo changed a lot of what did not work in that first game. And I think that's so integral to this level of play. Being able to recognize what you're doing that's not good and not working and saying, no biggie, swap it out. Let's make this a best of 1.
Yeah, I mean, in game 1, Sholo, they got out-tempoed. They wanted to be the ones in the driver's seat, put that pressure on. They weren't able to do that. Okay, what's a composition where we have a different tempo? And they found it. They found that rhythm. They found that flow state, so to speak, here in game number 2. But I think there's some of the pieces on the side of the Dawn, the Zinx and the Terra. I don't know, man. They're just not impactful enough for me. You know, I'm a big ultimate guy. I love the big flashy abilities. The unstoppable. Right, like what was Wooly doing in these engagements, right? Were they trying to peel for the Skylar, but she can kind of self-peel? Okay, then you need to press forward and look for somebody, mainly Boinks in that back line, because you have the unstoppable, but then there's the containment, right? We always know how these things intertwine. The Terra just, I don't know, not getting it done for me in this one. And then the Zinx just kind of fell off the cliff as they made their way towards the later stages of the match. So a very good win here for Sholo. Game number 3 is anybody's guess.
Not to put too fine of a point on it, Philly, but to what you're saying, I think we talked about the Zinx and the Terra one time each. And it's not because the players are bad. It's just they got to do so little in that game. And both times we talked about them, well, we saw Vici just destroying Stefan's health bar. And then for Wooly, unfortunately, just wrong place, wrong time. Hopefully, they can do like Zolo, pull their pieces together and find something big for Game 3. But that is a problem for the desk.
Witness my power! Tasted on the wind. Fresh glory awaits. Perish amongst the weak. Leave this to me.
Tied up with the game in front of us. Welcome back, friends. It is time to jump into the rubber match. So, game number 1, squishy team lost. Pretty much that's all she wrote. Second time around, a little bit more of a contest. Which one wants to break this one down here? Lance, you want to go?
So, I'm glad that you mentioned the squishy team losing, right? Because the second one, you get the tankiest of all tanks in the game. You get him to the point that he's like 8-0-6 in the game as well. And how do you kill Mr. Guru on that Sevarog? The answer is you don't. They kill your core instead. I'm interested to see if Wailing Whales is going to do something to try to like mitigate that. I saw a lot of interaction in chat talking about banning this Decker. Boinks played out of her darn skull that game. I still think Guru was the main character of it, though.
Yeah, definitely a big picture. I'm getting some sort of vision from somewhere. Falcon, I feel like you want to ban Decker.
I don't know where you're coming from with that F-Dot. I think that Decker was definitely a balanced hero in that game. I don't think there has any... No, just get rid of it. They're not going to, because they wanted to ban the UA away instead, because UA has not... I mean, UA's been through 5 games so far. That's been banned in every other game and has won all 5 games. So that character is just not going to be allowed in on this patch. But they do have first pick. I don't expect the Decker first pick. I don't think that they play Decker nearly as much as Boinks does. But so it is going to allow Boinks to probably pick it up. There's quite a few picks they could go for. The Grux is always one of them. We haven't seen Grux so far in this set. We saw the Simbi and we saw the Terror. Both of them did decently. So I think Royal is doing pretty good considering what he's dealing with. But I think Zolo, they can pick up the Decker. They can pick up even the gadget. I think that Fox did a really good job. They can take the Howitzers away instead as well. So there's quite a few options they can go for in this first 2 picks for them.
It's going to be completely different angle. Okay. The thing is, like, I was right along for the ride there, Falcon. Everything you put down, I was picking up. But Lance, we go in a completely different direction, going with the Shinbi and the Bellica. Talk to me about why we are not doing anything that we seem to have thought.
I'm going to give them the credit of the fact that they just have bigger, smarter brains than us, but I'm not completely sold on that either. I do like both of these picks here. Flexibility out of both of them as well. You don't expect to see the Bellica go to the support role. However, Boinks can do that if they want. I was a little surprised to see them not pick that Sevarog up on the first rotation. I was going to mention this as Wailing Whales locked the spin. So a little bit unfortunate, and now I think it's time for Zolos to look towards some beef and some frontline.
So Decker just more played on the side of Zolo. It's almost like they don't have to worry about it not being available. Likely they need to pick it here so it's not banned out in that secondary pass, but instead we're going with the Ice Queen Aurora. Definitely deviation. So there is something to be said about just because you won with it last time doesn't mean you're gonna, I get it. But this one definitely seems to be a large departure from at least what Falcon was thinking, I think what I was thinking, I think what a lot of people at home were thinking. This is not, doesn't necessarily mean it's wrong, but this is absolutely, objectively and equivocally not what you would expect. This isn't the standard. This isn't the norm, so to speak. So why, Falcon, are we deviating so much? What are we gaining by going with these selections instead of the more obvious choices?
It's hard to really say. I don't know exactly where these picks are going either. Simbi can flex, so can the Bellica, so can the Aurora. So there is a lot of flexibility. Wailing Whales obviously banned away the Yin, so they don't think that any of these are in the jungle, which leads me to believe it's probably a Aurora support Simbi off lane, Bellica in the mid lane. Now that they've banned away the jungler, they can flex probably the Aurora into that pick, but that is very interesting because that's the 4th AP character for Zolo. So they have it's going to probably be in Aurora jungle then, Simbi off lane, Bellica, Renner. They can flex ADC in mid depending on what sort of mid lane Wailing Whales picks up. There is a possibility that this is a Sevarog mid. But I severely doubt that it is a Sevarog mid because we have now just got the Argus, so that's going to be the actual pick. But I think it's an interesting thing, but let's see how it goes.
I need to ask here really quick to excuse me, to butt in. Entropy has played Howitzer the first 2 games of this set, right? Howie absolutely crushes Rena early. Like, eventually the outscale happens. I am shocked Wailing Whales did not just lock in Howitzer there, especially with blind picking the Rena, because Howitzer just blows it up. Like, especially on the early levels, there's nothing they can do. Girl boss team, though, I gotta say. Zolo, all girl bosses, let's go. Girl power.
All right, sure. Kira locked in. Thumbs up, dude. Yeah, spice up your life all the way up. Absolutely. Reality here, though. So low key, what was on the back burner in my head was that Zolo were baiting some sort of selection here. Like, we want you. We know what's been very successful. We've seen the Howitzer virtually every single game. We've seen a lot of these picks every single game, and Zolo was refusing to go kind of back to what we've seen before. So I felt like they were baiting their opponent into a position where maybe they pick the Rena, the opposing team picks the Howie, and then surprise, we have an answer, and Rena's not going mid because you mentioned, that all seemed to make sense to me. But we're not doing any such thing here. Lance gave his thesis statement about the girl power for sure. Falcon, why do you think we see the draft go this direction with, again, just not what you would expect from this draft?
Both of these drafts are very different from what we've seen differently. You're correct on that. I think the Argus was added because of the lack of CC for Wailing Whales. I don't think you have that much. You have Grux is a lot of CC, yes, in the skip, but Severog really only have that Colossal Blow as a big CC. The subjugate isn't too big of a natural CC to only roots. So adding that Dreadnought, that extra stun allows you to get the extra picks. But overall, I do think Zolo has a better composition around. Aurora just brings so much. Renas are so strong. Bellica, we don't even know if that's going to be a Bellica mid, Bellica support, other way around. But there's just plenty of options for them to do team fights, to do split push. And Wailing Whales, I think they are going to struggle quite hard to deal with every single option that Zolo has. And if they can, it's great. But that's such a tall order.
Tall order, game 3. Winner moves on. Let's jump in.
That's right, folks. We've got 2 teams, 1 win apiece, and 1 more game to take it. Neither of them wants to go home. It's their final chance to stay in the bracket. Still spooky, still Philly to take you through this one. Now, Philly, the question is, these Whales took a bit of a hard loss there. Got to rise up. Do they have the capabilities? Are their mouths filled with baleen, or are they Andante? Do they have teeth?
Do they have teeth? No, they have. Yes, they do. They have teeth in this one, friend. I like the composition that they're going for. It is, for me, a full-on dive. I think this Sevrog is going to play more of that, let me Phantom Rush in, be the front line, and then have the Stefan kind of follow up in there afterwards. So that is what I'm looking for him. And I think Entropy is going to be the one to set up those kills. He's going to hit a Dread Nova from downtown, and then Wooly will jump on him, subjugate, everybody dive, and blow up one target. So that is what I think they're looking for here. The big thing with this Sevrog is that he does naturally build magic defense. So even though he's going up against the Shinbei in the off lane, it's okay. He can build the catalytic drive and he'll feel just fine doing that. That's not a problem for him. Where there's just, I'm curious for Team Sholo, there is not much damage differential here. Everybody's busting out magical, and it's really the cure to do the physical. So I'm looking for a strong early game for Sholo to kind of build some fear onto the side of Wales, where they feel like, oh, I do have to build a magic defense item, and then that prevents them from scaling and hitting their certain timings where they're going to be weaker as they move forward into the mid game. So if they can really put that pressure on and make them feel the hurt, so they go for like Miss Meadow Buckler or whatever, then I think that they hit their game plan. But only time will tell if they can get it done.
If you only have one source of physical damage, Kira's not a bad one for it. That said, it can be rough, right? If she doesn't get online early, she can struggle a little bit. If she gets pressured early, she can struggle a lot. So now the question is, how much attention do you pay over towards that left side? Entropy, don't get hit by that, my friend. Those are going to hurt. Fox, A little bit of an exchange there, but this is another problem. Entropy on this Argus runs out of mana so quickly. I have to wonder how these lanes are going to fare as a whole.
And I really like this matchup here for the side of Fox. You know, the Neural Disruptor does extra damage based on missing mana. You do the Void Drone. Argus naturally depletes himself. He went with the Arcane Engine augment there, which will help him a little bit, but not too much. He's going to be looking to run people down more than conserve his mana, so he'll have to itemize effectively, which will mitigate some of his damage capabilities moving forward. This is the lane, though, however, Spooky, is the one that I'm looking forward to the most, because the Rena support into this Muriel, these two Magicians really just going to be battling it out to try to secure Prio in that lane. It's going to be interesting. You can see who's winning out right now. It's pretty even, actually, as the push comes to shove. Here's Swash.
Ashi tries to find the smash and grab. Not a lot of damage there, though. Heffel has to be very careful. Stupor not going to connect. Literally, sub 20 HP. Bro, under duress as well. Blinks come through, and finally the first blood is secured. But Vici makes the rotation as well. Step back into the tower. Boinks is here. You've got nowhere to go. Vici, 1 for 1.
Is it worth? Debatability on that is high. Yes, you get the carry, but you expend your blink and you lose priority in the mid lane. You send Jay Heffel over here, not necessarily safe in this mid lane area. Yeah, okay. I love the aggression here, friend. It's basically a best of one. You want to, put the fear into the opposition. I guess that's one way to do it, but now you have to play a little scared because you got no blink.
It's a very dangerous position to be in. Lots of aggression from both sides. Be careful. He's looking to try to get back towards his dual lane. Spots Vici out on this seedling. Gonna try to steal away, but just looking for some damage. Be able to do a whole lot. Entropy comes in. Good. Jump. And Vici has to blink as well for the rad round. Gonna finish the job. Fox and Boinks now in an engagement. Double knock-up and double whammy. Jay Heffel goes right back to the base. Quick exchange. Shashi takes rotation in. Smash and grab, gonna pull the blink out from Fox as well. Everybody's come to play in the mid lane. Eventually, the parents do come and usher everyone back home.
This is more NA like it, friend. This is the bloodbath we want to see. 1 kill a minute kind of action. Just blinks, just being expended willy-nilly. Just these blink chases. That was insane. Why was the Drago blink chasing up there? I mean, wild town for that, but okay, you do that, you expend some resources from the Aurora, you keep her down, make sure she doesn't get level 6 before this Fangtooth comes up, because that's your primary objective here in this early game. They're setting up around it here for now. You see some of those wards down. It's about, will they commit to it is the question. The Grux is over here. I think it's more than likely.
It's going to be a very interesting game with the pace that this is going right now, Philly. Saguru under tower, taking a few hits, and drop the wolves, look for an exchange. Has to be very careful. This is another interesting place, right? Because both these laners really want to take their time, scale up, and become, quote-unquote, the problem in the game, right?
Yeah.
Sevrog wants to be that big tanky guy that you can't get past. This Shinbi wants to be able to either just split push to hell and back, or just delete a carry if she decides to rotate in. So what's the dynamic going to look like? What are you expecting from that lane?
Well, I'm expecting Shinbi to kind of win it a little bit here. She has really great poke, right? The line tempo just puts those wolves in. Entropy using everything in the kit to make sure he stays safe here as they are working towards the first Fang Spooky.
They're looking to try to start this one up. Wailing Whales back on the front foot here. Shashi pulls Fox in, and immediately the health bar gets dropped. Hey, Heffel, gonna put the finishing touches on that. Now move back into the Fangtooth Pit. Still 4 alive for Zolo. Tougher look to contest.
I don't think they will. I doubt you would dive in there, though. Vici goes in. Can the hunt be secured? The cryo size is massive. The bubble laid on top.
It's gonna be a fight, but it's gonna be Wailing Whales who get the Fangtooth. They came with their harpoons. Their harpoons found the mark. Dro, though, has a few bolts left for him. Puts one in the grave, and Mr. Guru says, oh, you want to blink away? Mr. Stefan, I think you want to come back and play. And you find the last bit of damage. He's closed the distance. It's a double kill for the Shinbi.
Oh, Shinbei. That's exactly what they're looking to
No.
do is get the... Yes, Spooky, it's Shinbei. We're doing this for D-Dog. But that's exactly what Shinbei's look to do. They want to clean up some of those kills and split the fight. Because if she's running at you, you're like, holy crap, I don't want to take any of this. So you try to run away, and then you use some of your resources to do so, and then she'll just chase you down with the rushing beat. So an excellent job there for Mr. Guru, and he's back just in time to clear this nice juicy wave and keep the priority in his favor. You see here from Wooly that he's going with the rejuvenation robe, so going for that catalytic drive early, but his timing is a little bit behind, about a minute or so, because you need to then evolve that item to really get the work done. So this Sevrog is behind because he made that rotation to the first Fang instead of the second, which then Shinbi's like, well, then I guess I'll rotate over there, and then she got a double kill for herself, so puts herself ahead in this lane. You talked about how you wanted to see this one to go. Shinbi now, I think, in the lead.
Definitely feeling pretty confident here. I tell you, oh my goodness, that's not a great look for Drogus. Pulled back in, and Jay Heffel says, you know what, fine. You want to get a kill, Fangtooth, I'll get a kill in the lane. I always get so jealous when I see a Sevrog like full clear a wave with his Siphon. I can never make that work. Mini Prime gonna go the way of Vici. A bit of pressure to bring some of these lanes, a little bit more damage that you can look for. Joshy's been pretty active here, Philly. We've been seeing him look for a lot of smash and grabs, looking for a lot of rotations. Has had some success, but now with this Mini Prime on Vici, I gotta wonder if the story will change here.
And he has to get active. The Grux needs to be ahead. If you are behind, you're not doing what you need to do.
You're not Gruxing.
Yeah, you're not Gruxing, and that is part of the key to their setup. You have to get the Smash and Grab Warlord Challenge combination. Yeah, it's also very interesting because we've been seeing a lot more of the Grux in the offlane than in the jungle, so I'm just curious to see how Swashy gets it done. Did go for the double pain augment instead of the Chieftain's Blink, which I think might help him, could have helped him a little bit more. You see the Smash and Grab, that one whiffs.
That one's going to completely whiff, but stun is good. Still going to be a disengage. Boinks goes in the Abyssal Rift and does have some damage to throw out. So back to save. No! Synaptic Obliterator obliterates the synapses, and Boinks will fall. Solo and Wailing Whales now tied up 5-5.
Spooky, what is a synapse? What is a synapse? What is that?
It's something in your brain, I think.
Okay, I thought those were like neurons or something. Chat, you let us know what a synapse is.
I think it's like a brain neuron.
Oh, okay. I didn't pass biology, so we'll see.
Yeah,
and I
was homeschooled.
I don't think Fox is gonna get past this one. They are not long for this world. The Blink expended the Blink chase as well. What the heck is happening to Dread Nova? The Seismic Assault, every ability in the...
Wait! The super connects! Boyd saves the life of her mid laner. Entropy, not too happy with that one. At the same time, Zola picks up a kill on the right side as well. This shouldn't be. Certainly find some success over there. It's kind of like you said, Philly. Things going the way of this should be a little bit more pressure, a little bit more damage after that Fangtooth fight. That goal certainly working well.
For sure, and you see the alchemical rod there for Entropy in the mid lane because he has to scale into some of these mana heavy items because he wants to put those particle shredders online. We know that critical tipping point for the Argus is that level 9. You feel like if he had that extra particle shredders ability point, he would have found one of those kills. It was super close to finding Fox, who is basically, they've been forcing the Blink off of him on cooldown. This guy has not been able to stay safe in this mid lane because they just put the pressure on. That is one of the fallacies, the Achilles heel of the Belka. No natural escape plan. Boinks has to escape here. She's running away now.
And Boinks will be able to make the distance, no problems there. I wonder where the next place to look is. It's going to be this dual lane. Keep your eyes on Mr. Guru. He's just taking the teleporter over. Heffel retreating into the river where he knows his team is. Joshi wants to start this up. Doesn't quite find the smash and grab. Super will similarly not connect. Lots of abilities of whiffing here in this left side here, Philly. It's all trying to jockey for a position around the Fangtooth. Looks like we're going to have to just pull this one cold turkey.
Yeah, it's that resource battle. How many resources can I tug away from you before we start this fight in earnest? They were trying to bait out 1 or 2 abilities. A nice Dread Nova, though, connects.
And here comes Wooly right in the middle of things. Dro trying to find some space, but there's no one turning on the Sevrog. He just gets to wail him and beat him down into the grave. Solo now on a back foot, but Fox does return the favor. Come back in. Down one person, but can find Shashi. That is a big opportunity. find the damage just yet. Mr. Guru has some help, though. Here comes the Sevarog, looking to take down this last health bar. Oh, not gonna find it! Somehow Subjugate misses. The reversal from Mr. Guru keeps him alive. Just like that, the Fangtooth, unbothered, unpolled, unusually quiet in his pit today.
And oh my god, that was just pure chaos here. So many resources utilized to take down Entropy, and while that was happening, the rest of the team were like, all right, you take all that, we're going to kill them as they're trying to focus you. And that's exactly what they did. This Sevarog, though, now is becoming a problem with the catalytic drive and the nullifying mask. Just so much magical armor. You could see both the Shinbi and the Aurora, they were tickling him, using their abilities, the line tempo, the Russian beat, the circle rhythm, everything. Nothing was working. Sholo, they're going to try this again, Spooky. They have the Abyssal Rift, though, this time.
Look. See no backup coming from this Sevarog this time around. Fangtooth got off lucky the first time. Not often he sees two teams roll up to his pit and gets to stay alive afterwards. Won't happen twice. Zolo secures themselves a Fangtooth. All the while, the Sevarog just on this right side, pushing around. I cannot believe that connected. Terrible spot. Now Vici does have the Glacial Charge. Nice. Get over the wall. Boinks. And be playing some Space Maker here. It's all going to settle out. Still, allowing this Sevarog to farm, I think, is potentially one of the biggest problems Zola will have.
Oh, absolutely. Because then it's really going to be on this Kira to do the damage to him, because he's building full magical armor, but then he has natural just tank ability, so he's hard to shred through. So it's hard to just shred through him in general. I like that rotation from the Sevarog to go invade the blue side and get that for yourself to help your ability haste and get your stacks more online. Swashy, I think, is going to be fine. He's got the Berserker's Axe. He'll be dancing around there. But an intelligent play there, knowing that they were late to the Fangtooth. We don't have the ultimates and abilities to contest it. All right, let me go find something else on the map. You get your blue buff, and you can get some extra creep stacks there. Get yourself to your final tier. Which you love to see is at 155, so almost there, right? Got to get to 180 to feel good about it. Going for the Flux Matrix next, looking to facilitate himself and the rest of his team.
Big ult expended there. Vici dropped the Cryoseism, didn't really find anything off of it there. Now, an ultimate down for the foreseeable future. Should be a few more opportunities for the Wailing Whales to get active on this map. And they've been certainly jockeying for position, right? We've seen them moving forward, looking for some aggressive plays. Haven't quite found everything they're looking for. Trailing in the kills just ever so slightly, but around this mini prime, the first one's here. They find a fight. Zolo to move their way in. Glacial Charge gonna lock everybody in the pit. Says, no, you don't leave. Doesn't look like Zolo's trying to push the issue any further, but Mr. Guru apparently didn't quite get the memo. There's the team coming around with the Colossal Blow, sends him right back to the pit. Now the numbers swing in favor of Wailing Whales. Can they find anything off this? It's a deep fight in enemy territory. That's Entropy who draws first blood in it. In to try to drag down Dro, and they finally do it. Vici, though, trades off ADC for ADC. Stefan blinks past this Glacial Charge. Entropy is doing all the work he can. Still alive to blast out the damage, and it's still Zolo trying to move forward into all of it. But Wooly is just soaking up so much. Triple kill for the mid laner, and somehow Wooly, after all this tanking, still has a few hundred health to work with.
Dude, this guy, you cannot take him down. He's too large. He's too thick. It's incredible. They're pumping everything they can, and because he's too blood, and the big blue whale here is Wooly. And here's the thing, that allows the Argus to just do the work. A triple kill here for the mid laner. He had that full max particle shredder online. He was just crushing, and that Flux Matrix here from the side of the Sevarog facilitating him more because he's doing that extra magical damage. I love to see this mid lane battle in these fights. You can see Fox is fully focused on Entropy, trying to get the Void Drone so that he's taking those extra damage. He's losing his mana more quickly, can't sustain, but dang, not enough to get it done. An awkward fight there in the end there, Spooky, because they had the prime, they know it was taken, and they were missing their Kira and their Rena, two of their largest damage dealers in these fights. I love the wall off there from Vici. If the Abyssal Rip was able to connect, that would have decimated the team, but they just weren't there on the timings. Then they were split in the fight in the retreat. Mr. Guru got sectioned off, and they went down again. We are skirmishing once more. The crowd size him in.
Predecessor does find 2 targets, a big double stun, but still there's not enough damage to bring these targets where they want. Here comes Wooly, finds a subjugate and knocks points right towards his team. Says, all right, I've got the MR. I don't care about your damage. I'll step up into all of you. And Shashi drags him right back. Dro extremely low. A good knockup's gonna save his life. And Boinks finds the kill. That could be enough to turn things around into Zolo's favor. But all of the Wailing Whales said, all right, it's been enough. Let's pull back. Mr. Guru's in the back line. Can't stay there for long.
Oh, and this is where Shinbi eats, folks. This is where she wants to pick up the stragglers. Jefe, boom. He's donezo. Oh, my word. 2 blinks expended here from Sholo to reposition themselves because they were caught in the smash and grabs and with their stuns. So they had to expend it, but that helped them reposition, and the chase was on. And when that happens, you have the advantage. You can turn around and get the elimination. Still, the fight is going. The Fangtooth under duress.
Are we sure?
He's going to die from the fire blast. Oh, my gosh. They take him down in the nick of time.
Entropy steps up to this one by himself, and he will fall down similarly by himself. I understand wanting to get the kill, but like, you can't make those plays in that situation. Wailing Whales truly felt like they had fully disengaged Philly. They felt like they were out of that fight. No one else had to get caught. And Stefan goes down. Okay, that happens. It's a Shinbi. Why was everyone else so far forward?
Sometimes you just get caught in 2 minds. This is what we've been talking about a lot, Spooky. With all these neutral objectives, your decision making has to be decisive and it has to be unified. If we're going on objective, we're all going. If we're hitting and then turning, that's what we're doing. Your shot caller, you have to trust them and you have to all do it together. That time, just didn't get it done on the retreat horn. Yeah, usually you'll lose a member on the retreats. Your support kind of leaves themselves out there to take the brunt of that damage, but then trying to eke out, going back for the Fang, a tough decision. I can see it, but maybe not the right one. The Fire Blossom now online for this Sevarog. Uh-oh, that is a scary McFairy, as we say, friend.
You know, I think we do say that. I've heard that one being passed around
at least in my family.
In the circles. So the question now is, for the side of Zolo, who deals with this Sevarog? Obviously, we're still winning some fights. We've got answers. The later the game goes, the harder it's going to be. Shashi will start bringing the pain right now. I don't find a whole lot gets knocked up. It feels like this might be a fall point for the Wailing Whales. Go in too deep. And Fox on this Belka just picks him up. Now Vici looking at 2 members, and Boink said, hey, well, I want to join the fun as well. And we find the Stupor does connect, and Jehefo is gonna bite it for that one. Dro with a double kill.
Oh, what a fight. Fox has been my MVP in this one. Those seismic assaults have been hitting 2-3 people in each and every engagement. Spooky asked, okay, what do they do about Wooly? You fight when he's not there 100% of the time, every time. And they did just that, and they cleaned up 3 kills easy peasy. In these fights, you just have to dance around him. You have to dance around the Sevarog. You've got to get every other member down first, especially this Argus, and then you can then focus him at the end of the fight. He's being focused here now.
Yeah, I guess this does work. If you just bring 5 members to a single health bar, that health bar tends to not fare very well. Or Prime is the current example of that as well. We'll be going on all 5 members of Team Zolo, taking full control of the momentum of this game. And I'm surprised at how effectively they're playing around this Sevarog, right? Because we saw him around that Fangtooth. He walks in, says, haha, no play zone. But it also feels like he doesn't get to control his game right now, because if he wants his team to be able to fight, he has to be there, and if he's there, he's not farming.
Yeah, and I think at this point in the match, he's okay, not farming. He's got at least 3.5 items online. You got your max stacks. Hopefully at this point, you should if you're a professional. And then you can dive in there. They did go with the Phantom Rush augment, so you can dive in there, try to Colossals blow somebody back or subjugate them in place. We've been highlighting this Sevarog a lot, but I want to talk about the Shinbi. We do talk about Shinbi. Yes. I love this build, going with the Magnify first to shred through that magical armor, and then the Megacosm as the 3rd item when you've reached your power spike off the Tainted Scepter. Fantastic there. The big thing, though, is this obelisk. That means she is going to be scaling incredibly hard throughout this game, getting those stacks online, which means she'll be able to shred through that magical defense of the Sevarog just that much more. So I love what Mr. Guru here is doing, just full-on damage. Going for probably the World Breaker next, if I saw Void Crystal correctly. So I love the build coming out there from the offlaner. Now they're sieging the base, buffed in purple.
It's pulled the beautiful glacial charge. Gonna stop the aggression early.
Nice.
Boinks in the skies, looking at Stefan. Gonna be Dro who finds it. And all of a sudden, Wailing Whales find themselves on the back foot in their own base, locked out of their defense.
Ouch.
He goes into the stasis and gets knocked back into the sky. But Wooly is here. He said, I will put my mark on this base. You will not take another step forward, but you gotta fight past Dro as well. He's firing shots. He's pulled back in, and he goes down into a grave. Mr. Guru, the last one standing, looking to try to wrap up this fight. There's a triple kill for Shocky.
Holy crap.
Can you find a kill for Mr. Guru? And the answer is yes. It's a double ace.
Everybody's dead. I've never seen this spooky. Everybody's dead. Bagel, who do you even look at? There's nobody alive.
The minions.
Holy, and they are stomping towards the core. Luckily, Stefan is available to clear the wave and help the alarms, settle. But what the heck? What a fight. Just back and forth mayhem out here. My word. Finally, Shashi coming into this fight, has that Ashbringer online like we talked about, so instrumental for this Grux to get what he needs to get done. But I want to talk about the full length of this composition for the Dawn side. They want to play more dive, but they haven't been able to do that because they've been on the back foot. They haven't been able to initiate. And if they have, Fox has been lining them up like dominoes and knocking them down with the seismic assault. So just a fantastic counter initiation from that mid laner. Fox has just had to keep track of so much. The Argus, where's he's at? How do I keep my team alive with the seismic assault? There's just been so many things that this prolific player has had to account for, and they're doing a wonderful job of it. Boinks also zoning, creating so much space with that ultimate. It's difficult to fight in there. Grux, it's hurting him. He's like, I don't want to run into this, coach. Don't put me in. But they're like, you got to. Somebody's got to dive, and we have to then protect with the follow-up. So really well done here overall from Jolo. They're going for the Fang, but it's going to be contested. Can they get out alive?
He drops the glacial charge, trying to cut off a retreat path. It'll be enough to take down Dro. Oh my god. They have to be in the grave.
No,
you can't get caught here. Oh, Wooly! Shot on the lazy back. Everyone just went their separate ways there, Philly. Wailing Whales try to step up. Found themselves taking a fall. They have to get back to the base. They have to defend.
Yeah, and so you see Entropy doing the mid laner. That's where the bulk of your wave clear comes, but you're down 2 members. They're knocking at the door.
2 inhibitors down, 2 members down. Wailing Whales really need to find something here. Load the harpoon, something. Get rid of this wall. It's in my face. Entropy can't even step out of his base, and the core falls as soon as the wall does. You don't even have a chance to defend it, Philly.
That core shattered in a blink of an eye, Spooky. I didn't even realize the health bar was just nothing after that. But well done here from Sholo. They kept their foot on the pedal and they didn't let it go. Such a fantastic mental fortitude from this squad. I mean, we've talked about some of the players on their team have been in some of these hottest seats in the scene. They know what it's like to come back from a deficit and still succeed, still excel. Just so many standout players from both of these squads. It was just, I gotta highlight Boinks. We talked about her already, and I gotta highlight Mr. Guru on this Shinbi, just really making it work, just assassinating people, putting the pressure on in the offlane as well. So just highlights all around. This is definitely gonna be one you want to watch back, folks. Get those Ometa City links and just sit down with your popcorn and enjoy it, because man, what a match.
What a comeback, too, from Team Zolo, who struggled so hard in that first game. Philly, we asked a question at the beginning of this game. We now have our answer. Baleen. Send it back to the desk to wrap it up.
Great job there on the cast, boys. Zolo with the big W after all. And, of course, with the flower power lineup. Fun to watch this one, but let's get away from the Vorthos and into the Spike if we shall, because this composition, the team won. This was just real strong play. I don't really think that a composition necessarily won. I think that we just saw good execution. Let's just go down the top. Falcon, then Lance.
Yeah, I think that in terms of the draft, both teams were pretty equal. You obviously had the stronger front line with the Sevrog and the Grux from the Wailing Whales, but in terms of the versatility, like I said before we even started in the game, just Zolo had so much more variety of what they could do, and that kind of played to the benefit of them. They had a strong solo lane in Guru who managed to get ahead to the point where he could just dive on the back line with VC, and with Fox, I think Fox has been kind of undeservedly left out of what could be considered the MVP. I know Boyce had a amazing game too, but even in the game they lost, Fox was trying so hard to carry the game. He won lane every single time in that in the series, and I think he did supremely well on every single pick he chose.
It did feel like Fox had a massive input or impact in those games. The seismic assaults landing onto the high priority targets in all of the major team fights in that game 3 really, I think, helped Team Zolo beat the Wailing Whales.
Tough one. I mean, that was Wailing Whales. Excuse me. Wailing Whales looked fantastic towards the beginning of the series. What dropped their Lens? Was it sort of a compositional win, or did they just not bring the execution in the game 3?
I definitely think that in game 3 they got a couple of good counter matchup counter picks. Yeah, the Sevrog can just kind of sit there and scale for free with the Shinbi there, but that also means that the Shinbi gets to do that. A lot of the times if a Shinbi can get rolling, they have more of an impact because they can dive onto that backline, delete the ADC, which we saw happen to Heffel again and again with an Aurora and with a Shinbi just kind of sprinting at your ADC. What are you really going to try to do to be able to prevent that? Yeah, Drongo's got a little bit of self-heal, but it's just kind of tough. I'm not a massive Grux jungle believer as well. I know most of the comp teams kind of prefer that and favor that. I haven't seen it have the results that it was because I just think it gets blown up if it's your engage. But I just think it is an executional thing here, right? We're seeing from these highlights here, Fox just landing the things that they need to. Boinks was really good with the Stoopers as well. You'll see it here as he hits J Heffel with this. That spells the death for the ADC there. That starts to snowball towards the end of this game as we're at the 20-minute mark at this exact thing here. We almost got the double A's, which was also really cool. I just wanted to highlight it at some point. But I think that Zolo just played to the strengths of their team incredibly well, and they executed it. And I hope they can continue this momentum into their next matchup into, I believe, Zero Tolerance, which is F6 team. I just got to give him a tiny bit of a shout out since I've got the mic for a second.
Well, shout out to them. Shout out to LeBron. Shout out to the world. Shout out to you guys. We've got one more break until we jump into our next best of 3. It's going to be M10 versus Prof. Don't miss it. We'll be right back. Shake the extra set. We got a new set coming at you and a new analyst as well. Welcome to North America, Tang. Good to see you, bud.
Always great to be here. Always a good time being here. So yeah, I've been watching the stream. I've been seeing what the NA teams have been cooking up. So yeah, being on the desk now in this banger of a set we have up next is going to be fantastic.
Yeah, you said it. M10 versus Prof. These guys are known strong teams as well. Lance, I always look to you as my sort of cultural liaison, if you will. Walk me through the lore of M10 versus Prof.
So, for me, for my money, this is the two strongest teams in this tournament. We're getting them in the semifinals. It feels really exciting that we're going to get this on a day one. That's just the quality of matches you could expect for PCC here. Something to kind of take a note of here. We have two teams that have new offlaners, right? North traditionally had been a jungler. One way back in the day, if you know your PCC lore, he won the MVP of PCC 3 as an offlane hero, which is almost 10 PCCs ago, which feels crazy here. And then Appy obviously moving from being the mid laner 4-team Mythic over to the offlaner 4-team Professors. So keep your eyes on this. North has been performing incredibly well in this tournament. Shinbi highly prioritized into the hands of North throughout here, but a little bit of like a duo thing to mention really quick before we jump into draft, as I am hearing that it is ready. We have a brand new duo lane with two very experienced players, Lakeinator and Peak, on the side of Mach 10 into the trusted, true duo lane of Professors. You know, Crazy Fool, Survivor. Do I even have to say their names? You know what that duo lane is.
It's insane. I mean, that's absolutely where we're looking at. All eyes on that off lanes for sure. I think anytime you've got a new player stepping in, which, again, yes, there is some history there, but 10 PCCs ago might as well be a different game. So welcome to the modern squad. We'll see how y'all do. Richter, the first ban primarily, which a little bit of a deviation from what we've seen so far. We've largely seen a lot of the same stuff. Also, another interesting ban here with the Fae. Listen, we're going to see the Yone ban. We know it, Tang. But with these two different bans coming at us, what does that say for the rest of the draft?
Honestly, Mach 10, they come in swinging. Like I was about to say as well, they don't care about the Quang ban. We've seen them let it through pretty much every game so far. So them batting away the Richter is, in my eyes, a power play, because they're like, okay, Crazy Fool, we're gonna take the Richter away, we're gonna pretend that that's the only hero you can play, even though we of course did see that Muriel performance before against Mythic. So I think honestly for Mach 10 it's just stabbing this dagger a tiny bit into the ego of Professors that are just gonna ban out Bri, probably one of the star players out of Mach 10. We did see him perform earlier in the day against NigerDU, I believe, so that is leaving the Ure open.
Yeah, this is a big deal, and something that I find really interesting at the top level of play. Essentially, everybody follows the meta except for the leaders, right? Once you get to the top, you wind up being more about, because every single tier list is a guide. It's not written in stone, and at a certain point you can just be better at your pick than the tier list, so forget it. And when we're up here at the top teams, that's kind of where we're at. So all for maybe 3 target bans and then just no witch because she's kind of crazy good, and then the Yore first pick overall. So the thesis statement here from Prof is that Yore is busted. She has been banned essentially 100% of the time, but we'd rather see you on that pick than what you are good at piloting. Lance, do you agree with this thought process?
I believe that I do agree with it, although I'm not able to fully convince myself of it. I think that they just think that they can outplay it here.
I want to like it.
You do leave Peak's Decker up in this like transition here. I do think Props hasn't necessarily shown their hand quite yet. I don't know Crazy Fool to be a Morn player, but I do know him to play Grux, even though you wouldn't necessarily expect Grux to be the support, and you would expect Morn to be in that situation. I do think there's a little bit of who knows where this is going. I really like this Shinbi pick to keep that out of the hands of North, and you can tell that these teams have each other scouted. Is what I'm taking out of this draft so far.
Yeah,
one quick point as well. Sorry, let me jump in. I thought that the Shinbi pick is also really good because we did see it also being picked up by Math before, right? So it's not only Lorba, it's also against Math. It's just like really smart drafting coming out of Prof.
Yeah, this is the fun part, like I said, where I think for a lot of lower bracket games, you can kind of be smart, and it's fun to play the Wordle of the draft, if you will, and figure out where everything goes. And then you reach here, and everything, not everything, but most of it is just thrown to the wayside because we have players directly looking across the proverbial land floor and saying, hey, I know what you like to play, and we're taking it off the board. And so that throws everything into a curveball. Some interesting third-round bans as well. And we go ahead and lock in one of my favorite picks that we don't see all the time, our little mid-lane Gideon.
And that is a Soul Reaper special, I would say. He pilots this hero super well, gets the black holes into the right spots. Pretty kind of skill-ish matchup into the Howitzer, although Howitzer does kind of have the ability to use the Make It Rain to just get out of the black hole in those situations, kind of turn the damage around onto him. But I like the way that this is developing so far. That's Aurora. That may be going to Nivula. In the jungle for Mach 10, it will be interesting to see if they flex that Yuri into the offlane or if they put it into the jungle too, I would say.
Tough. I mean, a lot of things for players to be thinking about. At the end of the day, these are one of those drafts where I think our top-end players, you just kind of halfway through the draft, you're like, all right, just pick me what I'm good at, and we'll just see what happens when we hit the field. Like, that's really where these teams, they think big in the first half, and then second half, we come around. The Revenant going to be locked in here. All said and done. 10 locks. I heard a whoa from Tang and from Lance. We'll just go left to right. Tang, thoughts?
I mean, I'm pretty weirded out by this entire draft, I'm gonna be honest. Like, I came in knowing that Mach 10 doesn't care about the Quang. Apparently, professors also don't. Like, Quang not getting picked up at any point, honestly, is a big surprise. Getting this Yin pick as well on that ADC role, I've not seen personally Survivor play it, so that is going to be a big question mark for me together with the more. And I think once you get to those later stages, once that Mesmerize really disables this enemy team, I think Yin can absolutely shred through everyone. I think the big one is surviving the early game, making sure that Mach 10, that Revenant, is not getting out of control first.
And I'm worried about this Yin as well. You're going to have to be up in the range where Pika can put a cage on you for the majority of this laning phase, right? You can put a cage on you. Yeah, you've got a ricochet to be able to dodge that stun ball, but you can't block all of Obliterate. You'll only block one of the instances of it. So I think it's a bold strategy. I cannot deny the cookery that is coming out here by Survivor in this. I am interested to see if it's going to be Appy on the Morn or the Grux. I know Crazy Fool prefers the Grux. I don't know about this one. I'm leaning Mach 10's way, and I hate to say it, and I know my boys on Professors are going to flame me after they check the segment out later.
I mean, this is a tough one. I think a lot of the time, we look at the quadratic equation in front of us and go, well, it's heavier on this side, go organic chemistry, right? When we get to some of the better end teams and it becomes about target bans, it becomes a little more arcane. It's definitely a little more esoteric. That's sports, baby. We can't predict it just from the sheet in front of us. We have to see what's going down on the server itself. And so we've got a best of 3 in front of us. Think we're ready. Why don't we just do that? We got Mach 10 versus Prof. Dive in, baby.
What is going on, ladies and gentlemen? I am Pacifist and I'm excited for this matchup. Didn't think we were going to be getting this one today, but we've got Mach 10 going against Professors. I am joined here by...
I'm Bangle Mac, and together we are...
Bangle Pack, ladies and gentlemen. We are getting ready here for this best of 3, this semifinals. Very excited about this one. Again, before we get into it, though, I know that Lance was feeling it for Mach 10. What are you feeling so far, Bangle Mac, based on that draft?
Man, it kind of depends on for me. I mean, Soul, he's on his trademark Gideon, but there's a lot of ultimates that can kind of really disrupt his ultimate abilities. I mean, Aurora with the ultimate, the Decker with a stun ball. So if he's able to get a lot of value in it, it could be a very strong pick. Survivor on the Yin is also very strong, but overall, I mean, Mach 10 just has an overall really solid comp. No cookerage. If it ain't broke, don't fix it type of comp. You know it's going to work, and you know what it's going to get you.
Yeah, I mean, I think what I'm worried about the most is whether or not that Gideon's going to have the right support when it comes to these team fights, right? They're more of a pit fight comp, whereas the Mach 10 is like, can you get to our Revenant, right? Because that's the only realistic target there, as we see Crazy Fool kind of getting poked out here in the dual lane a bit, but you know, he's going to be able to heal up and deal with this damage early, but he is taking a lot of damage immediately right off the rip. So just want to be careful there, as they are essentially double melee in the dual lane, and that Decker is going to try and zone him out a bit. But curious to see which lane is going to be the focus here for Niv, as you know, we've got him in the jungle. He's one of those junglers that he's everywhere at once. You got to respect it. And then we've got North in the off lane, something that I'd like to keep an eye on this game.
Yeah, that's something that I want to talk about as well, North. But real quick, Survivor getting really chunked out here. Has to be careful. Very, very low. Yin or Ure is sitting in the red side. Maybe look to invade a little bit here. But in this offlane, I do want to talk about this. Two players that are known for specifically different roles. North being known for the jungler, and Appy being known for the mid laner, and both meeting in the offlane. So it's really cool to kind of see, you know, to see these two really, really high-ranking players play kind of a neutral ground, if you say so. So, but the bounce, the bank is indeed open. Peak showing out the skills. He's got the lineups. That was so cool. But in the offlane, it's just such a cool matchup seeing those two players go at it. But I'm very curious to see how this duo lane for Profs is going to fare in this game.
Yeah, now Creed realizing that his blue buff is in danger. Peak and Lakeinator currently with that Prile, but that blue buff is going to come back into the hands of Creed. So more or less just some wasted time there. Nivulua does get the 3 camp on the way out. Soul Reaper also taking a look in support. Niv clearing those wards in the red side, but man, that dual lane, they're going to have a hard time. There's just no chance that they get Prile. Their only hope moving forward is to play safe. Creed trying to contest the river buff here. Nothing too crazy going on so far, as we do not have any first blood. No one really in danger of first blood here in the start of these semifinals. But Mach 10 Bry doing some damage onto Soul Reaper. Creed there in support. Does manage to get a Grux pull on him. Howie with no mana to his name. Not in danger of flashing here. He's going to be able to get out just fine. Soul Reaper still healthy in mid. He does have that river buff. He's going to be able to shove this wave and back. But again, 3 minutes, 30 seconds in. Nothing too crazy here. Both teams playing very standard and relatively safe.
Yeah, I mean, so far, pretty, I mean, I know Falcon likes to think, and NA, all we do is W key, but pretty reserved, pretty well, good gameplay. But shout out to Soul Reaper, rocking the esports skin. You know, it's really cool to see that there's a bundle in the shop where if you purchase it, everything kind of goes to PCC and all the endeavors that it has. So shout out to him for rocking it for the game day. But I'm really excited about this matchup. These are two of the top teams that I think in NA. I know I was talking to Lance before this, and Lance was saying, he was thinking this is a grand finals-esque matchup that we're seeing here in this winners bracket. So it should be extremely fun gameplay. But Nivea looking over here to take pride for the seedling. Crazy Fool is going to go ahead and try and stall a little bit, so that way Soul can maybe come for a steal. But Peak is getting chunked out here.
Yeah, Peak's chunked out. Niv has to realize the danger is that's a Grux flash as well. The stun coming out from Peak. And Grux not able to get that pull off. Unfortunately, there does burn his flash for essentially nothing. Survivor on the rotate, but the fight has already ended over here. Lakeinator maintaining that freeze in the dual lane. So realizing it, he's gonna, he's gonna have to back, reset, and look for another angle off lane. Meanwhile, continuing to trade. Nothing too crazy over there is the Shinbi. What do you think about the Shinbi into an Aurora matchup? Who wins that in the long term?
I think it's kind of more like a stall matchup for the Aurora. I think it's a bend but don't break kind of pick. It's a nice safe pick. You know, where you have your glacial charge, you're able to kind of have yourself some self peel as well as throw up a lot of CC. So it's really hard for Shibby to kind of chase you down. So I'm looking for North to maybe try and stall this out a bit as we're seeing the cryo size and come out. Appy looking maybe potentially in a kill threshold here. Is he going to use his ultimate? He chooses not to. He's going to save that, but that's good to know for the next laning phase. So that way, when North does come back from that base, he's going to have ultimate advantage on North, so he has to be careful.
Yeah, I love the restraint here. I wasn't sure if Niv was going to try and bail out his offlaner, maybe try and bait a little bit, but the crowd size and being used, going to have to be careful there. North is going to have to be careful against that Shimbi, as she does have the kill potential. Meanwhile, We do have a Grux lurking in the duo lane, looking for something. Still no first blood, ladies and gentlemen. 6 minutes in. Both teams just kind of feeling each other out for now. They know that the Gideon's on the rotate. He just walked over a ward north. In danger over here. If Appy gets any more stacks, he could potentially initiate the Shinbi ult, but it is going to be a pull onto the Fangtooth. Mach 10 looking to set the pace here. I'm not sure that professors are aware of this at the moment. It's at 3K per, Soul Reaper now realizing it, trying to get an HP look on it, but I think it's going to be too little too late. They're not going to be able to contest this unless they all in right now, and that's going to be essentially for free. First objective going to Mach 10.
Yeah, I mean, it's really aware of Mach 10 understanding that kind of Creed has to back there. He was chunked out in the dual lane when he tried to gank. When he tried to show up, he got rooted and hit with the Obliterate, and he was taken down to half HP, so it wasn't very healthy for him to be able to try and gank there. So really heads up play for Nivula to be able to go ahead and do that. But for the side of Profs, they have to really make sure they're on P's and Q's there. Creed has to understand that when he shows up in a lane, that it provides so much information for the enemy team that, you know, whether it's his health bar, whether how much CS he has, his state of his hunt, items, if he's backed or not, it just provides so much information. And so when he shows up to lane, especially flashless, he has to make sure that it means something.
Definitely could not agree more. But, you know, as this game goes on, 7 minutes, nice deflect there by Survivor, as Lakenator is going to eat that stun ball. More or less, Yin still managing to scale. No one dead just yet. Mach 10 pulling the next objective. Again, no vision from Professor, so they have no idea this is going on. The Shinbi is now going over to check. Appy does realize it, but Creed trying to zone out. And there's the Cryoseism coming out as well, looking to make a play is Appy. The Howitzer ult coming out. Creed flashing in on to Howie. That's going to be first blood going over to Soul Reaper, and they're on the board.
Yeah, they were able to secure that first blood, but they're going to go ahead and looking for a bit more. Nivula able to go ahead and escape, doesn't get that tether onto them, so able to get out of there. But do they get first blood? But Pacifist, would you even say that's a worthy trade? I mean, yeah, you're giving up your mid laner, but in turn, you're getting that midi prime. You're getting that objective global gold.
I mean, the global gold is nice, but a mini prime early is essentially just that, right? The cooldowns, they do have the first Fangtooth, so the mini prime does last a while, but the mini prime early is just not as worth as time goes on. So it's more or less an even trade here, unless he's able to do something with it, and I'm assuming that Yurei did manage to get that mini prime. So will he do something with it? It remains to be seen, but it looks like the Seedling is going to be the next objective of focus. Nibelua walking onto a ward. Howie here in support. That Seedling is as good as gone.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty hard to contest that, especially with Soul being able to chase over here in the left lane, maybe onto this duo lane, looking for a pick potentially. Revenant trying to run for his life here, but that route is going to go ahead and be able to stop any progress that Profs were trying to maybe try and get a cross map out of there. They saw that they were taking the Seedling on the right side, so they're like, let's try and get a play on the left side. Nothing comes up, but Soul Reaper in danger here.
Yeah, in danger, getting caught out. There's 3 teammates from Mach 10. Does opt to utilize the black hole, but doesn't really get much out of it. Niv also blinking in. The ult coming out from him. Creed is also in trouble. Very low, does go down to Nivulua. Looking to answer back is the side of Professor. Survivor and Crazy Fool on the rotate, but more or less they're only going to pick up a few minions and have to rotate back onto that duo lane, as that is a 2-for-0 trade. And looking good on the side of Mach 10.
Yeah, I'm not a big fan. I saw the vision of what Soul was trying to do, but that ult was just a bit too high. Wasn't able to pull anyone into that turret, being able to try and stall them a bit. And as a result, he kind of he used his movement ability, fell straight down to the earth, and it was kind of easy pickings for Mach 10.
Yeah, I mean, it's that, and there was no real follow-up, right? His teammates weren't close enough just yet. It was just a little too early. Just a little too early there, Soul. Gotta wait 5 seconds sometimes. I tell my teammates all the time, you know, just wait 10 seconds, brother. I'll be there.
And how often do they listen to you?
Almost never, man. Almost
never. That's how it really feels.
Why would you hear? Like, I'm running, bro. I'll be there in a second. Like, come on.
Yo, I'm not. I don't have instant transportation. Right? I'm not Goku over here. Give me a second. I'm coming as fast as I can.
Right. Just look at the mini map, man. Trust me. I'm coming. But either way, Looking at the next objective here, that Fangtooth Niv in position, looking to pull off spawn. Soul Reaper is in wait. We've got all 5 from Mach 10. Shinbi is on the rotate. She's going to be late, but there it is. The Fangtooth has been pulled right off the rip. Creed is walking in, but is it going to be too little too late? There is a Revenant to deal with as well. 3K, the Aurora Wall as well, and that's what this team is playing for, is just securing those objectives. It does go out. The Cryoseism is used. The Eclipse is utilized as well. Is there going to be a kill? There it is. Lakeinator taking out Creed. Appy is in, immediately stunned, but does go with the Stasis. Nice pull from the Morn there. Bry goes down in the follow-up. Appy still looking to follow as well. Soul Reaper is still alive, chunking people with rocks. North still in the back, trying to survive, trying to make something happen, but Lakeinator walking away with the double kill, looking for another one, has the Morn in the zone with Revenant as well. That's a triple kill for Lakeinator. Survivor does manage to clean it up, get that bounty, and overall, a nice trade here coming out, as that's a 3 for 2. Peak still in danger. I'm not sure that he's going to be able to make it out alive. Soul Reaper trying to clean this up here, Bengal Mac. But Peak doing a little bit of a dance. Survivor does come on over. That is a root. That's a dead decker.
Yeah, I mean, Peak doing his best, best impression of dodgeball. Dive, dip, dodge, and duck, and he almost made it out of there alive. Kind of put the skates on Soul a little bit, but able to clean up that kill. A big triple kill over in the hands of that Revenant, that could be very, very scary. If once that player gets some gold, once that character gets some gold in their pocket, especially a player like Lake, we all saw at LAN, he could go toe to toe with anybody. As I'm sure he would say himself that this old man can still hang, and he is now 3-1. He has that Vanquisher online. He's about 1,100 gold or about 800 gold away from finishing that Imperator, so he's gonna be very strong here in just a few minutes.
It's a stark contrast, right? You've got North, the young god. He's speedy with it, kind of that Gen Z, can't slow down type. And then Lakeinator, what he lacks in, the ability to aim quickly, he makes up for with brains. Not that his aim is off by any means, right? But, you get older, you get some arthritis. You can't flick quite as hard. Not saying that he's got arthritis, Lakeinator, but either way, man, he's a little older. That's something to take into account. He's got the big brains for it. He's still gaming out here against these young gods. So you got to put some respect on his name. He's one of those people that has been a finalist consistently. So I think that speaks a lot. But now looking over toward this next objective, we've got Niv trying to zone out Creed just a bit. Decker also on the rotate. Morn is floating around in mid. So a lot of players here position. Niv with the engage. Nice Decker stun. Creed forced to flash. There is the Eclipse utilized from Morn. The Howie Make It Rain utilized as well, as there is an ult coming out here onto North. There should be ult utilized as well, but Appy not able to pick up any kills. Niv gets out with just a sliver of HP. Should be able to reset in time, as Grux was forced to reset on the back of that. And now look at Orb. Looks like the Shinbi is going to be the one to pull it.
Yeah, they're going to go ahead and try and maybe get Prio on this objective here, but it doesn't look like they're going to be able to go ahead and pull it in time. Nothing crazy, but it looks like maybe Survivor and Lakeinator are going at it a little bit here. I would say that Survivor probably has the advantage just because with Revenant, he only has 4th shots, and if you're able to deflect that 4th shot, that's a whole lot of damage that you're reflecting back on that target. So Lakeinator has to be careful with boxing Survivor here, but over here we're looking that the professors are finally going to be able to try and get their first objective on the board.
Yeah, getting that mini prime will be nice. It's just a question of who does it go to here. I think ideally this would go to Appy. Looks like Creed is going to end up smiting it, if I'm not mistaken. Creed does take it. Shaper is up. Could potentially pull it. Crazy Fool is going to say, yeah, let's go ahead and do this. But nope, just kidding. The call is going to be made to back off. Mach 10 taking a quick look on that side. The dual lane has been shoved. Survivor is looking for a reset. And this is one of those things, right? The Shaper spawns at 15 minutes, Bengal Mac. But based on the way of the flow of the game, right, do you want to pull it right at that 15-minute mark? Or would you want to wait until that big prime is coming up to try and pull that Shaper?
I would actually present a third option. And what I would like to see out of the profs is to be able to use that mini prime and just overload that mid lane and get that tower down. Me personally, the current meta that we're in, I think the mid T1 is the most in tower important besides your inhibitors. But we're seeing here that Mach 10 is going to go ahead and look for the third Fangtooth.
Yeah, the Fangtooth is pulled. Niv is in, but he's in quick danger. Ulting out, trying to get something going. Mach 10 Lakenator, meanwhile, taking out Crazy Fool. So that's a 1-for-1 so far. Creed is also in. Make It Rain used as well. Creed very low. Soul Reaper low. On the back end of that, Creed is going to take out Peak. There's Aurora going down in the back. Additionally, looking for more. Shinbi looking to hunt and chase down the Gideon. Or excuse me, chase down any remaining teammates. But so far, just a 3-for-3. Both junglers are dead, and that's going to be a nod, a tip of the hat. Back up, reset, and maybe reassess this current objective, as we're going to see just another fight here in just a few moments.
Yeah, we're seeing that items are starting to come online here. We're seeing that that Appy has that Orb of Enlightenment now maxed out. It's fully developed. And we're seeing also from Creed that Ashbringer Grux coming out, which has been really strong in the meta. The only thing is, me personally, I don't like it in the jungle. I think it, especially into this team, the Howie, the Revenant, the Ure, it's such a burst comp mixed with that Aurora. If he gets caught out, he can get blown up very, very quickly.
Yep, just completely blown up. Eclipse use. Fangtooth is at 2k HP. Professors would love to secure this one. Niv does go in. He manages to steal it just way too quick, but Niv might pay the ultimate price as he is going to go down, eliminated. Now, with the threat of that mid tower going down, you talked about it. This is definitely a next point of contention. The Shaper should be completely free if they opt to go for it. That's exactly what they're going to do. But again, this is a nice objective to get. But what are they going to realistically be able to do with it as Prime isn't up for another 2 minutes?
Even though that the junglers did, they do have to be careful over here. We see Soul with the black hole coming out. Howie trying to use his ultimate, but he's going to go ahead and get flashed out and get stopped. But the R2000 is going to come down and put Crazy Fool to sleep. And just like that, the tables have turned, and Mach 10 are now taking the Shaper themselves.
My, how the turntables, and Mach 10 now taken out. The Shaper, this is a lot of gold. I mean, a lot of gold in the pockets. No contention here. I love the decision to turn, but it just did not work out in the slightest. Now the Shaper, lots of gold coming out. If we can get a zoom out, I don't know if it's possible to capture the changes that are happening. I love all the changes of this new event. Really shakes things up a little bit. More paths opening up. The sky raining fire, rocks coming down, opening it up, new pathways, new gold flowers to get, making this game even more interesting. Beautiful. You know, tip of the hat there to Tedium. Shout out to him, our observer, doing a great job.
Oh yeah, Teeds absolutely crushing it. My favorite, per usual. He's amazing at observing, and I appreciate him every single time. Shout out Teeds. W's in the chat for Teeds. But back to the gameplay. Enough Teeds. But on the side of props, you have to really kind of feel defeated here. I mean, they had the prio for the Fangtooth. They used so much. They used the Eclipse. They used everything that they could to try and get it. And Nivula being able to sneak in and steal it away and get themselves the third Fang. And then they go, okay, well, you know, we lost the third Fang, but we have to be able to get the Shaper here. We could do something about this. And then they turn around and they get wiped on the Shaper. Like, your morale has to be almost shot if you're on the side of profs.
Yeah, I mean, that was a 4v5. Looked very winnable. The Yin ult coming out from there as well. So, you know, absorbing all of the Howie, make it rain. But unfortunately, the strength of the Ure to be able to steal, and that's why this character has been banned so much in this tournament. As we take a look here, she's been banned 41 times so far. So keep that number in mind. There's a reason why she's been banned so many times. Is the objective steal potential is incredible, and the only thing to stop her is Silentium. But more or less, yeah, going forward, you're feeling demoralized if you're on the side of Professors. I don't feel like they're doing anything wrong per se. It's just a matter of, you know, who's doing things better. And right now it's Mach 10 as they have the 3 objectives. The big prime is now up. That's going to be the next point of contention. We still got about 2 minutes on Fangtooth. So it's a matter of how these next few minutes play out. It's going to determine as North looking to try and grab something on the Shinbi. The pull from Crazy Fool not grabbing anything. And now positioning around that prime is the side of Mach 10.
Yeah, I mean, Mach 10, they're in the driver's seat. At this current state, I mean, it's their game to lose as long as they keep playing to their potential. But, it's just, I can't help but think of the draft over and over again, right? You let the Ure through. You have to think to yourself, okay, well, surely Profs, they have a game plan for this Ure. But as we're seeing, Survivor is running down Lakeinator. So, I mean, maybe the plan is just, Survivor versus the world, Survivor maybe 1v9s, but you have to think that there has to be a plan that, if we let this champ through, that everyone kind of unanimously agrees with the 41 bans that this champ is broken, this champ is busted. What's the plan for it? And right now, I'm not seeing a plan. Right now, Nebula is kind of doing whatever they want on the map.
Yeah, I mean, if you allow the Ure through, you need Silentium, right? That's the answer. You can immediately silence the ult and make the Ure ult completely useless. But if you don't build Silentium, then you're relying on a Mez, and if that doesn't land, then it's just free damage, and it's a very small window where that massive amount of damage occurs. It's a lot for team fights and secure. It makes it to where the only realistic target in any situation is the Revenant, and he can just ult out, try and single out a target, and now you're kind of left with your hands behind your back, waiting for something to happen, and you can't do anything.
Yeah, I mean, it's very, very difficult to be able to get your hands on that Ure, ever elusive. I know I've tried to go up against her on a crunch, and I felt like I was chasing my own tail. I mean, that champ is so hard to get your hands on. But one thing I also want to talk about, and I think he's kind of the unsung hero of this game so far, even though he shouldn't be unsung because he's that good, is Bry. This team has a lot of setup for him to hit a lot of easy skill shots. That R2000 can do a lot of damage. And when someone is stunned or CC'd or, frozen, should we say, it makes your job a lot easier. As we see here, he has 2, and 9. He has almost 100% KP at the current moment. But we're going to go ahead and see Profs here. Look for a cheeky pull of this Primal Fangtooth.
Yeah, this feels completely illegal. I think Mach 10 is going to realize that immediately. The Eclipse does come out. Primal Fangtooth is at 6K, but Niv is here and he's ready. Now at 4K, looking for a steal. Crazyful getting zoned out, looking for some sort of mesmer. Niv does come in. Does the steal come out? No, Professors is going to be able to take it. Crazyful does go down. Niv also following up in the back. Trying to survive is Revenant, but Grux still doing the Grux thing.
Deflect.
Howie. Nice deflect from Survivor. So Soul Reaper is going to take out the Revenant, but that is currently a 4-for-1 trade. It's only North to stay alive, and I don't think he's going to be able to do it. That is going to be Soul Reaper taking him out, if I'm not mistaken, as it's catching up here. No, excuse me, it's Survivor, it's Yin, and that is an RGS Ace, Bagel Mac.
Oh my God, Survivor went nuclear in that
Incredible.
fight. That deflect on the R2000, he saw it. He saw the future, and he said, return to sender. I don't want this Uno reverse card, buddy. This is yours to keep. And he goes ballistic in this fight, and it turns the tides of this game.
Incredible. Incredible. They needed that Fangtooth. They went for it. It felt illegal, but they made it happen. And now they should be able to secure this double buff. They've got the seedling available as well. So what I'd like to see here, as long as there's vision on that Shaper, everybody resets right now. We come back super strong. We pull the Shaper, and then they can inevitably push. And there's just no way that they don't deal some damage with that. But Mach 10 kind of buying their time, looking to deal with the inevitable push, right? That's all they're going to be waiting for right here. There's nothing that they can do to try and stop this except for shove some waves out, buy some time, but I don't think Professors is going to allow that to happen.
Yeah, what Professors really needs to do here is they have to be able to, one, get this Shaper, and two, at the next team fight, they have to win it by a landslide. With whether it be double buff or not, they have to win it because maybe if you're on the side of Mach 10, you're probably thinking to yourself, it was a bad team fight, it was a fluke. They're not better than us. We're still ahead of them. So we have to make sure that on the side of Profs that you have to make sure you win this team fight, and you win it very convincingly because now you're double buffed up. You're in the driver's seat now. You took it away from Mach 10, and this should be yours. But we're seeing aggressive play over the top.
The Gideon TP, the Decker ultimate coming out, but it doesn't matter. I don't think Peak had any idea that he was about to get Goombas stomped on with the Gideon TP absolutely insane. Appy, meanwhile, in the off lane, that is a level 18 Shimby. That is a lot of pressure in the off lane. That has to be respected. That T2 is as good as dead. The ult coming out from Yurei Niv looking for some sort of pick in the backline. The Make It Rain coming out. Black Hole utilized as well. Soul Reaper trying to answer for back. Mach 10 is able to pull out a double kill. The Revenant also ulting, but Survivor is able to clean him up. North, meanwhile, in danger here, trying to take out Soul Reaper, who teleports up, but he's going to go down in the nick of time. Survivor.
But Shimby
does clean up, and Shimby in the backline. They did not respect the push. It's only Howie who is, there's no way he can clean this up in time. He's got to do something quick.
Oh man, Shimby, she's got a whole wave plus seedlings. She is wailing on that core Bride, doing his best to be able to clear the wave, but I don't think he's going to be able to. Appy is going to call game, and he will win it for the Profs. Game 1 to the Professor's Pacifist.
It's. I think it's you and me, Bangle Mac, right? We had another game at LAN where we had a backdoor, and in that case, it was a Countess, right? But in the same exact fashion, a fight's breaking out over here. We've got someone backdooring in the back, and shouldn't be able to close out that game for him. Shout out to Professors. It was looking grim for a while there, but managing to get that Fang Tooth and, you know, the work of Survivor, right? Respect the Yin. I wasn't sure about the pick. She's kind of sleeper right now. Been seeing more and more Yin in the dual lane, and people making it work. And you can see right there why she's a force to be reckoned with.
Yeah, ironically, that backdoor play happened Mach 10 versus Primal. Their former offlaner backdoored on Countess and won them the game. So once again, things coming full circle here in the PCC. We're seeing Profs hit the backdoor with Appy. Once again, they were able to respond. I think that team chemistry of them being together for so long. I know Appy's relatively new to the team, but we saw their chemistry come through, that aggressive portal in on peak and taking advantage of it. You know, beautiful, beautiful stuff out of Profs here.
Yeah. One of those Uno reverse cards. But, you know, this is a best of 3. We've still got a couple more games potentially to go. Let's send it onto the desk for a little bit of analysis. We'll be right back.
Great job, friends. One game done, second game coming up. But first, let's reflect, because we had some weird stuff going on here. Tang, we had some interesting picks, some great plays. Break it down.
Yeah, honestly, like, this game was a bit of a roller coaster, because as we heard on the cast, right, this early game was dominated by Mach 10, I think. Like, Nev in particular on this Yurei has been making it work. We see him with a really good stat line. I think at some point he had like 4 kills, 0 deaths. But that stayed that way as well. Like, he was not able to impact those late game team fights. They were able to pick all of those Fang Teeth up at the beginning, but then Banglemax said it looked grim for them. I think it more likely, it looked yin instead, I think.
That was certainly one way to put it. Lance, you loved this game. If I could peel back the curtain a little bit, Lance was screaming in Discord while we were watching it together and just going off. I don't really have a question, bro. Just like
Survivor's my boy.
Hell yeah.
I didn't expect this, though, to just be very pull back the curtain since we're doing this, but as he is popping off, I'm sitting here screaming, whip him, cut him down, Survivor, run at him, you got it, go get him. And, you know, it worked out very well. I want to highlight really quick just this replay that we have right here. This triple kill from Peak was absolutely disgusting.
So crazy.
North set a bunch of this up, but that, like, that was gross. This is the testament. I'm going to steal this line from Denim David in the Twitch chat. He just used this. This is why you don't give up on games. Any game is winnable, especially in comp. You have the composition that you know just has to get online late game. Yeah, Niv did a fantastic job of stealing these objectives. Usually I say neutral objectives win the games. Usually when I say that, a team loses when they're up in neutral objectives as well, just to kind of curse me here. But I think that this is a story of perseverance. We heard them say on the cast a couple of times, you know, the moral of Professors has to be low right here. These guys have that mental fortitude, and they didn't give up, and they get the 1-0 advantage early in this very, very critical matchup.
Well, game 1 in the bucket here. Tang, before we go to break, what are your feelings here? Looking at game 1, is this something that the Professor's going to be able to replicate very easily and we're over early, or is Mac 10 going to be able to kind of fight back into this one?
Yeah, it throws an entire curveball, I think, into this entire drafting situation. I think this Yin was a big problem. Like, we did see the Revenant being zoned away in the 1v1 of like 3 waves on the left side. Suddenly, we see a 2-level lead on the Yin against the Revenant, and she just absolutely bodies him every time she sees him, right? So I think that might be a problem to overcome. I think Mac 10, obviously, don't overreact. Like, you were in the winning position. Like, I think in theory, I think your draft almost outscales as well, as long as you have Nuov always just tagging the Yin everywhere she goes. So I don't think like it's over and out yet at all, but I think it's just gotta look in the mirror and think about like what was the real problem in that game.
Sometimes you've got all the tools, but you don't find a way to use them. We're finding our way through the next break. Game 2 on the other side of this.
Another day, another demon in need of retribution. Demon kind now knows.
Mac 10 versus Professors right in front of us, Lance and Tang to either side, and we're jumping in to the draft first and foremost. Lance said it earlier, some of the strongest teams in our tournament here, which means that our picks and bans are not necessarily what you might expect. We're seeing a lot of targeted stuff, and this time around, I would expect things to look a little bit different as well. Tang, we talked a little bit about the draft earlier and had some thoughts specifically with that duo lane. What's got to go? What's got to stay?
Yeah, so we see the swap over, so it's going to be second ban for Mach 10. So that leaves open the Yuri, that leaves open the Yin if they want to ban it away. Also leaves the Shinbi. I guess we just have completely different priorities to other teams. But honestly, I like it, right? If they think that's a problem, sure, go ahead.
Sure. Yeah, a lot of different stuff on the docket, like I said. The Shinbi, sure, certainly something to look at. Lance, you seem unenthused about it.
I'm a little unenthused by it. I do think that the Shinbi had a very big impact in that game. I more so am kind of curious about this Gideon gadget ban on the side. I understand getting rid of the gadget, but I don't necessarily know Gideon to be a high priority. I wonder if Soul Reaper's got something like in his pocket specifically. He's trying to pick that he doesn't want to play into this. But they're leaving the Fae up that they banned in the last game here. I'm really curious to see how this comes out, and if this is going to be Yurei or if it's going to be Yin, and if it isn't Yin, if Professor's first picks it or not. Rocks? Okay.
I was there too. I was right there with you, I expected the Yin ban, and as a result, the Yuri first pick. Instead, we see the Grux ban out, so by all accounts, the Yuri first pick would make a lot of sense, but with the Yin performance last time around, that could also be a selection. Instead, we go the way of the Witch. So this is an interesting choice to pick first and foremost, though. We all know how strong Rennie can be, Tang, but really punished by certain mid lane selections.
Yeah, I think that probably the idea is to ban the Gideon and the gadget away, because the idea is that those are probably the biggest problems. I'm not sure if I 100% agree, but the Renner can still be flexed in the support role if they want to. The question is with the response of Mach 10 picking the tree up. We did see NA really love it, right? In EU, we barely got to see it.
Didn't see it at all, yeah.
Yeah, the second pick is going to be interesting because Yurei still here, got to be picked up.
Go ahead, Lance.
I love Rena. I think she is an incredibly strong hero. Rise Howitzer cannot be understated. It is available for them to pick here. I'm curious if they are going to, get that on the next rotation for Mach 10, or if they're going to give Professors an opportunity to ban even a third mid laner here. Also, this Yin, if Mach 10 decides to pick it, takes it away from Survivor, is fantastic into Rena. They will pick it up for themselves. I think that is a good play by them. Also, nice to see Creed very likely going to take this Rampage here. Creed has had a lot of impact on Rampage when he's played it.
Yeah, love the Yin selection, like you covered. It does a good job of dealing with Rena along here for the way. Don't like the Skylar. I think picking the Howie here is a priority for Mach 10, and by not picking the Howie, I think Professors just ban it out now, and now you have easy mid lane. Nothing's easy, I understand, but that's certainly where I'm looking. So Skylar locked in, Richter banned out. Tang, thoughts on our first half?
I don't hate it, to be honest, because I was about to say Skylar, the best one against the Yin, right? The laser can't really easily be deflected, right? She can space her, be in the air, right? Once the whiplash times out, she's pretty much invincible, right? And for Professors, Bry loves the Howitzer, but he loves the Fae even more, right? So I was actually expecting the Howie ban into the Fae pick, but Professors recognize the Fae is probably stronger into this Yin as well, because that fly trap obviously can't be deflected. There's no real easy way out. Meanwhile, the Howitzer obviously should be pretty easy. Just press the ult button and suddenly the Howitzer is completely useless, right? So Mach 10, I'm not even 100% sure if they want to pick it now. Thinking Bellica maybe? There we go.
Yeah.
Tang, I bow to your wisdom, sir.
No, I mean, it makes sense. I think the Howie on the surface is the right pick if you're trying to win the lane, but we're trying to win the game. And so big picture, it's not always about that direct matchup. Instead, Professor is going to go ahead and select the Howie themselves, just in case Mach 10 wanted to go into that direction late game, which means, well, I don't
Which
know what it
means we've got a Rena
What are we
support
doing here?
over on the side of props.
Yeah, like everybody's just, where do they go?
Do they have? I mean, so realistically here, like, let's think about this. Appy for props in the off lane, a mage player, right? Mid lane player beforehand. This could be a Rena off lane, like, probably not, but it could be, and you could have Crazy Fool on the steal. Like, I don't think that is the case. It's probably the Yin Rena in the duo lane here. Quang, Tang, I know that you were really harping on Quang not being picked up throughout the majority of this. Here is your pick.
There we go. Yeah, I mean, Quang is good at neutralizing targets, also has that sort of vertical reach with the sword as well, so good against the Rena as well. Yeah, I mean, it's gonna be rough, right? This mid matchup is probably Bellica's worst. The howitzer into the Bellica. Like, Bellica is decent into something like a Rampage, can dodge out on the rock, is decent against the Yin, the stun can't be deflected, right? But I think all in all, I think Bry in the mid lane is gonna have a nightmare of a time. Like, it doesn't look like a fun game to play, especially with those rotations, most likely coming from that support Rena, right? From that right-hand side, and just always mesmerize her into the waiting arms of this flying raccoon.
I'm here for it. Raccoon, by the way, I heard some casters earlier talking like they didn't know what Howie was. I mean, casters and game knowledge, right? Game 2, in front of you, the desk, infallible as always. Our casters, well, they look good.
Yo, appreciate it. Appreciate it, everyone over there at the analyst desk. F, Tang, and Lance, you guys are beautiful as always. What's going on? I'm Pacifist. I'm joined here by Bangle Mac. Bangle Mac, we just saw a pretty crazy draft. We're talking about it as it was happening. I feel like you got to share your thoughts here.
Wait, hold up. Before, is this Howie offlane? This is
Surely
Howie
not.
offlane. It's Howie offlane. Okay. So so Pacifist and I, for those of you in chat and to those of you that are apparently infallible, because apparently we don't know ball, I will in fact let you know that we know ball. The drafting from the professors has been, it's like they're playing chess. The way that their bans are going, they're banning the AoE mages. They're getting rid of these AoE mages so that way Yin cannot be countered, and they're trying to almost mind control them into Mach 10 to picking certain picks. They have a comp that they have in their mind that they want to go with, and they're executed to perfection. Appy, even though he's new to the offlane, he's certainly not new to howitzer, Pacifist.
Yeah, for sure. The professors cooked on this draft, right? I think we could say that. There's a lot of picks that were baited, it seemed like. You know, what's the counter to Howie? Well, Yin. Well, they have Yin. What's the other counter? Steel. All right, they've got that. So there's pretty much no counter to this Howie, which means North more than likely is going to have a bad time. We know that Appy, a former mid laner, can play any one of those mages well. So it's just a matter of, you know, how is North going to play into the Howie? Can he get any help over here? It's going to be difficult for him as he's going to get poked out. Meanwhile, though, in the duo lane, that matchup is going to be interesting as well. Already a little bit of aggression going on over there. Still taking a bit of damage, just keeping an eye on things up there in the top bars. But more or less, all professors have to do, they've got the Yin, they've got the Steel. Just don't take too much damage. Make sure you're soaking that XP. And sure enough, Yin is going to come online already toward the mid lane. Yurei looking for that invade. Bellica looking to step up on to the Rena just a bit as Niv on the red buff, shoving out that Rampage. Insane amount of damage onto Rampage early. Crazy Fool has rotated over here. This is legal activities. You cannot allow this level of disrespect after what just happened. But Lakenator also coming in as well as Creed is going to get stupid, forced to flash out. Creed should be able to get out alive, manages to get his red buff in the nick of time and avoid a bit of damage. But Niv trying to get just a bit more. Steel saying, no, I'm not going to allow this to happen. Trying to protect the jungle. Love the team play coming out here from Professors and Mach 10 all around. Professors not allowing the disrespect to occur.
Yeah, it kind of almost feels like a slap in the face to profs. I mean, I like the energy, the aggression coming from Mach 10. It almost feels like that last game was personal. But you know, it's really interesting to see the different play style that we saw from last time. I mean, last game, nothing really happened until, that first split in 8 minutes, but we're seeing, they're already starting to kind of tussle and tango a little bit here at the 3-minute mark. But I want to talk about this duo lane because Skylar is getting CC chained out of her mind, and first blood will go to Creed. Put him on the board.
Yeah, that's a tough one. You just eat a rock to the face, followed by a steal, bull rush into the wall, just completely, you're under arrest, sir. You're not going anywhere type moment. And unfortunately, Skylar back, quick trip back to base. First blood for him. North, meanwhile, in the off lane over here, not having a good time. That's 25 CS to not a lot on the side of North as Appy's managing to zone him out effectively. North realizing he can't really step up. Appy's got the wave pushing into him. So, man, North's going to have his work cut out for him in that off lane, which means Niv is under equal amounts of pressure to try and be everywhere at once. Meanwhile, the Mez coming on to Survivor. The fly used from Lakeinator trying to get some damage on to Survivor. Meanwhile, Crazy Fool able to back up, utilizing the wall. Nivula pulling the seedling out here in mid, trying to get some sort of advantage as Rena on the way back looking to contest as he is going to be able to secure it. Creed with the follow-up rock. It's going to miss, and that should signal a backup here from the side. But Soul Reaper does land a Mez. Creed continuing to push forward. Crazyful also with the rotate. The bull rush onto Nib. Appy also rotating out here. Not quite ult available just yet. The flash comes out as Nib makes it out alive. A lot of action, but no one has died just yet, even though the Quang now on the rotate, the seedling for Professors as they're looking to secure this one.
Yeah, once again, all the aggression come out this early game. Last game, it was very kind of passive. It was very macro heavy. And we're seeing Appy kind of run for here. Luckily, he does have that augment that makes his bounce mine, or I like to call it a boop, make it go a bit farther to give him a bit of a safer laning phase. Is he is doing dirty raccoon things by playing a ranged offlaner. I'm sure we've all experienced it in our ranked games or in our standard queue games, whether it's a Moragash or something else super annoying that you just can't get to him. You just want to get your hands on him. It's like, man, when I get my hands on you, I swear I'm gonna do all these things. But North just can't quite get his hands on Nappy. But as I say that, he's getting tethered over there, but Uray's looking to the gank. How he has to be careful. Oh. The bacon rate is going to come out, but he will die in the air. Nivula picking up the kill for Mach 10.
Niv doing a good job just to be the support there. Quang doing a lot of the work. Niv coming in to clean it up. And if you're Howie offlane, that is not what you want, right? You do not want North being equal to you. You got to be able to snowball that lane. If you allow North to get ahead on the Quang, he is a massive playmaker. So we'll see how that lane shakes up as we move into the mid game. Meanwhile, Creed trying to get farmed up, looking to get that big smite before that Fangtooth does get pulled. Dual lane over here. Nice Mez into the turret. Lakeinator trying to follow it up as Survivor in danger of going down. Lakeinator not able to follow that up too far. Survivor makes it out with his life. Now looking for a play here in mid is Creed. There's the stupor. There's the rockets. Not going to land. The ult coming out from Rena as it's going to force the flash out of Brian. If you know, and if you played Bellica, if your flash is down, you can no longer step up.
That's an important cooldown timer coming off the board for Mach 10 with this next Fangtooth. We'll be coming in here, with this first Fangtooth being on the board. That Bellica has to be very, very careful, especially with champions like Steel that have that dive potential and can do a lot. But Spider-Morn, Pete coming in with the Spider-Man, and Soul Reaper gonna have to flash as well. So good response from Mach 10, being able to get the flash out of Soul Reaper. He's also not going to have an ultimate as well. So going to this Fangtooth, look for the advantage for Mach 10.
Yeah, that's a good answer to get a flash for a flash. Now Bellica, still dangerous to step up if Rampage recognizes it. He's still kind of lurking out in mid. There's the next kill, or the next ult for Soul Reaper could definitely secure a kill onto Brian. I'm not sure that he's fully aware. He is playing safe at the very least, but we do have Niv coming out here over here. But I got to give a quick shout out to Peak. He's one of those players where, I don't know if you've played Spider-Morn, Bagel Mac. Every time I play Spider-Morn, I end up whiffing and pulling myself into the tower. Peak, he's one of those players that just makes it work. Incredible as he's able to pull on Crazyful right here. Crazyful has to respect the damage from Lakeinator as that beam is just shredding him down to low HP. The Morn ability utilized as well, as Niv is going to be pulling this Fangtooth, trying to secure that first one, as that's 8 minutes in. Not quite characteristic for NA. Usually they're pulling that off cooldown, but I'm not sure that Creed's going to be able to do anything here, as it's at 2k HP. Niv should be able to secure it. No ifs, ands, or buts about it. That is going to be the secure of Mach 10 on that objective.
Yeah, similar start to last game where Mach 10 is able to get those early objectives, but similar to last game, I don't think Profs really mind. I think they want to play kind of this safe and farming game, play for the picks when they have it. You know, you have Yin, you have Rena, and you have Howie. Big sources of damage coming in, and then you have that front line. You have the two pieces of front line, two big beefy boys in Steel and Rampage, that as this game goes on, they're only going to get tankier and tankier. So while you might have given up that first Fang, you are kind of playing for this long game. It's no big deal. Hey, well, fine, we're going to play for these later objectives. You know, Rena kind of feels like Thanos in a way, where this champ is kind of inevitable. Once she gets those stacks, her damage output is kind of insane. And speaking of damage output, we're seeing Niv getting chunked out here.
Yep, the shield slam is utilized onto Niv. Niv able to make it out alive. Meanwhile, we do have the Yin rotate, so that is the Swelling Gale utilized as well. Mach 10 North still lurking. Fury of the Heavens is available. I believe that Niv didn't utilize the Soulstorm just yet, so that could be available here for this mini prime. Meanwhile, it's at 2k HP. Niv going in there. Soulstorm is utilized. The Rena ult coming out as well. The Quelling Gale. Oh my goodness, who is that going to? It's difficult to say who got it. Looks like it was going to be Mach 10 Lakeinator taking the mini prime. Tons of chaos. That is a 3-for-1 trade there, Bengal Mac.
Yeah, shout out to Peak right there. He's able to understand and have that understanding that he's able to charge up that Beguile or that Mesmerize that a lot of people like to reference it as. But that Beguile, he's able to charge that up, channel it, and then flash it. And then he was able to get a three-man Beguile on top of the Rena ult to be able to do so much damage in that team fight and catch them off guard. So Peak putting in the work on this more gameplay. You know, I know we saw Crazy Fool kind of pilot it last time, and typically when we think of Crazy Fool, he's one of the top supports out there, but Peak giving Crazy Fool a run for his money, showing him, hey, this is how you do it on Morn.
Yeah, Peak is one of those players who can truly carry the game, or he'll get caught out in a weird position. It's like, why are you there, bro? But he's a playmaker through and through, and we're kind of seeing that on full display in this game. Meanwhile, here in mid, we've got Bry playing it safe, not too crazy, matching the farm of Soul Reaper. Soul Reaper stepping back or staying back as well, just farming with the ranged abilities. Meanwhile, Lakeinator in the dual lanes in a bit of danger, but he's got his peak support over here. Bellica now in danger in mid. Lots of damage onto him. Soul Reaper looking for that execute. Not able to get it, but the Peak rotate coming out here to try and give him some support. We've got the Ure. There's the Spider-Morn looking for something. Soul Reaper with that Stupor is not going to land. And now pushing back, opting more or less just to show a bit of aggression. Ure taking a quick peek at the red side jungle, seeing what's going on, but there's nothing really to play for right now.
Yeah, that Spider-Morn is just so scary, man. Just seeing that big brick wall just screaming at you at Mach 10, pun intended, and hitting that Beguile is just, it's scary, man. But one thing I want to talk about, Bry is doing a great job of kind of freezing that lane in front of the tower, understanding that Soul never really had flash and didn't have ult in that exchange, and that if Soul is to step up, he's putting himself in a dangerous spot. So Bry doing a good job of understanding that lane management part of this game, understanding that, hey, if I can force this guy to walk up, I can punish him, make sure that he's not able to get these passive stacks. But Creed showed up to be able to help him crash the wave, able to do a bunch of damage to Bry to punish him for it. So great response from Profs to be able to help Soul right there.
I think it's interesting too that Bry opted to go for the traditional mage build, right? Not the attack speed Bellica, but just the combustion, blow you up real quick type Bellica. And you know, he's making it work so far. He's got insane wave clear against the Rena, and I guess that's kind of the idea, is shove it, or you have the option to shove it or blow somebody up. But now looking toward this next Fangtooth, we have a lot of members of Professors lurking around that mid lane. Bry in a great position. Shout out to Bry, always being aware for the most part and realizing that, someone's collapsing on me. Let me get in a position where it's extremely difficult for them to do anything. Meanwhile, the Creed over here landing a rock onto Niv. Both teams positioning around this next objective, and I think with Creed backing up, Mach 10 might opt to try and pull something, but Appy here now in danger. Oh. Nice Quang tether coming out as that's going to pull Appy down to the ground. Bry is going to eat a rock to the face. Stupor is not going to land from Soul Reaper, and Creed hugging this corner, looking for something. Nice stun coming out. There is a massive fight breaking out as Niv looking to engage. Lakeinator is going to be taking out Creed. Steel's going down. The Soulstorm utilized as well. Soul Reaper also going in. Abyssal Rift is utilized as Norf is going to take out Crazy Fool. The Rampage is down. The Stasis is used from Soul Reaper. Lakeinator looking to follow that up. Can he take someone else out? But no, I think that is going to be the end of the damage. Norf still looking for something, but more or less that is a 2-0 trade, and it should be an easy objective for Mach 10.
Yeah, I mean, once again, Mach 10, they kind of are winning this early game a lot. They're able to kind of get Bry, who was kind of on this flank here. Oh, but as we see, Nivea kind of fail it. But you know what? We back anyway. We got that 6-second back timer. No big deals. We're able to get back just in time. It's totally fine. But on the side of profs, right now the comp is not really working out. But I say that last game we saw the same exact thing. They went down 3 Fangtooths to none, and they were still able to bring it back. That damage was able to scale, and right now we're about 15 minutes into this game. Mach 10 is kind of on a timer at this current point where they really need to be able to get this game over before the 25-30 minute mark, or at least snowball out of control where that scaling really doesn't matter anymore. But we're seeing that Spiderboard come out. Tether is unfortunately going to miss, so Ripper getting chucked out. Man, if that Tether was able to land, that would be a whole lot of damage. But Crazy Fool taking a lot of damage as well. We're seeing a rock land on a peak, but looks like they're going to go ahead and shake hands and walk away. But man, if Norf was able to land that Tether, that surely would have been the demise of Soul Reaper.
Yeah, that Tether would be, that's a dead runner for sure. But, Norf normally hits those sometimes. Soul Reaper's got the moves, and he did in that situation, so you can breathe a sigh of relief. But it looks like it might be Professors positioning themselves for the Shaper. Mini Prime is available at the same time. Just clearing vision on it, forcing a response from Mach 10 as Creed is going to take out a few wards for himself. We've got Lakeinator against Survivor here. Shout out to Lakeinator. Honestly, Skylar into Yin's pretty good, right? Because you can just beam through any sort of defense. The Quelling Gale, right? You can beam right through it. So Skylar should be able to trade into Yin pretty decently. So able to shove that wave in, but still looking to try and secure something on this Shaper. Norf shoving up that off lane. A lot of members congregated in that mid lane from Professors. But more or less, that's going to be a gentleman's handshake. Everyone's resetting, trying to get another buy-in before they look toward this Mini Prime.
Yeah, Mini Prime is the next objective, and so is the Shaper at next on the board. But Passives, I want to ask you, given the current last game, and we know what happened last game, how are you feeling if you're on the side of profs? You're down 6-2, you don't have an objective yet. And then the one objective that you try to fight, it was a 3-for-1 trade. How are you currently feeling?
I mean, in those situations, all you got to say is we scale, bro. Like they're scaling. As long as they continue to scale and they don't lose too hard, I think they'll be a force to be reckoned with in the late game. Right? Survivor is not really a player until he's got at least 2 items, which I think he's pretty close to. And then Yin can start running people down. But it looks like it's going to be Mach 10 looking to continue setting the pace here. They've got 2 objectives on the board. The Eclipse is utilized. The Stupor does come out, but it is going to be Mach 10 to secure that. Meanwhile, Crazy Fool does... Oh, excuse me. It's going to be Appy to take out Niv. Creed continuing the follow-up onto Peak. Meanwhile, it's Spiderborn. You can't follow him over that wall, but nonetheless, that is going to be the pull of Shaper, and it's going to go the side of Professors. You get the Mini Prime, but the person who gets it immediately dies. Here's a nice turn on to the ult, just a little bit too soon there, Crazy Fool. We all saw that. Bry is able to survive. Mach 10 Peak, meanwhile, taking out Appy, and not a lot of damage from the Shaper here. Not sure who's winning this one just yet. Norf also in danger as he's trying to back up Peak still in the midst of it. Lakeinator eating a rock to the back, trying to survive. Another Stupor comes out, Crazy Full trying to do what he can, but more or less that is Soul Reaper to take out Lakeinator, and Survivor also picking up one for him. So quick back and forth here. Professors, I think, coming out on top overall. Shaper's still available, and I think more or less looking good from Professors as they have a pretty good trade from that whole engage.
Yeah, I mean, once again, kind of feeling like last game just a tad. I mean, besides Mach 10 being able to immediately turn it and get the Shaper, I mean, they were able to get a pick, look to try and get the Shaper, and then they kind of got turned on, and then, you know, kind of lost that team fight just a tad. You know, they were able to pick up 2 kills to 3, so advantage does go to Profs in that team fight, but I'm really excited to see that that Rena was able to pick up those shutdowns. It feels like that she's kind of finally online. We're starting to see that damage really starting to pile on. You know, with those 2 mages of Howie and Rena, it's going to be really hard for champs like Nivula and Bellica to survive. But luckily, Bellica does have that stasis, so she's able to kind of weather the storm of that. So it's really up to Profs to really understand those cooldowns of those items like the stasises and their own cooldowns to make sure that they can pick off the right targets and those ultimates and stuff are not being wasted. And we're not using Steel Ult just a tad too early with someone in stasis.
Just a tad too early, right? If he lands it, I don't even know if he lands it, to be honest, because he was able to flash out. But nonetheless, yeah, you got to hit those. But both teams, right? They both have a very, very strong team fight comp. So it's just a matter of who's going to utilize the abilities at the correct time. Shaper's available. We've got Big Prime spawned as well. So it's all going to come down to this. Professors are looking to pull. They want to get a Fangtooth on the board. Is this going to be a give? It's at 4K, 5K. Niv is in there. He immediately dashes out. Can he go in? Eclipse is used. The Soulstorm is used as well, but that is going to be Professors taking theirs. Howie does end up getting eliminated. Ure is in trouble. Norf is in the pit. Soul Reaper trying to get some damage done as well. The Abyssal Rift utilized. Norf is extremely low. Soul Reaper does go down to Spider-Morn, but Norf does take out Survivor. Rampage now in trouble. That is a double kill for the support. Peak is on fire right now. That is an RGS ace, a 5 for 0, Bengal Mac.
Yeah, I mean, right now it's a duo lane diff. I mean, it's, you know, we're seeing a lot of damage being pumped out from the side of Profs, but that Skylar and Morn are just putting in so much work. It seems like that Skylar pick has really put a thorn to the side of that Yin. Survivor's not been able to, you know, cook as much as we saw in the game previous, so, you know, everything right now is looking Mach 10, 13 kills to 5. You know, Profs were able to secure that objective, but that means that the Orb Prime and most likely the Shaper is going to go to the side of Mach 10.
Yeah, Mach 10 should be able to secure the Orb Prime, as I'm pretty sure it's still alive, but yep, they're all right. It's going down, but Ure has taken a lot of damage. She's able to heal up off a camp. Definitely do not want to fight right now. They still have a lot of gold in their pockets. Look at that, 3K on Bry. But this might signal, as that Orb Prime did take a while to die, a Professor should be able to get the Shaper essentially for free. You know, notwithstanding the fact that the Orb Prime does give him pretty quick backs. Doesn't really matter here as the Shaper is going to go down. So at least a little bit of relief there, getting that initial objective, a lot of gold for them going forward, and a little bit less pressure from this Orb Prime as the Seedlings coming out now.
It's important that for the side of Profs, if you're a Profs fan out there, that they get that Shaper. It's able to stall this game out just a bit. You know, they were able to just get that orb. It should slow down their push just a tad. It gets the prio in the lanes. As you can see, you know, that right lane, that off lane is pushing out pretty far, so that's a lot of pushing you got to do. On the duo lane as well, that's a big wave in left that they have to put it into. But, you know, if you're a side of Profs, you know, what is the answer for this right now? Right now, it feels like their target prioritization is a bit off at the current moment. I feel like Skylar needs to be that prime target. It feels like every time that the fight breaks off, Skylar is kind of showing up to the fight, mid-fight, full health, full mana, and is doing so much damage. And I feel like it's important, if you're on the side of Profs, that somebody has to mark that Skylar. Somebody has to be in charge of who is on Skylar Dewey, who is who is going to be blowing this person up. And if I'm on the side of Profs, I'm saying I think that has to be Appy. Appy has to be in the one that's in charge of killing that Skylar, using that Make It Rain to be able to poke her out, kill her, or do something. But so it has to be up to them to be able to mark that that Skylar and put some damage onto her during those team fights.
I mean, as you're saying it, Appy is chunking the Skylar a little bit, but to your point, it's very hard to get to the Skylar. Mach 10, I think, doing a good job of positioning themselves, and even Lakeinator positioning himself well in these fights, not making himself an easy target, right? Don't frontline ADC. You see it a little too often, but Lakeinator is definitely one of those ADCs who knows when he should push, when he should kind of frontline, but playing it smart so far. And Professor's doing a pretty good job, honestly, of thwarting any sort of aggression, thwarting this push. They do have the offlane that is actually pushing for them. So the seedling is dead. Mach 10 not answering that offlane. And I think more or less they got the Orb Prime, but didn't really do too much with it, right? Nice gold, little bit of aggression. They got the T2s, or the T1 and left, or excuse me, the T2 and left, but that T2 in mid and off lane is still up. Fangtooth is coming up, so Quang gonna have to go right, set that laning, and get ready for this next Fangtooth, as you can't let Mach 10 get the third one.
Yeah, I mean, if you're on the if you're the side of Profs here, you have to be thinking to yourself, thank God we have all of this wave clear. I mean, you're the Rena, the Howie, the Cleave from the Yin. It feels like it's almost impossible to push a wave past these guys. So, you know, while you're on the side of Mach 10 and you're able to get that orb, I mean, what did you do with it? You got a T2, you stole some jungle farm, and really didn't get anything else accomplished outside of that. Profs had the advantage for wave clear, so they're gonna have, if you're on the side of Mach 10, they're gonna have to win this game by wiping Profs off the map. If they're full 5 strong, it's gonna be really difficult to be able to siege into these towers.
Take a look at Howie. Howie's kind of caught in a weird position here. Quang has him cut off. He's walking right into the Quang. The tether does come out. The utilization as well, but Appy looking to pull. He's got the Spider-Morn in follow. The Make It Rain gets utilized as he's in danger for his life. He's got 4 members of Mach 10 chasing him down. He is going to be able to get out, but that is a massive ult that has been used, and Niv could potentially signal for the pull here, or at least bait something out. But more or less, Mach 10 not forcing anything, not rushing anything. I think it speaks volumes to the degree that both of these teams are senior, right? They've been in these positions many a time. They know how to bait, and that is
that angle.
A good setup so far as both teams positioning for this primal.
Yeah, I think if you have that Ren and you have that Howie, you're looking for a pit fight. And I think Mach 10 understands that, you know, we don't want to be caught in this pit. You have these massive AoE ults, this massive damage with that Rena and with that Howie, that they have to be careful not to get caught in this pit. You know, Mach 10 is trying to kind of bait out this fight and almost try to invite Profs into the pit themselves. But I think both teams understanding where their strong points are, and no one's kind of taking the bait.
Yeah, North is kind of being a menace, though, in the backline there. Is he being extremely sneaky. Meanwhile, still taking a lot of damage, forced to bull rush on out. So that is a massive ult that is no longer available. And Niv, that's going to signal the pull immediately. Peak, Bry, so it looks like it's going to be North to try and zone out Creed. For the most part, I think you still play to turn here as you win the team fight, but Niv taking a lot of damage from that Primal Fangtooth. Peak also taking a lot of damage. Now he's in a weird spot. The Fangtooth has been utilized. No. That is the Abyssal Rift. Soul Reaper is fully in there. The Eclipse coming out in response. The Shield Slam onto North. North trying to get out. The wall utilized as well. Niv, Lakeinator all in full retreat, and North backing up, regrouping with the team, looking for Peak to heal them up. I don't think that this should signal a pull from Professors just yet, but that is a lot of utility from both sides used.
Yeah, I mean, unfortunately, you know, for Soul, you know, he was looking for a big Rena ult and you know, wasn't able to really quite execute it a bit. They have so much movement ability that I think Soul almost forgot that they had Spider-Morn and he can dive out of the top back of the pit, and so he's having to use both Flash and that Abyssal Rift. Mach 10 understanding that those big AoE ults are now off the board and that they have the ability to kind of pull this. but that Make It Rain is back on the board, so look for that damage.
Yeah, the pressure is on. His right lane is pushing against them. It's at 4K. The Make It Rain has been utilized, looking to target Niv. Meanwhile, that is going to go to the side of Mach 10. They do secure the Primal, but Niv is out of the fight. Crazyful is down to 1 HP. Bry dodging a missile from Howie. North is going to be able to take out the steal, but he's in the pit by himself, looking like a 1-for-1, as Howie is also in danger. He's going to go down, trying to follow it up onto Lakeinator, who's going to eat a rock to the face. Can he follow it up? Yes, he does go down. Peak looking to try and pull something in, but that is a 2-for-2 trade. 3 members still with Primal Fangtooth. We've got Orb and Shaper on the board, but Professor's looking like they came out on top there, as they still have their ADC online. And this is a Yin who has 3 items.
Yeah, Yin has 3 items, but all that while that was going on the right side of the map, that inhib goes down for the offlane, so that's really huge for the side of Profs. Unfortunately, it's not the same side as the Fangtooth, or else they would have Prio for this or Prime, but that's a lot of gold going into the pocket of the Professors. While they might not have got this objective, they were able to get some gold to the backside. They were able to get the Shaper, get Prio in their lanes again, and they're going to look to set up for this Orb Prime fight. Especially with those Rena ults being on the board, getting another shutdown, getting a lot of gold in their pocket. So, I mean, once again, the longer this game goes on, I don't think Profs really mind. They have so much magical scaling on their team with that Howie, with the Rena, and the physical scaling of that Yin. I don't think that they mind this game going the distance.
Yeah, and they kind of want to play slow right now, right? Mach 10 does have 3 members with the Primordial Fangtooth buff, but they did just get the seedlings, the Shapers, so those seedlings in those lanes, you have to respect the seedlings, the push from that it creates. Those waves build up very quick, so I think that is going to be North who is going to take out this left lane. He doesn't want to show too early. I think he's trying to show and maybe force some sort of response here from Professors, as he did show on the minimap. Meanwhile, Lakeinator is trying to take out the seedling on this side of the map. Meanwhile, Bry does manage to pick up Appy. I don't think we saw that happen. It happened so fast, but Bry getting caught out here is just bad news bears. Kind of worst case scenario for the side of Professors, as Creed is also caught out. North looking to run him down. That is definitely going to signal the pull onto that Orb Prime. There's going to be very little that Professors can do for it. If they go for this and they don't get it, that is going to be the end of the game. But now playing to turn here is Niv. Soulstorm utilized, trying to trade something. Swelling Gale also coming out, as that is going to be Lakeinator taking out Survivor. Nice job from him to jump onto that, and Creed also going down. Only 2 members remaining. Soul Reaper looking for something, as he's got the Abyssal Rift in, but not much. He's able to get Lakeinator, but now only Steel remains with 4 members of Mach 10 healthy, ready, and getting that Prime. They are in position to try and close out this game.
And they have the position. Bry stepping up to the plate and getting that pick. I honestly, and I know you're going to think I'm lying when I say this here, Pacifist, but I couldn't help but think to myself when you were talking, I was like, man, I really want to see Bry get this pick. He has this augment to where he's doing additional 20% damage to a target. He has 5.5 items. He has the ability to blow up pretty much anyone on the side of Profs. And if he's able to blow up that target, it really is going to change the tide of that fight. And sure enough, he picked off Appy Picker with ease. Belica, late game damage is not something to be wary about. It's something that you have to be scared of. I know everyone in the chat right now, you're thinking to yourself, man, Rena's gonna be unstoppable. Rena this, Rena that. But man, have we forgot also about Belica? The damage that this champion can put out. 3-0-13 on Bry, putting absolute numbers on the board. So we have to respect the Bry as well. So, you know, if you're on the side of Professors, now you have a 2-headed monster that you have to be scared of that Skylar and that Belica. No. But Appy Picker has to be careful using the augment to be able to get away. But as I was saying, you have to worry about that 2-headed monster of that Belica and that Skylar, all while you have a Yin diving your back, Ure diving your back line.
Yep, I'm pretty sure Howie just flashed off of that as well, so that's a big cooldown for him to escape. Niv, realizing the position that his teams are in, the current wave state, is going to opt to try and pull this. Creed is coming in, but it might be a little bit late, as that Fangtooth is already extremely low. Crazyful looking to get in there. Creed, Leap also utilized. Soulstorm has been utilized as well, as that's going to be Crazyful to go down. The Abyssal Rift from Soul Reaper trying to make something happen, but it's not landing on anyone. North is low, but Bellica is going to take out Howie. That's Appy going down in the back. Creed still trying to do something. It's at 1k HP, but no, that's Mach 10 who is going to be able to secure it. Soul Reaper is able to get out, but Lakinator is going to end up taking out Creed. And now, in a weird position, is Soul Reaper,
Survivor.
but a huge knock-up. Lakinator with a double kill, marching down the mid lane. How do you stop this, Bengal Mac?
Not greeting for a wave, for starters. I mean, Survivor gets caught red-handed with his hands in the cookie jar. But it's up to Soul to pretty much get something going here. But Nivula not letting anything happen here. Spider-Board coming in from the deep. Oh my! How do you even get the angle for that? Soul Reaper is going to go down, and that is now an RGS ace. And Mach 10 will pick up game 2.
Oh my, dude, if that's me, if I'm on Morn right there, I fly right into the fountain. So shout out to Peak to be able to just nail that like a true Spider-Man, right? Spider-Morn taking out Soul Reaper there in the end. GG, well played. I think the Professor's cooked on the draft. Might have overcooked just a little bit. The Howie, I was feeling it, but it just did not have nearly as much impact as I would have liked to see. But yeah, shout out to Mach 10 for pulling everything together there, Bengal Mac. But we've got a best of 3 here, right? It's tied 1-1, and the loser is going to end up dropping down into that lower brackets. But based on the way things have gone, I think it could go either way here.
Yeah, I mean, regardless if you're a Profs fan or you're a Mach 10 fan, you got to be happy because we're getting a Game 3 of Pred. Nobody wants to see a 2-0 sweep. We want to see a Game 3. So I'm so excited to see that they were pull it out. We're seeing the cookage from Professors. I'm curious to see if in Game 3 they go back to traditional team comp or not. And on the side of Mach 10, yeah, it's a bit of an awkward kind of game that you're going into. You're dealing with kind of these weird drafts and these chess matches that you're going to deal with, not only in the draft, but in the game. So it's really exciting to see what we have here so far. So I'm curious to see what happens in Game 3. But Pacifist, I'll go ahead and let you take care of the rest.
Yeah, I mean, before I send it off to the break, we're going to send it off to a break before we come back to the analyst. You got to ban Yurei, right? She's been incredibly impactful both games. That champ can't go through in this next one. That's all I'm going to say. We're going to go to a break. Before when we come back, we'll get into this last game. Don't go anywhere, folks.
From beyond the rift comes a force of unrelenting power, twisting the world to his will. Steel your courage, champions. Acheron, the Demon King, descends upon the battlefield. Acheron is an unholy predator who thrives in the heart of battle, sustaining through every strike as his hunger grows. He bends the fight to his will, dominating all within his reach before consuming his foes to fuel his rise to unstoppable power. Acheron's passive ability is Pact of the Devourer, feeding his relentless pursuit of power. Each time he strikes an enemy with a basic attack or ability, or endures a hit from theirs, he gains a stack of hunger, increasing his ability haste. When his hunger reaches its peak, Acheron becomes awakened for a short duration, maintaining his ability haste while gaining bonus damage mitigation, ready to dominate the fight. Acheron's primary ability is Hellfire, where he unleashes a nightmarish demonic eye that surges forward across the battlefield. As the eye advances, it rains down a relentless barrage of scorching fireballs, dealing magical damage and slowing enemies caught in the blast. When awakened, Hellfire becomes even more devastating, unleashing an intensified storm of infernos to overwhelm his foes. Acheron's secondary ability is Weblash, where he hurls a writhing, corrupted web that latches on to the first target it hits. If the web strikes an enemy hero or unit, the impact roots them in place and spreads across the ground, creating a slowing field that hinders all caught within it. Acheron can also unleash Weblash on nearby walls, anchoring himself above the battlefield. From this vantage point, he can cast his other abilities or slam back down, dealing physical damage and stunning enemies in the area. Try using Weblash to latch onto a wall, unleash hellfire from above, then crash into your enemies for a crushing finish. Crushing Maw is Acheron's alternate ability, where he snaps his monstrous jaws shut, tearing into enemies in front of him. The closer they are to his fangs, the more damage they take while stripping away their armor in the process. Each enemy struck heals Acheron, and if this ability kills, it reduces the cooldown of his non-ultimate ability. If the victim is an enemy hero, Acheron instantly becomes awakened or refreshes the duration if he already is. Try using Crushing Maw at point-blank range to shred defenses, maintain his sustain, and chain abilities for devastating follow-ups. Acheron's ultimate ability is Consume, where he unleashes a deadly vortex, pulling enemies into his monstrous maw. Any hero swept into his jaws suffers massive damage, healing Acheron the moment he clamps down to fuel his unholy power. If the target is below a certain health threshold while Acheron is awakened, Consume will execute them instantly, granting him permanent physical and magical power for the rest of the match and triggering his awakened state again. Whether striking down the vulnerable or throwing teamfights into disarray, Consume fuels Acheron's rise with every soul he devours.
This world will feed me.
Death from above lets Acheron chain a second Weblash, leaping from wall to wall for relentless pursuit. Vortex of Torment alters Consume to push enemies instead of pulling, while increasing its damage. Insatiable Hunger passively builds hunger stacks over time and extends Awaken's duration. Try building into items that match Acheron's unique scaling, focused on either physical or magical power to enhance different aspects of his kit. Magnify and Void Helm are great for sustain in the offlane, while Basilisk and Draconum help with ability haste and durability for jungling. Devour your foes with Acheron. Coming to Predecessor on Xbox, PlayStation, and PC.
Everybody loves a good rubber match. Hello and welcome back to PCC. We are in our third and final game here of our big ticket matchup between Mac 10 and the Professors. Tang, Lance, this last one, a little bit of a barn burner. I will just speak transparently. I didn't expect it to go in that direction. I kind of was expecting a little bit of a 2-0. Feel free to call me like insane, but after game number one, Tang, that was kind of the vibe that I was getting. A complete shift of energy in game two.
Yeah, I mean, Professors kind of dropped the ball down on the second one. I think they could have had a chance, but honestly, good draft adaptation still coming out. I liked it more than Ban because I think Peak was probably the guy dealing the most. Yes, Pacifist was also mentioning that Ure looks like Professors not thinking that was the main problem, still keeping it open, but also keeping the option open to pick it up themselves. We know that Creed does love to pick up the hero himself as well sometimes.
Some bans out here. We've seen the Faye ban consistently throughout this match, at least. I wouldn't say it's a popular ban, but in this setting, it absolutely is. The Tree going to be banned out here. Selected the first 2 games, so a little bit of adjustment. Lance, you want to comment on that guy?
Morn is silly. There's a reason he's hitting a super hard nerf on Tuesday when this next patch comes around, and that will be around for this grand finals. I see the respect ban once again coming out towards Crazy Fool with this. Rena going to be picked up right away. Me and Tang talked about this a little bit, like while that last game was going on, but I am just very curious about this. Where has Wukong been in this set so far? Creed loves this pick. They're once again 3 games in a row going to give Ure away. I know Professors was winning a lot of games against Ure in scrims here, but like, where's my monkey at here? They got Appy, they got Creed, 2 big name players for that pick. Let's see if they maybe move back to the comfort with this one.
Yeah, I'm with you. I mean, Tang commentates the European side of Predecessor as well. I was hosting last week and seemed like it was every single game, every single time, every single team. I know that we've got like, how you want to say, specialties, right? Just comfort. But at a certain point, like the character's just good. So I don't think you know, because I don't think anybody knows, but what's your best guess as to why Europe loves the Monkey King and we don't see any Wukong here?
I mean, it's probably just that it didn't work in scrims. That's like my best guess. Like, if it doesn't work in practice, then you don't want to use it on the main stage. Lance was alluding to it. Like, they love playing the monkey, right? It's not that they are bad on the monkey. Like, whether it's Creed or Epipicker, they love picking that hero usually. Now we see a bit of a difference in drafts. We see the Aura and the Rampage being picked up for Professors, but what we haven't seen yet, Mach 10 picking up this phase.
Yeah, Lance, you looked really you looked really excited when they locked in phase.
There's a little bit of juice about this. Crazy Fool straight hates playing against the phase. Maybe it is because of the fact that he is a Richter and phase is so fantastic into Richter here. They're also going to ban this Muriel out here, but I like this phase pick. Peak plays this very well. He plays it much more as like a playmaker, kind of like engage, get these guys from these types of different angle spots. Then a lot of people play it where, you know, they just put their ADC on a leash and pull them back. Very aggressive on the phase pick.
It's going to be an interesting look. Excited to see it. Gadget banned out alongside that you mentioned. Aurora showing up with a Rampage. A lot of control so far for the Professors. Rena, we obviously wouldn't focused on her as more of an offensive character, but last game we've seen her kind of toss around places. I'm still holding out for a support Rena. I think she's got all the tools. We'll see how it all works out. But Rampage also a character that can flop around. Aurora can also flop around. Basically, I think Professors need an ADC. That's about all I'm confident in saying. Very open-ended draft on the left side, whereas Mac 10 on the right side, definitely just more raw power Tang for Mac 10.
Yeah, I think this Grux pick that they also managed to get in this first phase of picks, right? Getting the Grux and the Ure as the second and third pick, I suppose, is pretty insane, right? Now picking up the Bellica, we did see, like, I was coming into the game thinking that Bry's gonna have a much harder time, but he just sidestepped a lot of those rocks being thrown his way, so he was able to outplay a lot of the things. But I see Lance being happy, and I'm happy myself as well, because we are finally gonna see the Monkey King make his entrance on the Sanctuary.
I'm sick of myself for being excited about seeing a Wukong. I cannot believe I just reacted like that. I hate this hero. I can't believe I actually just got excited to see a Wukong. Ew, Badlands.
I mean, but that's a great example of what makes these games fun and interesting, right? Like, is Monkey King a cool character? I don't know. We can debate it. What's better, breakfast or dinner? But when we haven't seen him at all, and last time he's all we saw, it's by default interesting. So, ADC finally locked in here. We've got Kira along for the ride on the side of Professors. Yeah, ton of crowd control. And then, of course, Yin on the other side here for Mac 10. I am a sucker for good battlefield control. Drafting what Professors have here generally speaks to, like, my heart, if you will. But I don't know if it speaks to my playbook. On the other side, Mac 10 has... If Professors have all of the control, Mac 10 feel like they have all of the power that we're kind of looking at these days as far as drafts are concerned. Let's do the 1-2 punch. Tang, you first. What are you feeling?
I mean, both of them are pretty dangerous. I like the Yin pick. I think the Yin makes sense against the Wukong, against the Rampage, against the Renner. I think, honestly, the Yin is kind of a monster pick.
It's a great pick.
Same problem as we had before, right? Survivor made it work. He was sick on lane, especially in that first game. Got a gold lead and just dominates the lane. I don't think it's an easy lane to play, though. Like, Yin and FaZe against this most likely Aurora and Kira could be a bit of a bigger problem. So, depending on the early game, I think the late game, though, Mac 10, even though they're playing against the Rampage, against the Wukong, against this dive, I think they would still be probably my favorites.
Lance, you feeling the same way?
I cannot pick against Professors in a game 3. There's just no way I'm going to do this. I didn't know that Lakeinator had Yin in his bag. I also notice quite a bit of a lack of frontline from the Mach 10 side of this draft here. We've seen that not picking a frontline usually doesn't go well for you so far in the main stage of this tournament. I think that this one is going to be a banger, and I'm just going to put it out there. I expect a rematch of this in our grand finals or at some point in our main event weekend.
I think you're smelling what somebody's cooking. Whether or not it's Dwayne Johnson is up for debate, but you know what's not? The outcome of this match after this game. This is it. It's just 3. Best of 3. This is the 3rd game. You got to be the best. Mac 10 versus the Professors. Let's end it here.
All right, y'all. Appreciate it over there at the analyst desk. Y'all doing a great job as per usual. I'm Pacifist. I'm joined here by Bangle Mac. And Bangle Mac, we got to talk about the draft a little bit before we get into the game. Just had a good couple of games there between both of these teams tied at 1-1. How we feeling about this draft after what we just saw?
You know, I'm interested. I mean, we're when you get to the top of this level, they have a different idea of what the meta is, right? When I know for me and you, Pacifists, we're kind of in the same elo. You know, it's always the same bans. It's you ban the Rena, you ban the Yurei, you ban Fang Mao, and then you ban like Wraith or something like that, right? But we're seeing a completely different list of bans and picks that we're seeing. I mean, normally in my games, when I see a Yin AAC, I'm like, well, FF at 10, this is not going to be well. It's going to be awful. But we're seeing some of the best ADCs in the world pilot this and make it work. And I'm just curious because I have an idea in my head, but in Twitch chat, you could tell me if I'm wrong or not. But in terms of the Yin versus Kira matchup, whenever Yin pops the Quelling Gale, I'm right to believe that Kira can also just push R and it's not projectile damage and it can just do damage. Or I think that's the interaction of that ultimate pacifist. Do you know?
That's something that I think we'd have to double check because I haven't personally tested it, right? I want to say that the Yin ult absorbs it, but I guess we're going to have to find out going in here. I think personally the Skylar pick might have made more sense going into this for the side of Professors. But to your point, this Yin, you see a Yin ADC, it's usually not a great time. But lately I've tried it a few times with FaZe. Having a FaZe in support with the Yin, right? The ult from FaZe comes out. It's kind of a nasty combo because Yin is just healing a crazy amount. She builds her stacks nearly instantly. You've got the peel of FaZe if things get crazy. You've got the Quelling Gale if things get crazy. And we know that Peak can play pretty much any support. I know he plays FaZe really well. So it's just a matter of execution, more or less. Crazy Fool, I mean, I'm assuming that he's going to be on a Rampage, right? Surely this is a Rampage support. Maybe Wukong. I've seen Wukong support, but I don't think Crazy Fool plays Wukong. I know Creed plays Wukong. That makes the most sense for him. And then in that off lane, probably Aurora. So for the most part, the dual lane, I think I'm going to give it to Mach 10. But it kind of just depends on how they play that initial game, how they play the initial trades. More or less, yeah, that Yin and phase is going to be a force to be reckoned with.
Yeah, I mean, whether it's Aurora support, I mean, personally, I might even think about the Aurora support would be better than the Rampage, because Rampage, he can throw a rock, but guess what? Yin can say, "Oh man, no, back to you, sir."
Right back.
But the Aurora, has good engage, has good CC, as well as has be able to ult. So even in that Quelling Gale, isn't able to do much. So I'm interested to see if Crazy Fool is going to be piloting this Aurora support. And my residential Kira player in the chat, Almighty, I see you. He lets me know that the Kira ult cannot be reflected by the Yin ult, so that is good to know. But with that being said, as much as we're talking about it, let's cut it to the actual Sanctuary, and let's see if we can actually see it in the game.
Absolutely. And, if it comes down to that situation, I'd love to see who's going to be proven right here. But, yeah, more or less, we see the augments that have been chosen pretty standard across the board, and it is going to be Crazy Fool on that Aurora. I completely agree with that pick. And I think that the Rampage and the Wukong were kind of flex, right? They could play in jungle, kind of whatever made most sense. And I know that Appy does play the Wukong pretty good. Is he as good as like a North Wukong? It remains to be seen, right? North is disgusting on the Wukong, but into that Yin matchup, it is actually Grux jungle this go around. So it should be interesting to see how things play out. North is one of those people who's a demon on any character that has a lot of movement, right? Likes to play assassins, likes to play that Feng Mao. Genuinely surprised we haven't seen it here, Bango Mac, because I know you talk about his Feng Mao a lot.
Yeah, I'm genuinely surprised not to see North on the Feng Mao pick, but we're going to see him on this Yurei into the Monkey King Wukong. So I'm curious to see how that matchup is going to go. Two picks that tend to be pretty annoying to deal with, but Appy's kind of already getting chucked out by this Yurei. So he's going to have to, but right back at him. I've seen Appy pilot this champion in the mid lane. I haven't seen him play it in off lane. So I'm very excited to see what he does into North here. But on the side of Profs, we're seeing Soul Reaper on that Rena again. We saw the amount of damage he was able to do in the last match. Granted, that match went to about 30-35 minutes. I don't know if the match will be getting that long again. It seems like ever since the NA teams went to LAN and saw how the EU teams done it, they've kind of changed up their playstyle past this.
Definitely a little bit more EU-esque looking lately, right? It's like a hybrid in between, right? EU's not going to fight unless they absolutely have to. You put them in a chokehold, tell them to fight each other. That's when that occurs. But NA, they're more hybrid, maybe farm a little bit, maybe in your face. It depends on what's going on. As Soul Reaper looking for the first blood. That's actually going to go on over to Creed, and Bry does he does lose his life for it. He does lose Flash as well, and that hurts if you're Bellica mid.
Yeah, that is red buff diff if you are on the side of the professors. I know Soul is probably a little annoyed by that, but Creed does pick up that first blood. For the side of Mach 10, even though that the Yurei is being put into the off lane, I don't know about you, Pacifist, but I'm not a really big fan of it. We've seen Nivula have been kind of chefing it up on the Yurei the entire time. I've never really been the biggest fan of the Grux jungle, just because, in my personal opinion, it feels like Grux needs to be in a spot where he's either ahead in gold or at the same mark. And with those jungle camps, you're not able to have a lot of CS, but we're seeing Soul in a very dangerous position.
Yeah, I think it kind of depends on how you build the Grux, right? If you're going Ashbringer Grux first, it's not as eventful, right? I feel like you just get bursted as Grux, but if it's Berserker's Axe, then it might be all right. But meanwhile, Soul does burn Flash. Mach 10 Niv is going to be able to commit to that dive, take him on out after he's eaten the entire blue side. So Niv looking pretty prime here as we've started things off in game number 3. But yeah, back again, more to your point, I don't like Grux jungle, but it can work in some stages. I think that the choice to have Yurei offlane was a gamble, thinking that the Wukong was going to be offlane because Yurei into Wukong is not too bad, right? It should be pretty even, skill dependent on who trades better. No one loses hard in that matchup.
Yeah. I mean, it's a battle of two characters that require a lot of finesse, require a high skill ceiling to be able to pilot those champions. So in the offlane, you're seeing two players at the peak of their game, pun intended once again. I hit it again with another pun. But it requires on fire with these puns. But we're seeing Nebula getting caught out in the jungle here. Stupefy is going to land, and he's going to be extremely low. Is he going to get out? He will. And Crazy Fool will actually have to pay the price of his life, being able to pick up a kill for Mach 10.
That's the craziness of FaZe, is you're able to flash in. As long as you hit your blinds, then you get that flash right back. Meanwhile, Lakenator looking to follow up is going to eat a rock. North is taking out Soul Reaper. North still looking to put some damage on as Niv and the entire team of Mach 10 lurking around in this mid lane. Looks like they are going to opt to pull that Fangtooth right off spawn, right at 5 minutes, and Mach 10 have shown a trend here in all of these games. They've been the first to pull Fangtooth each time. They want to get that first one on the board, setting the pace, and they're doing it yet again here as Crazy Fool is looking to try and prevent them from getting out scot-free, but more or less, that's it. No follow-up from the side of Professors, and Mach 10 looking primed and ready in this game.
Yeah, I tell you what, Pacifist, this game finally starting to look like my rank games. As a mid lane main, I swear I have 5 people in my lane at all times, but happy to see if maybe trying to get a pick here out of this jungle. Creed taking advantage of that low half bar of Nivula to be able to try and get some jungle camps here. Bri looking to see if he maybe can outsmite the jungler. Pop-up is going to go down. Is he going to be able to get it? Creed is going to be able to go ahead and secure that red buff very close. That would have been very, very bad for Creed if he wasn't able to secure that. But once again, like I said, it's looking like my rank games. All 5 players in the mid lane. Soul going down 0-2. But once again, I think he's on one of those champs that it really doesn't matter, you know, how many kills or deaths that character has, as long as that they're able to scale, get their stacks, and CS properly. And for those of you that watch the Soul Reaper stream at home, you know that Soul does one thing and one thing well, and that's farm.
Yeah, he's a Giga farmer at heart. He will always scale in a game, and he's on a character that scales, so I imagine he'll end up doing his job just fine. But, you know, Professor's kind of on the back foot here in game number 3. They'd like to look to gain that momentum back. So we got Crazy Fool onto Lakenator, but Peak in tow as he's going to land a Lance. There's the flash onto Survivor as well. Decent amount of damage from FaZe, and that's the strength of FaZe right there. Is you got to be able to be aggressive, be confident in your abilities, and you're extremely annoying, right? FaZe is one of those characters that I know that the Professors hate, and the fact that they banned Richter and Morn means it's incredibly hard to deal with the aggression from this FaZe. It allows Lakenator to be a little bit more callous in his approaches, and you know, moving forward, that Yin is going to be terrifying, I think, with that combination over there.
Yeah, I know historically the Professors have kind of always hated FaZe, and I know back in the day they almost used to ban FaZe every single game because they're sick and tired of it. But now they're having to face Peak, who is kind of he likes to play those supports hyper aggressively and look for the plays, and 9 times out of 10 it ends up working. And I'm sure with the FaZe rework, they have to like it even more with pretty much her. If she's able to land that blind, it refreshes her flash. And even if it doesn't refresh her flash, it's back up in 60 seconds. It's kind of useless to gank them because you never really have any type of kill potential. But we're seeing here a bunch of ultimates getting used over on the right side. The ultimate is going to be used, and Soul will go down again, as well as Crazy Fool. 2 kills for the side of Mach 10 and Mini Prime.
Yeah, I don't know why they didn't have their jungler over there. They're just kind of posturing to posture, and they end up like losing their lives for it for essentially free. And now with the Mini Prime, that is going to be a mid siege, definitely 2 plates. They do have a cannon minion as well, so if they wanted to, they could greed for a bit more. But I wonder if they realize that the rampage is right here. Niv gonna walk right into Creed, but miss the smash and grab looking to secure the 2 camp, though. That should be for free. You've got Peak in tow to help secure these camps from Creed, and that honestly hurts in the long run. Maybe getting out, just not going to go for the 5 camp, opting to go back toward mid. But at the very least, yeah, taking that 2 camp and scot-free. Mach 10 looking like they're in control of this game right now.
Yeah, I mean, we're seeing Peak being able to roam as much as he wants, as well as Lakeinator showing the prowess of that Yin pick, being able to kind of just farm minions and understanding that this character is extremely safe in lane. You know, even if the Aurora is over in that lane, oh, you hit her with your root, well, guess what? She could just dash away. As long as that Yin doesn't dash into combat, she's kind of always safe unless she's getting CC chained. So she's able to kind of farm for free over there in the duo lane. But on the side of Mach 10, everything is kind of going your way. Soul going down 0-3, Creed being able to pick up that kill right there. And we're seeing level 6s come online as well as plus some. So hopefully for this next Fangtooth fight, you know, we might see a 4-on-4, a 5-on-5, some big ultimates being used, especially from the duo lane. So I'm excited to see this next fight.
Yeah, both dual lanes. This is kind of standard that we've seen so far, is playing very safe, making sure that they're able to farm up, want to get that crest before the next Fangtooth does spawn, and I think that is exactly what Lakeinator is going to be backing for. Stupor out in mid. We've got Crazyful looking for a route onto Peak. It's not going to land, and more or less just keeping the aggression. Soulstorm, meanwhile, utilized onto Appy, and Appy able to do a nice little maneuver there, does dodge at least most or enough of the damage to survive, and that is a massive ult that is not available for this next objective. Professors should be able to pull this. They've done just that. It's at 4K. Ure is trying to rotate over, but it's going to be an interesting battle here, as now the Fangtooth is at 2K. This might just be a complete give. Niv, Lakeinator, and Bry both still looking for something, but I think Professors are going to want to get out here. They don't want to fight just yet, but their hand has been forced. Appy is out. The Rampage Behemoth has been used. Creed is also backing up, but nonetheless, Survivor is going to end up losing his life for the objective in an unfortunate trade, but more or less, not too bad, all things considered there.
Yeah, I mean, they do pick up a kill for their troubles. They lose the Fangtooth, but if you're on the side of Profs, I mean, yeah, they do have a pretty good scaling team comp, but at what point, you know, can you bend and not break? You know, you can only bend so much. You can only sacrifice so much gold and so many kills before the lead, you know, really doesn't matter when it comes to your scaling. You know, Soul Reaper being down 0-3, 11 minutes of the game cannot be good if you are a Profs fan.
Yeah, it's not looking good for the mid lane, as he's, you know, it's difficult to get prio. The mid lane has been focused pretty significantly. The off lane isn't winning super hard, right? Appy doing a decent job against North, but that's still a pretty dead even lane. So who do you play through if you're the side of Professors? Which lane are you looking for, right? Ideally, you want to play through that mid lane, but if he's behind, what can you do here? As Niv has caught out Appy, he's going to take appreciate you getting that cyan buff nice and low for him, as Niv walks out with that one for free. But nothing else to play for at the moment. We've got about 2 minutes, I think, before that mini prime is up, as that's going to be the next target. Shaper coming up in about 2 minutes and 40 seconds. And yeah, things looking pretty tame here as we're looking toward the mid game.
Yeah, once this mid games happens, we're seeing these 2 items come online. I'm really looking forward to see what Soul can be able to do in these team fights. You know, the Wukong is supposed to be this side lane threat, but North is able to constantly kind of match him. So, you know, that split put pressure is not something that, you know, if you're on the side of Mach 10 that you have to worry about, because, you know, he's having troubles dealing with this Ure. He's been kind of slowly bleeding, as we're seeing him kind of bleed right now, having to kind of fight for his life. Oh, and he's able to get a clutch stun and be able to survive. Appy fighting for his life over here in the offlane into this Ure.
Yeah, that's a fantastic way to shut down the Soulstorm, but North is still extremely dangerous over here. He's full health, full HP. Crazyful has shown up, but it's like, Crazyful, I don't know how much you're going to realistically be able to do here, except for maybe freeze the lane for your offlaners. That's what he's looking to do. Meanwhile, we do lose a tower over in the dual lane. Mid lane is also getting sieged, as Creed trying to help out Soul Reaper here, but I'm not sure that they're going to be able to keep that tower up, as the pressure's currently mounting. Grux is on the mini prime, while Appy has no ability to get prio against North, just completely chunking him out in here. And I guess that's the answer to Wukong, right? I thought Wukong was overpowered. You can't hold him down, but it seems like the North Yurei is incredibly strong. Mini Prime does go onto Grux. The stun not landing, and Niv now looking for something in the red side jungle.
Yeah, North saying, welcome back to off lane, buddy, by taking out his entire health bar with what it looked like almost ease. And we're seeing here a fight over here on the 5 camp. Flash is going to have to come out for Niv. Almost got trapped in there. Could have been spelled a lot of danger there, but luckily that Flash is still online. North, not really worried about anybody. He wants this tower really, really bad.
Yeah, he's continuing to pressure there as he's going to eat a rock for his troubles. Crazy Fool also with the root. A lot of ults utilized, but the strength of the phase, the cryoseism does go out. North is still alive. They can't catch him. He might be able to make it out alive. Bry, Flash utilized as finally a rock does land, and I think that is going to be Bry pulled out again by the phase. The blind coming out. They can't catch him. Peak is the MVP of this one. Incredible phase pulls, and the danger is still not over. Crazy Fool has overplayed his hand. That is going to be Crazy Fool going down, but incredible saves from the phase in that transaction.
I'm speechless. I mean, if I'm on the side of profs, I'm super tilted. You just threw everything in the kitchen sink to kill some people. You got so much out of them, but you got nothing in return. And it's got to be frustrating. It's got to be tilting. Peak, once again, with his fancy shoes on, blinding him again, and going to be able to flash. And it looks like Appy Picker is going to die for his troubles. He's super, super low, and he will fall. It looks like he's going to fall to Peak again, or maybe someone else, but this Peak is putting on a clinic. He's practically rage baiting the professors into chasing him, into trying to kill him, and they just can't kill him. They don't have enough CC. They don't have enough things to change CC him and kill him.
That's a tilter, right? That's a tilter. That's an FF. That's a get me out, go next. But you know they can't go next. They've got to deal with this phase a bit longer. So hopefully going forward, maybe they have an answer for how the next fight goes. But man, that phase has to die in the next engage. Otherwise, she's going to continue to clutch and pull people out. Right, the cooldown becomes less and less as time goes on. And we know that Peak is definitely going to be abusing that as much as he can. Meanwhile, on the left-hand side, Lakeinator pressuring this T2. Doesn't seem like there's much of an answer for it. We do have Soul Reaper on the rotation, but I think Lakeinator should be able to get some decent damage. Does deflect the Stupor right back at Soul Reaper's face. You can hold that, buddy. And, gets out, taking a look at that blue buff for his troubles.
Yeah, this team that Mocked has drafted, the more I think about it, the more I hate it. Like, I get so annoyed, but as we see props falling in the Survivor falling in the mid lane, Crazy Fool with that cryoseism is going to come out. Creed has to be able to leave, and they just don't have the damage to be able to secure it. Crazy Fool running for his life. He does have that Fire Blossom, so he has a bit of tankiness, but it just seems like they can't do anything to kill anybody. Flash coming out of Soul Reaper to try and take down Lakeinator here, but he is going to get slowly chopped down by Lakeinator. Just kidding. He's going to run away, but Peak is here. Nibula is here to try and kill him, and he will fall. Another kill to Mach 10. Like, it's if you're in the voice comms of profs, you just have to be just annoyed. Like, this team is so annoying to deal with. So many dashes, so much mobility, so many stuns. Like, you think you have someone psyched? No, you don't. Niv can, but Survivor is able to pick up a kill up Rise, so they're able to get something. But for Mach 10, you have every single T1 down on the map. You have the T2 on the side of the duo lane. You have all the map pressure in the world, and just right now, there doesn't seem to be an answer for professors.
Yeah, I think it's really just wherever this phase goes is where positive things are happening for Mach 10. And if I can imagine what's being said in the comms, it's nothing good, nothing happy about the phase. It's probably, no, I'm not even going to say it, but they're not happy about the phase right now. I promise you that. And going forward, they have to take out this phase, right? This phase is the playmaker right now. She's just roaming around the map, doing whatever she wants, eating the side of the jungle. right? And that's the strength, I think. This is where Grux jungle is kind of okay if you got FaZe in tow. Pull him out of sketchy situations. Crazy Fool trying to look for something as Peak does get somewhat caught out, but again, it's a FaZe. Can you chase it? Not really. More or less, the next play is for the Shaper. I think Mini Prime will spawn right before, so it could potentially pull and try and take out that Mini Prime before Big Prime spawns, but Lakeinator is on Creed right now, just eating the side of the jungle. He's 3 levels ahead of Creed, and Creed cannot get anything going for his side. He's doing his best, but more and more, it seems like the chokehold of Mach 10 tightening on this Professor's team. There's not a lot of ways out of this one.
Yeah, I would be curious to see what the CS difference is right now between these two teams. We're seeing Peak over here. Creed is going to go ahead and pick up a kill on Brian, it looks like. So a pick is going to happen before this Fangtooth is going to spawn. So maybe an opening for Profs here. But as far as this game goes, I mean, Creed is kind of just being suffocated. He can't farm anything. You know, I think he's the same level as FaZe at the current moment, and FaZe hasn't been in lane since, you know, it feels like minute 10, but we're seeing over here, Prof is going to have to go at this 1v1 against Lake. Flash is going to have to come out.
Oh, man,
Looks
I
like
thought that was
safer now.
Sorry about that. I thought that was going to be the moment where we got to test our theory from the start of the game, but, you know, he's going to opt to Flash instead. Wanted to see the Quelling Gale with the Dusk utilized there, but... nonetheless, Flash comes out. Creed now looking for something, and the advantage that they had, the pick onto Bry, it's like they weren't really able to do anything with it. The side lanes aren't shoved. The lanes are not set. Mach 10 still maintaining that pressure. And it looks like Crazy Fool is caught out in that river. The wall goes down. Grux trying to pull Crazy Fool back in. But at the very least, he's able to get out. Lakeinator, though, onto Soul Reaper. The Stupor gets deflected back, and that is just the strength of Yin, man. If any one of those single abilities just come right back at your face if that deflect is up, and I think Shaper is going to go the way of Mach 10. They're going to try and potentially contest it. Appy does pick up the blue buff for his troubles. It's at 4K at the moment. Crazy Fool looking in, trying to get an HP check. Might be too little, too late. That is going to be Mach 10 taking the Shaper, changing the map, and now positioning themselves. They could go for Prime, or they could go for Fangtooth. And I think Fangtooth is going to be the call on this one.
As we're seeing that, we see that the pool is going to come out onto this Aurora. Cryosizem is going to go down. Nebula is chopping down at Crazy Fool. He's going to have to Glacial Charge away. Creed, half HP and a Dream. He's going to be run down. Flash coming in from Nebula to try and chase him down. Creed has to match the Flash as well. Survivor, or Soul Reaper coming in with that Abyssal Rift, doing a mass amount of damage. The phase is finally going to go down, and Lakeinator will fall as well. Profs suddenly have some momentum in the game now.
Yeah, we're going to need to see an instant replay on that. Maybe slow it down a little bit, as I'm pretty sure Kira ult was utilized within the Quelling Gale, just to confirm our hypothesis. But, you know, the Shaper going to the side of Mach 10, it's great. It gives them a little bit of push. But that offlane is shoved up. Now they're down 2 members. Professors is a 5-man, fully healthy. The Primal Fangtooth is going to be the target of focus. The Grux is coming, but he's definitely going to be too late. And, you know, Professor's kind of in a replay of the first game, looking like they might be able to secure this objective. If they secure this, then they should be able to secure the Prime as well. That's going to be it. Now it's a matter of how do they play with this buff going forward.
Yeah, they have to make sure that they utilize this buff to the best of their ability, right? They have the Primordial Blaze. They can team fight. They have enough damage where they can kind of negate some of Peak's healing. So while FaZe is kind of an early game menace, you know, she doesn't scale extremely well into that late game. She can heal single targets extremely well, but there's a lot of minions on that mid tower. Hopefully that thing doesn't fall, but it looks like it should be safe in the mid lane. But you know, the scaling is starting to come into play for Profs. Soul Reaper is now online. You know, he's dead 4 times, but at this point in the game, he should be sitting around 100, 150 stacks, depending on how well he's been CSing and how well that RNG has been. But, you know, on the side of Mach 10, don't rush anything, okay? You've been playing well so far. Don't make a bad pick right here. But Appy running away from Lakeinator here is going to have to try and escape, but will. But if you're on the side of Mach 10, you have to make sure you're playing safe and don't overcommit to anything north. Almost getting caught, but Ultimate is going to come out from Soul Reaper. Flash is going to have to go out as well. Crazyful with the Glacial Charge is going to go in, and the Peak will be stuck. He's going to be low HP, and the Survivor is going to be able to get the kill, and that's the pick that they need before going into this Orb Prime.
That's the one they needed right there. Taking out the Playmaker, the phase, means that every single engage makes each one of the members of Mach 10 completely exposed. You're all in at that point. The Soulstorm has already been used. I believe the Quelling Gale is, yep, it's still available for, oh, it's just used. So no Quelling Gale for Yin. This should just be a free Orb Prime right here if they decide to do it. If there's a contest by the Grux, you just turn, kill the Grux, you get right back on the objective. Mach 10, I don't think they want to give this for free, but at this point, they kind of have to give it, as a death here would signal a snowball from Professors. North is currently in position to try and do something. It's at 6K 100. I think that is going to be Professors to secure it. Now a fight is ensuing. Survivor extremely low in the pit. Creed is dived on by North in the backline. Niv does take out Survivor, and Creed does die to North. Creed still in follow. The Soulstorm is back online, able to use it onto Appy. Soul Reaper able to take out Lakeinator, and North does take down Appy. So they get the Orb Prime, but they lose 3 members, and there's only 2 of them left with that buff. I'm not sure that it's worth it in that scenario.
No, I don't believe that it was worth it at all. You know, you're able to stall the game out a bit, but you were in the driver's seat. I think it was important for Profs to be able to try and get a reset in and get that gold. I mean, they were extremely low on mana after that play on the right lane, with Soul having to use that Abyssal Myth, Rift, plus Flash, plus Cryoscycer, plus this, plus that. And they had to use a lot to be able to get that pick onto Peak. And with that, they were kind of at a disadvantage just a tad going into this Fang Orb fight. You know, Mach 10 doing a good job of kind of letting that orb do a bit of damage to Profs, since they don't have a whole lot of sustain, and then going in and cleaning it up. But if you are a Profs fan out there, you got to be happy that Soul is able to walk away with that. He does have that Orb Prime buff, so he's able to CS and continue to scale into this game. He has a big wave on this left, a lot more stacks going in his pocket, 232 CS at 26 minutes, so that's good farming numbers for him.
Yep, the Shaper, being able to take out the Shaper seedlings, right? It's nice that you take it out, but more or less it's just gold to the side of Professors. You know, they take it out, they shove the waves right back out, and the next fight is going to be, I think, all or nothing, right? It's about this next Fangtooth. That's going to be the third one for both teams, and that is going to be the deciding buff. I'm calling it right now, Bengal Mac. The winner of that fight goes on to win the game. What do you think about that?
I wouldn't be shocked at all. Both teams are at the second Fangtooth, but we're seeing here that the ultimate for North is going to come out. North running for his life here. He's dip, diving, dodging around these walls, and it looks like he's going to go ahead and make it safe. So that's another ultimate off the board for Mach 10 for this fight, but Peak is going to be on the hunt for Appy here. Stun is going to come out, pushes him away. But we know that on the Wukong walls simply just don't exist. He's trying to run for his life. North, I don't believe he was able to get the dash reset on it, but it doesn't matter. Push him away. He will fall, and that is a pick before this Fangtooth, before this third Fangtooth. It's so crucial for Mach 10 to be able to get that.
Yeah, a lot of cooldowns were utilized. The Soulstorm is gone, but that is going to be a Rampage Behemoth pulled out. He was pulled by Grux. Crazyful. Nice pick onto Lakeinator. That is a massive one. Survivor ult utilized as well. But North hiding in wait here in the backline. Nice pickup from him, but might be in a kind of an awkward spot. Waiting for his team, gets completely deleted to Survivor. Now Rena ultimate coming out as well, trying to make something happen. There's a Soulstorm, hits back up again. North is extremely deadly. That's a double kill for him. Niv now on to the Rampage. He's the last one remaining. I don't think he's going to be able to run away from this Grux. Niv is not going to let it happen. Shoving down that mid lane. If he goes down, that could spell the end of the game. The next team member is going to be this Wukong. They have no lane, so maybe they buy some time for now, but I don't see how Wukong could defend this push.
I think it's if you're able to get a pick on Appy here, you can look for the end. I think this is a play of, try to get a pick here. If you can't get the pick, oh well, we got the inhib. Now let's go get this Fang 3. It's very delicate how you can play this. He's bringing good aggro over to this inhib, which is extremely smart because those minions can't do any damage to that tower because that T2 is still up. So that's a smart veteran play out of Appy there. So we should see Mach 10 look to take this Fangtooth and this third Primordial Blaze, or this third Fangtooth Primordial Blaze. They get that big 8% buff to pretty much every single stat that they have. And as of right now, Profs, it's not looking good for them.
Yeah, that was a 5-head play from Appy. I think if I'm that Wukong, I probably just die there, but I think that speaks volumes to the level of play from these players. Appy, a veteran in the game. He's been around since Paragon. You know him, you've seen him. But buying some time there. Now they've got the Primordial Fangtooth. They've lost their mid inhib. Right is set against them, and we've got Big Prime coming up. So now this is an opportunity for Professors to try and create some pressure on the left-hand side, see what they can do to force Mach 10 in a bad spot. But again, I think Mach 10 are still more or less in the driver's seat right now. It's all going to come down to what happens in these next couple minutes. Who is going to be the first one to get picked, as now death timers are incredibly long.
Yeah. On the side of Prof, you got to be happy that you're able to pick up a T1, get some global gold in your team's pocket, maybe open up that map a little bit, maybe let Appy do some monkey things, be able to split push a little bit. They won game 1 pretty much on a back door. Maybe they can try to do that same thing again, but Lakeinator is here for the answer. He has that wave clear ability, so they probably sent him to be able to match. That way they don't have to worry about the threat of that back door. They have the Ure. Ure is massive in these team fights, and so they're able to essentially match the Wukong, take away the biggest threat of losing your game, and just say, hey, you got to beat us in a 4v4 team fight straight up. No backdoorsies this time. You got to beat us fair and square.
Yeah, Professor's doing a good job right now trying to maintain those waves pressures. They do not want to fight. They would inevitably lose the team fight right now, as Mach 10 still maintaining control of that Primordial Fangtooth. The Shaper might be the next buff to try and secure. Excuse me, not the next buff, but the next objective to try and create some more lane pressures. Peak trying to create some chaos, do a little bit of damage on the Orb Prime, create that sound bite so Professors realize, hey, they're doing it. Meanwhile, Soulstorm in the back. North has utilized it, but not a lot of damage, honestly, coming out, as that's a massive cooldown that is now down for him. But now Mach 10 in an awkward position here, trying to decide on what they're going to do. Left is pushing for them, so it's just a matter of time before Professors has to answer. And I think Niv is now giving the signal to go on back in. I have to imagine that they are going to turn here, trying to bait Professors into a fight that they do not necessarily want to take just yet, but not fully committing to the buff here. And I think that's a good signal, as Mach 10 has pulled off the buff, but I don't think Professors can pull just yet.
Yeah, I mean, if I'm on the Prof side of things, I'm looking for maybe, a clutch wall from Crazy Fool to kind of split the fight with that Glacial Charge. Now that we're kind of into this fight, into this game, that phases kind of scaling has fallen off a bit. Not as big of an impact because we're kind of stuck in these prime pits. We're no longer fighting in the lanes in these long fights over here. So, it's up to kind of Profs to try and separate the fight a little bit, isolate a couple targets, maybe pinpoint a couple people and able to get some picks. But it's really difficult for them to be able to do that with all the mobility, dashes, verticality that they have. Monkey still trying to do monkey things and try and match, but Lakeinator's not having any of it. We see that Soul Reaper has the, we can see that he's at that 150 stack mark. His damage numbers are going to be at critical mass essentially for this champion. Appy has to be careful over here in this dual lane, has to respect the damage of Lakeinator. A lot of posturing here, but we're going to go ahead and see that Mach 10 is going to take the pit.
Yeah, Mach 10 now initiating the pull onto the Orb Prime, the Fangtooth. Going to be up shortly thereafter. 4 members in tow. We've got Crazy Fool and Creed close by. Survivor also close, but I don't think Mach 10 are completely pulling here, as they're looking to engage. The Cryo Seism comes out. Peak is low. There's a knock-up onto them. Soulstorm in the backline. The stasis does get used, but Lakeinator does end up taking out Creed. 2 members down, 3 members down for the side of Professors. Mach 10 are marching, looking to try and end this game, but more or less Crazy Fool does managed to get himself out of trouble. Now only Wukong and Aurora remain, and 5 members of Mach 10. That is going to be an or Prime Pool. That's going to be a Shaper. That's going to be a Fangtooth, and the inevitable death march down one of these lanes. The mid inhib is not real, and man, Professor's looking like a deep trouble right now.
Yeah, I mean, Creed is getting deleted in these fights. He's just so behind on these goals where he's not able to really be tanky at all. I mean, they got to be able to try and push out these lanes, waste a bit of time for Mach 10, but they're going to go ahead and get the Shaper, which is going to push the lanes and pretty much in every single one of their favors. So they have to, Props has to rely on their wave clear, maybe hope that they take a little too long, taking this Fangtooth, maybe even after taking this raid Fangtooth, they take a reset. It's 8 kills to 21. It's looking grim if you're a Professor's fan.
Yeah, I'm kind of taking a look at Crazy Fool here. Is he just trying to distract so that Appy can maybe get an inhib, buy some time? I think that's exactly what he's doing. He might sacrifice himself for this, but at the same time, Yin is back. So not really much they can do there except for buy time, try and waste as much of this buff as possible. It's 34 minutes in. Both teams are essentially full build at this point. If they're not, they're damn near close. And it's going to come down to this next fight. Mach 10 have all the cards in their hands. It's just a matter of how are they going to play it moving forward. But that Wukong continuing to be a nuisance, continuing to maintain wave pressure and forcing Mach 10 to make choices. Oh, man, it's 8 to 21, but realistically, this could go either way.
Yeah, I mean, once you get to a certain point in the game, you've reached 6 items, you've reached so many items, at that point, the amount of kills don't matter anymore because you have the same amount of items at the end of the day, and it comes down to builds and scaling. So you have to, it's a delicate dance. This mid lane inhib is going to have to fall. It is a dead inhib, so they have to be able to surrender this. Luckily, they do have decent wave clear with Soul Reaper on that Rena. Survivor's not in that Yin anymore, so they're not able to push out those waves a lot. We see the rotation from Appy here on this left lane. It is a 5v4 in this left lane, so maybe the profs can try and look for a pick here or a fight, maybe take advantage of something here, but they have to be careful. North is full build plus tonic, so that's going to be a big damage hole that we're going to see.
Crazy Fool looking to engage here. Appy has to clear that right lane. That is a dead inhib. Lakeinator doing a crap load of damage. Appy not respecting it, gets completely deleted like a fly, swatted out of the sky. Now 2 inhibs down. Surely this third one is going to go down. Double buff still in tow. I believe Orb Prime should still be up. The Fangtooth that they got last, they still have that. Not much longer. I imagine at least 30 seconds remain. Can Professors hold right here, right now? Mach 10 looking to make their siege. North in the back. The Soulstorm is used. The Abyssal Rift coming out from Soul Reaper as well. That's going to be shut down onto North. But is it enough as Niv is hitting the core? Can it be stopped? But no, that is going to be Mach 10 securing the victory and pushing Professors down into the losers bracket.
Yeah, wow. I mean, what a series that we saw. We saw some we saw an exchange of Yin ADC for both teams. I mean, kind of a new revelation that we're seeing. I know we haven't seen every single game in this bracket, but it's something new that we haven't really seen on the grand stage, the big stage. And we're seeing both teams pilot extremely well. But Mach 10 has the edge. I mean, we saw firsthand why they were, in the finals for the LAN event, putting on a masterpiece of a 3-game set. Yeah, they did fall in the one match, but they were able to bring it back. They understood kind of what the mission was, and they were able to pull off the reverse sweep. Appy, unfortunately, we saw the Wukong come out. I know Lance was it was a double-edged sword for him. I know he was excited, but at the same time wasn't to see the chip. But, North really never let him do what he wanted to do. And, these matches, I know we say that NA, these matches tend to end in 20, 25 minutes, but all three of these matches pretty much going the distance, going 35, 40 minutes, coming down to team play, execution, and scaling. And Mach 10 just kind of got the best of Professors.
Yeah, and I think that really just it speaks volumes to both of these teams, and the fact that the draft, while it looked like it might have been one way or the other, was relatively even, right? Both teams had a plan for the draft. They both executed it very well, and it kind of put either team in this position where it's more about how the situation is played and not about who has the OP character, right? But again, I think that Yurei should have been banned. Allowing that Yurei to stay was kind of insane to me, because every single game in this series, Yurei was a massive playmaker. Whether it's on North or Niv, that hero cannot stay, right? More or less. But Bengal Mac, it's been a pleasure today, man. Always happy to cast with you, and I think that's going to do it for us. But before we end the stream, we're going to send it off to the desk for a bit of analysis to close things out. Ladies and gentlemen, appreciate y'all for staying.
Pacifist Bengal Mac, thank you so much for the cast. Great stuff. We got our 3 games, boys. We got what we asked for. Did it happen the way we wanted to? I'm not answering. Tang, you answer.
I mean, obviously, as an objective observer, like, I don't care about the outcome. I care about good Predecessor gameplay. I think that was definitely delivered today. I think this third one was probably like the most clear cut. If I remember correctly, I think the other 2 were a bit more closer, but yeah, I think most of that is thanks to North on this Yurei pick, just absolutely smashing through this entire Professor's team.
Yurei banned out pretty much all weekend, a little bit last weekend as well. Finally get some play here, Lance, and well, she just does the thing.
I don't know if I've ever seen a bigger, and I hate to say this because Appy is my boy, but I don't know if I've ever seen a bigger offlane gap in a competitive game this far into the stage. Appy into this game 0-4-0. That feels terrible. This is one of his, like, you know, it is different to play it in offlane than it is to play it in mid, because you don't have quite as short of a lane. You're not quite as safe in there, though. But there's an MVP poll going through this stuff in our Twitch chat right now. Peak played very good. If you are not voting for North, you are not paying attention to what happened in this series.
Yeah, what was he, 7 deathless almost? Maybe 1 death in the contest if I'm... What was the slash line? Do we have that?
I believe he was like 8-0 and something. Let me pull it up while you guys talk about what you're talking about.
Yeah,
I think it was 8-1 and 6. I think he was absolutely smarting.
Performance by North, insane. And the fun part about MOBAs and Pred specifically is that you need your squad to set you up. North wouldn't have been able to do that by himself, but his team set him up, and then he had to succeed. And well, y'all watch the game. So 8-4 North, great job there. Great job from all of our teams. I guess a slightly better job from the teams that won, but great job from everybody involved for sure. We're not done yet, though. Tonight we are. So go ahead, go grab dinner, and do whatever it is else that you do, like play Pred. But for now, we're going to go ahead and grab a nap. Tomorrow, we'll be back with day number 2 of our PCC prelims over here in the North American side. Thanks so much to my analysts. Shout out to the commentators. Shout out to chat. And, of course, shout out to LeBron. We'll see you tomorrow, friends. Peace.